All right, so we are live. I've got Matt Fox, Jared Palmgren. Did I say it right? Did I say it
Yes,
right?
you said it right. You have said it right.
I'm better than Felix, and that's all that matters, really, at the end of the day. And then we've got Mike Valeri. Jared heads up
Gonna
our.
get that one right.
I didn't. Valerie, damn it! I knew it. I knew that was Mike Valerie. We got Jared, who heads up all of our. He's the head of our C2C department, handles all that stuff, does a great job. Mike, one of our lead Devi analysts as well, and then Matt Fox, who handles practically all of our NFL content. We are going to be live. We've got some other special guests jumping in and out throughout the night. We'll be covering it day 2 and 3 for you guys. Obviously, just kicked off a couple minutes ago. Believe a pick has not been made yet. I've not been able to turn my TV on yet, so everybody is saying no. So Matt, Mike, I'm going to call you. I'm going to mix you two up all night long. I can already tell. Mike, Matt and myself just discussed everything that went on in the first round. Just kind of give us your quick recap on what happened in the first round. Picks that surprised you, that you loved, didn't love, and kind of give us your thoughts. As a Devi analyst, you've seen these guys for the past couple of years, so you know a lot about these players.
Yeah, so I'll just start off at the top. I don't like the Drake London landing spot. I don't really believe in Marcus Mariota. He hasn't played a game in 2 years. So I just don't know what to do about that. He doesn't really move anywhere in my rankings, but it doesn't really make me feel good about it either. I don't know. What about you, Jared, since you're also new here?
I mean, again, I'm a Falcons fan, so like I feel like I'm the only Falcons fan in the world that feels all right with Drake London. Like, like would I probably rather have had Wilson? I think probably yes, but like, it's for me, the Falcons, the only wrong pick in the draft at this point, because we have needs everywhere, is a quarterback. I would rather take this year to build a team that a quarterback wants to come to, rather than us trying to shoehorn in our QB of the future in a weak quarterback class without actually fixing up the other millions of things we need to do. So if you're in like a rookie league and you're looking at Drake London, like, I wouldn't expect immediate production out of him because I don't think the quarterback that's going to be throwing him the ball is in Atlanta yet. Whether that is going to be somebody who is mistakenly taken today, or it is somebody who the Falcons will tank for next year, in which case you will love having Drake London at that point if they're able to get Bryce Young or CJ Stroud next year.
Yeah, stylistically, I think he's pretty similar to Kyle Pitts and how they play and where they play. So I'm with you. I would have rather them take Garrett Wilson, one of the guys that can operate more in the slot, and also they let Russell Gage go. So their slot guys, what is it Zacharias? Am I saying that right?
Olamide Zaccheaus.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so I'm not
the legend of Frank Darby. I mean, the only great thing is London's immediately the best receiver available to them since Ridley probably not playing for them. So I think he'll have a decent season.
I do too. I'm just worried about the upside there.
What is happening on the draft? I came here
I'm watching this draft.
I'm watching the Falcons go ham right now. I'm not sure if I'm where you guys are.
No, there's like a Houdini thing kind of going on where somebody's hanging upside down. They're getting out of a straight jacket.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Vegas, baby.
It's Vegas. Thanks for playing into it.
Yeah, I don't like the Olave landing spot either, by the way, too much here. It all depends on what Michael Thomas does. If Michael Thomas stays, then does he keep his slot role at 6'4" and then push Olave outside to be a field stretcher the way he was used at Ohio State?
Mm-hmm.
But if Michael Thomas is gone, then I feel really good about Olave.
I mean, he renegotiated his contract recently to stay.
Okay.
So I would 100% believe that he's there at least in 2022. They seem to have worked some of their stuff out. There's another one that I don't think it's terrible. We've seen Jameis Winston last time he was a full-time starter for a season with Tampa Bay, supported plenty of great fantasy assets. And absolutely. The Saints have nothing behind Michael Thomas, and we don't know what's going to happen to Alvin Kamara since they pushed his legal proceedings into August. I feel like that's kind of danger Will Robinson if you're relying on him.
Yeah, and I know I'm extrapolating a small data set here, but if you look at, oh my God, sorry, now I'm seeing this dude spin. This is crazy. Okay, anyway.
Wow, you're really behind, Mike.
And now they got guys with sombreros out. We don't, welcome to day 2, folks.
This is crazy. Okay, anyway, man, I really lost my train of thought here. Yeah, if you extrapolate his small data last year from when he actually game started for Jameis Winston, well, the Saints were already last in the league, and then if you extrapolate, he's even further down in last place for passing last year. So I don't know. I think the days of Jameis Winston slinging the ball are done.
it wouldn't surprise me if maybe the Saints try to grab a project QB here in the second round. There's plenty available.
I'm so against the QB class, but I'm really liking the QB class here. And there's going to be like one of these guys that works out. You know,
it's only dumb for the Saints because they invested $28 million over 2 years in Jameis Winston and then spent a bunch of money on Andy Dalton. Like, you don't have a ton of salary cap.
I guess I missed that one. Did Andy Dalton's with the Saints now?
Yeah,
Andy Dalton is with the Saints, and they still have Taysom Hill, who they've allegedly shifted to tight end.
And I can't believe that Taysom Hill renegotiated his contract because he was due so much money that if I was him, I would just told him to screw off and maybe early retire. Like, I don't know, but I would have kept that paycheck because he's not getting that anywhere else.
And they also still have the legend of Ian Book. So,
yeah. Oh, what a poor. Didn't he get sacked like 7-8 times in his first start against the Dolphins?
Yeah, that was just his teammates trying to keep him off the field.
Yeah, probably. Buccaneers on the board here. What do we think they're going to go with here?
Dean.
You think they're going to Kobe Dean?
Actually, I'm gonna be a little spicy here. I do think they need a quarterback. I think they need a quarterback. I don't think Kyle Trask is in.
Alfred said the same thing in our chat last night. I don't know that they do it right here, though. I really don't. Why not?
Yeah,
they wait to see who they can get in the third round. I think
they lost a bunch of pieces up front on that offensive line. There's no point bringing back Tom Brady if you are going to have him laid out flat on his ass every game.
I'm looking at ESPN's top needs. They're saying guard, defensive tackle, tight end. They did lose OJ Howard. Running back and defensive end. So inside linebacker, none of those top choices.
Well, because don't they have is it Devin White? They just went inside linebacker like a couple of years ago.
Yeah. So
I'm just gonna stick with my spicy pick. 5% confidence.
Well, then who would you like to see go if they go quarterback? Because I'm not gonna lie, I've been hoping that they would just like trade for Baker Mayfield, and then Baker Mayfield would just give everybody the finger moving forward as he's extremely successful with the Buccaneers. But I don't think that's gonna happen now. So
probably not.
Which of the quarterbacks left on the board, which is practically all of them except for Kenny Smallhands, do you think, or do you want to see go to the Buccaneers?
I think the most moldable prospect that's left, because I have to say they're all projects. I do think it's Sam Howell. I think Sam Howell is the most moldable prospect that's left.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the Malik Willis camp cry a little bit on the inside, seeing that Willis would then be the third quarterback at best off the board.
Yeah, I think he drops to Seattle here. I don't really see it happening for these other teams, unless somebody trades up. But like right now, I'm thinking Seattle for Willis.
I'm hoping to God he doesn't make it down to Atlanta, because like I've started seeing some buzz about people saying like, oh, the Falcons should take Malik Willis today, and I'm like, oh, please don't.
You don't want to see you're a Falcons fan. Do you want to see them take a quarterback?
I mentioned this earlier. I do not want a quarterback this term. I am fully okay with riding the Mariota train for a year, and if that doesn't work out, we try to tank for
that makes the most sense.
We tank for CJ Stroud or Bryce Young next year.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I like for the Cam Newton train that we had in the Patriots. I enjoyed that year. That was fun. It was unexpected. He had some really good games, some really bad games. It made every Sunday a huge mystery. I was good when it was done. So I think Mariota and the Trubisky train, like those could be some fun rides for change of pace.
I feel like you're describing the Tim Tebow era for Denver. It's like the games were mostly a toss-up until the fourth quarter when prayer kicked in. What if Tennessee takes Malik Willis at 35?
I put that on Twitter earlier today because I looked at the third pick and I was like, Tennessee with Malik Willis, Ryan Tannehill, they don't seem too tied to him. That wouldn't shock me.
I really don't think Tannehill's that bad. I can't believe I'm defending Tannehill.
Well, he's not that bad, but he's old.
It's not that good either. I mean, it's not good enough that you wouldn't think about it.
I think he's above the halfway line. I think he's above the half.
They can get out of his contract next year, too, if they wanted to. Like, I'm with you, but I mostly look at things from a fantasy perspective. He's been a top 12 guy the past couple years, so, like, you can't be that bad if you're putting up decent fantasy points. But the pick is in for the Buccaneers, I believe, so.
You can ruin it for me.
Indeed.
I haven't seen who they picked. I'm waiting. I'm watching it on my phone because my TV is, like, way away from me. So
we're going with Twitter, not what's on our TV.
No, I've got my
I'm-
TV up. I'm watching YouTube
I'm-
TV on my phone. So yeah, I don't know. I just saw the picks and I have no idea who's actually been picked yet. I don't think they're.
All right,
I think
let's
he's
place
just walking
bets.
up now.
Everybody pick a player that they think the Bucks are going with here. I'm gonna go Arnold Bianchetti. I'm pretty sure I butchered that, but I'm going
I
the
know
defensive end from Penn State.
Who's the best offensive lineman on the board? That's where I'm going to go. I don't know who it is at the moment.
We're looking at
that dude from Central Michigan, right?
Yeah.
Raymond from Central Michigan is the best tackle. Sean Ryan from UCLA is the best guard.
We'll go with Raymond, since they also had that dude retire, right? I don't remember who it was. Was it
Ali
Marpet?
Marpet.
Ali
Marpet, yeah.
Marpet.
So I'll go with the tackle. Matt, Mike, who you guys taking?
I actually just saw it, who they took, so I'm not going to guess.
I'm sliding
All
with the guard here. I like the guard here more.
All right, let's see.
Matt, you're muted somehow.
My bad, I thought I unclicked it. I said you must be really far ahead because I.
He's really far ahead because
it's already
I'm
been
watching.
a
No,
trade.
I saw on Twitter.
Okay.
Okay,
who
gotcha.
they
There's
took.
also been a
Oh.
trade which we can talk about in just a second.
Oh, really? Oh, I just
Love
got on
that.
ESPN. You know, that's a good pick.
Yeah.
I was in the right ballpark.
Yep. So defensive line, not a bad pick. Nothing.
Okay. I
Yeah,
like
it makes
Lo-
sense
Logan
with
Hall.
their new head coach. So.
I like him. Yeah,
and
yeah,
again,
yeah.
helps them continue to make that push for the Super Bowl, which is exactly why Tom Brady came back. All right, so this is the big one. The Packers just traded up. Are we
Oh,
assuming
really?
they moved
They're
up
gonna
to
take a
get a wide
quarterback.
receiver?
No, they're
Oh,
going to
They
take a
will.
quarterback.
They're going to
Dude,
take
they're-
Malik
they're-
Willis.
they're-
going
Yes,
to
you
take-
want.
Now watch them
Oh,
take
man.
Malik Willis.
Dude, their fans are gonna lose it if they
It's
don't
gotta
get a wide
be-
receiver right here.
It's got to be George Pickens. Did you see that Aaron Rodgers said that he wanted Treylon Burks?
Dude,
Yeah.
if George Pickens goes off right here, I know a lot of people are about to lose their minds because they like I've been hearing all day like, oh, best draft props for today. Everybody's been on George Pickens over 45.5 today. So the Packers trade up to get George Pickens right now. I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna laugh so hard.
I just
Wait, who did they trade with? The Vikings?
They traded the Vikings.
Oh, yeah, they just flashed it. Man,
Right.
why is the TV broadcast so far behind?
I don't really know.
well,
It's been
Twitter's,
behind- it's
Twitter's
been
on
behind.
scene there. You know, these people
Yeah.
tweeting are like on
And
the
the
ground.
pick is
man.
already in. So the
Yeah.
Packers knew exactly who they wanted when they made this trade.
I'm glad you said that because I don't
No,
understand.
they
people
were
that
coming
trade
up to get Logan Hall, and now they're just.
Pissed, yeah.
Yeah, I
All
know
right,
when they
so-
trade up, and then I just want to chill
No,
out. For like 2
actually,
minutes.
no. Let's add to the meme. They're gonna go and they're gonna get the Kobe Dean because they just want the entire Georgia defense.
What wide receiver? I mean, best ones on the board are what? George Pickens, Christian Watson, Skye Moore. Who they
Well,
I'm
take?
take a
gonna
running
say
back.
Pickens.
I'm gonna say Watson just to be different because I think they make bad choices. There,
What if they just take Brees Hall and start running
I'm-
the wishbone?
I'm actually kind of with Mike. Like, what
No,
if they
someone
take
texted me and
Watson?
ruined it.
I don't want them to take a receiver at this point. I just want to see like one fan base implode and eat its
well, they're
young
probably not
this
going
early
to. Like,
in the night.
we all assume they're trading up to get the wide receiver, and that's exactly they're going to go and take like a linebacker here. Is what's going to happen. But
I got a
I'm saying
text.
to
I already
Kobe.
know it.
No, they
Kobe.
took a receiver.
Yeah,
Oh, they
I
did?
saw it already.
okay,
Alrighty.
They took Christian Watson.
Christian.
Oh,
Watson.
really?
I mean, he's fast.
I mean,
Hey, at least the George Pickens
Overrated.
prop people didn't.
They took Amari Rodgers last year. I mean, someone fired their wide receiver scout. Let me
all right.
slide
So, Mike, I'll throw it to you first. Your thoughts, because I did not have Watson ranked very high for me, or not compared to others. I see people who've had him in the top 5, 6. He was 12 for me, literally 12 in
I was
my
also-
film grade. So, okay.
in. Yeah. Okay. So he's also 12 for me. Here's my issue: is that his film looked terrible, and then he looks good at the Senior Bowl, and I struggle to weigh which one to like really look at to put more like emphasis on because he did look good at the Senior Bowl and he looked like dog water in the FCS and his production profile looks terrible too. So you're banking on development here, and he has so many red flags in his profile. But the landing spot bump, this is giving me such a headache. I hate this.
Matt, you're
Jared, do you
muted.
have any thoughts? Yeah, sorry, I was trying to.
I'm-
I'm switching back between like 6 tabs, so I was trying to get back to the right one.
I am always skeptical of like I've been one of the big people to defend like some late breakout guys. Like technically Devontae Smith was a late breakout, Jameson Williams is a late breakout technically, but like that's because they were at systems like Alabama and Ohio State where you're having to sit behind an entire room full of future NFL studs. Christian Watson didn't have that, but he didn't break out until his like fourth or fifth year, and he's at North Dakota State. Like this is not a program where you're stuck behind a bunch of dudes that are ready to go to the NFL. So
North Dakota puts guys into the NFL.
they put guys into the NFL, but not receivers. When was the last time North Dakota State put in a receiver into the NFL?
I don't know. I didn't know there was one because I looked it up one day, but it was a while ago. But they put in like linemen. Trey Lance was a quarterback there. He's in the NFL.
To be fair, Trey Lance has barely played.
Oh, are you telling me that even with Trey Lance as his quarterback, that Christian Watson still didn't put up great numbers?
Well, let's do that. Aaron Rodgers is a big step up over Trey Lance. And the interesting thing for me is Christian Watson gets the comparison that he is MVS, who they just let go and is now with the Chiefs, and they bring in Christian Watson. The one thing I will say for him, because I'm with Mike, for me, there was a lot that I did not like about his game. But Aaron Rodgers does typically make anybody around him better. So I'm with Mike on the fact that like this is going to be extremely frustrating to think about in the rookie drafts, because there are definitely some serious red flags, as Mike mentioned. Jared, you just mentioned with his production profile and him being at North Dakota State. But Aaron Rodgers raises that level of everybody around him. So I think there's a shot that he can be good. He's clearly going to be their deep threat. And so I'm very intrigued to see what happens with him. Matt, do you have any thoughts on oof, and now the Giants are trading. Do you have any thoughts
I just
on
got
Christian
that
Watson?
Well, it's the big concern. We've talked about this, on Roundtable a few times. Is it seems like the big issue with Aaron Rodgers and passing targets is it takes a while for them to earn his trust. So you'd be excited because they traded up to get him and because he went in the second round. But I don't know. As somebody who has several shares of Amari Rodgers, because I bought into the Aaron Rodgers is the rising tide that lifts all ships, I'm still a little skeptical. I need to see where some of these other guys go.
Oh man, you cannot trust slot receivers that can't separate. You just can't do it.
I'm gonna give a shout out to my friend Mitch here. I just looked on Twitter. He just said Packers finally got a wide receiver and overpaid.
Yeah, I mean that's not necessarily wrong. So Tennessee,
did they show what the Packers?
Do you know who they picked? Oh, I see him walking up. I was gonna say the Titans already put their pick in, so I was trying to see. Oh, dang it!
I'm sure if we look up Schefter, he'll probably have it up there already.
These broadcasts have been bad the last 2 days about telling you the trade compensation.
Well, they don't get the details immediately, and so they have to wait a minute.
Well, last night it seemed like Mike Greenberg was just befuddled at who was picking and how they got there, because he started almost everything down the stretch. The journey to how we got to this team picking at this is an interesting one. Let me see if I can find it.
All right,
so the Titans go cornerback.
Roger
McCreary, yeah. So the Giants, I believe, traded with the Jets. The Giants traded back with the Jets. So the Jets are up on the clock now. It looks like 53-59 for 34 is what PJ said was the trade there for the Giants and the Jets, who, in my opinion, had the best draft yesterday. I don't know if anybody agrees with that or not.
Actually, 34 would have been the Packers pick that they just made. 36 is the Giants.
Okay, well, maybe that's what happened.
Yeah, he's saying what the Packers gave up to move up.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So we don't have anything for the Jets yet.
So what do we think the Jets are doing? I mean, they just traded up yesterday at the end of the first to get Jermaine Johnson, which was an amazing pick in my opinion. Now they're trading back up again.
They seem to be going for the guy. They seem to be going best player available. So is linebacker a need for inside linebacker right here on ESPN is a big need for the Jets. So I think we see Nakobe Dean go here.
Yeah, I mean defensive head coach too.
Yep,
I'm with you. I really wanted the Patriots to take Dean last night.
That would be an amazing start to the draft because they were one of our winners when we were talking about winners from the first round. You move up and get Nakobe Dean, who a lot of scouts had as the number one inside linebacking prospect.
Yeah, that'll be a big move for them. Speaking of the AFC East, Mike, your thoughts on the amazing pick by the Patriots last night?
It was the most Patriot move. I mean, last year we killed the draft for like the first time ever. And then this year we go back to the old ways of we're going to trade back. We're going to pick the guy from the most no-name school, but that no-name school guy is going to become a thing. Because if we pick from the major schools, round 1, round 2, they're going to be busts. So,
Well, I'm glad he didn't take the Kobe D then.
yeah, he would have been a bust.
I love. I don't know if any of you guys saw it. Sean McVay and was it Les Snead? Right? Is that the general manager for the Rams?
Yeah.
Did you see their thing? They were doing like some draft stuff. Did you see their comments when the Patriots? They were live when that Patriots pick got made, and they just started laughing. It's like, man, we were scouting, hopefully take him at like the 104 mark, and he's already off the board. It's like, damn, shots fired. So yeah, I'm with you. I mean, look, I can't criticize Bill Belichick too much. Dude's done nothing but win for the most part of his career. So
yeah,
it's okay. The early draft's not our thing, except for last year.
Did you see who the Jets picked?
I didn't. It's on a commercial, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm on a commercial at the moment. I'm looking at a very nice.
You can tell us. Like I don't need it to be. I don't care if it's ruined for me.
Twitter says it's Breece Hall.
Oh.
So
that makes
Matt,
sense.
we were just talking about how upset we were about that yesterday.
All right, first running back off the board. I mean, this is where running backs have gone off the board like the last 3 years, hasn't it?
Yeah, Denver got Javonte at 35 last year, so right about that.
So what does this do for Michael Carter? Because no offense to Michael Carter, Breece Hall is the much better player.
I'm much better emotionally prepared to discuss that right now.
Great. I mean, Breece has got his own great receiving ability in his own right, so it's not even like Michael Carter has that over him.
Yeah, so I don't want to interrupt you, Jared. Just the trade is on. It was on the screen. Okay, let's go back 15 seconds so I can figure out what this trade was now. There we go. So the Jets gave up 36th overall. I'm sorry, the Jets get 36 overall. The Giants gave up 38th. My God, I'm messing this all up. The Jets get 36. The Giants get 38 and a 5th round pick. So that was the trade compensation for the Jets to move up. Now
it was only 2 spots up.
So they really thought Houston was going to take him.
They thought Houston was going to take Breece there.
Amazing.
Wonder if Houston needs running back. I'm not on the Marlon Mack train. And I'm definitely not on the Rex Burkhead train.
No, but speaking to Michael Carter, though, I mean, he's a 4th round rookie. He's on a smaller side. He's not very good in pass protection either. So the only thing he really offers for me is pass catching ability. And Zach Wilson's still learning how to dump off the ball. I don't think Michael Carter's that. He's not a talent. And he was just a 1-year filler. Like if you had him on your dynasty rosters, you should have probably sold him after the end of the year, or when you knew you weren't going to go into the playoffs. I mean, they're 4th round running backs. Everyone preaches that. You can't hold on to 4th round players like that.
I think the only thing maybe if you wanted to sell some upside for this is the fact that they both came from the 49ers Kyle Shanahan system, and we do know that for the most part he likes to run 2 running backs, so maybe Michael Carter retains some value, but I definitely think Breece Hall is clearly coming in now as their lead running back. Maybe this just gets rid of Tevin Coleman, who probably should have been out of the NFL a couple of years ago and has been kind of hanging around.
I think he is.
He's still on the roster. Yeah, he's still on the Jets roster right now. Oh, man.
Another trade. The Falcons are on the clock.
Oh, my God. Really? Did we trade with the Texans?
Here we go, Jared.
I swear to God.
Anybody else have any thoughts on Breece Hall before we move on to now what we hope or see the Falcons might possibly do?
He's still an RB1 for me. I don't care.
Yeah.
He's still an RB1.
Right there with you. Well, real
his
quick,
rankings does not change.
We probably have a minute before they put their pick in. In super flex leagues, with everything we saw yesterday with the wide receivers, only 1 quarterback going in the first round. Just right now, early reaction, would Breece Hall still be 1-1 for you? Because I saw a lot of rookie drafts, obviously before the draft, that he was almost like the solidified 1.1. Is Breece Hall still the 1.1 for you guys?
I would say so.
Yeah, I would say so too. Shot. Unless your roster is just absolutely starving at wide receiver, then yes.
All right. Jared, what happens? Oh, go ahead, Matt.
What?
Oh, I thought you were going to say something. All right, Jared, what happens?
Yeah. Wow. What happens here for the Falcons? Dear God. Again, to me, there's no real wrong pick except for going for a quarterback here. And the fact we traded up is a little concerning to me because I feel like we could have gotten basically anybody that we needed. Unless we go to Kobe Dean, which I'm going to be really, really happy if we do. But I don't think we will because, Falcons like to rip my heart out. An edge player would be interesting here. Again, you got Arnold from Penn State. Again, I'm not going to try that last name again. Boye Mafe out of Minnesota might be interesting.
Oh, Brisker from Penn State. Sorry, I wasn't.
Brisker from Penn State would be pretty interesting at safety. I was kind of, but I feel like if the Falcons really wanted safety, they would have gone after Kyle Hamilton in the first round.
So Texans are picking before the Falcons.
Yeah, I just saw that. They must have traded up behind the Texans. So
yeah, they traded with the Giants. So here's an interesting. I just found Mike Clay about Breece Hall. He says, not an ideal landing spot for Breece Hall, and obviously crushing for Michael Carter. Of course, Carter is still the best receiving back. So from the Jets' perspective, it's a sensible duo.
Okay, well that's fine. But
I think
do you guys want the trade details here for the last two trades?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I got Atlanta here. They sent number 43 and 114, so that's a fourth rounder, to the Giants for the 38. And then for the
Giants just collecting a ton of picks and not sliding back too far.
Yeah.
So for those of you watching, the Texans took the safety Jalen Petrie out of Baylor. So good pick. I like it. For the Texans, they're continuing to make good picks. Shane, so we did just talk a little bit about this just a minute ago. He asked with Breece going to the Jets, would you still take him if you had the first pick in your drafts? And we all said yes. There's not, in my opinion, a quarterback that goes today that would really jump up there, assuming super flex. So he would still be the one for me. And then I'd kind of just move on from there. But I think Breece Hall's going to be just fine. I completely disagree with what Mike Clay said about that. I think he's not only the better running back, I think he's the better receiver than Michael Carter. I think he's practically better at everything than Michael Carter. That's just my opinion. So
you're not going to base your draft on the revised Clay projections?
I will not, but Falcons.
Right, Matt,
okay. I thought he was saying
Matt, don't spoil this one for me. I want a live reaction on this one from
me. PJ, don't say who it is. I see you commenting stuff in the chat. Just I'm watching.
No, he's just trolling me. He knows this is not what I want. If it is Malik Willis.
All right, well he's watching.
It's Malik.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, very nice, Mike. I see you.
It's Malik. Willis.
Yeah, I figure you're just guessing, PJ.
But if it's Hal, you're not going to be that better. Well, who are you guys taking? Go ahead. Who do you think it's going to be, Jared?
If I'm going to guess, I'm going to just go with my heart. I'm going to say it's Jacoby Dean. Because we just need help everywhere. But I'm letting you guys know right now, if this happens, this is massive karma because 2 years ago, was it 2 years ago? 3 years ago now. Okay. So Xavier, you guys know, he is a huge Broncos fan. And 2 years ago, he hated the idea of them drafting Drew Lock in the second round. Because that's where the Broncos were constantly mocked as doing. And he's like, I don't want to do that. We get to the Broncos' second round pick, and I think they went, they got a corner from LSU. Greedy Williams.
We got Dalton Reisner.
Hey,
but then they and so Xavier thought he was in the clear, but then immediately afterwards, they traded up to get the pick right afterwards.
That was the draft. We took Fant in the first round.
Yes.
And then Dalton Reisner and I did the same thing. I was like, thank the Lord we didn't just blow it on a quarterback. And then they traded up immediately after. And I was like, you fuckers.
Yeah. Have you guys seen that behind the scenes video about Jerry Jones wanting to draft Baker Mayfield all those years ago?
No,
he could have him now.
Yeah.
He didn't even be that expensive.
He wanted Baker Mayfield so bad, was going to draft him, and his son had to talk him out of it. And tried his hardest to talk him out of it. And he gave some speech to his son about you got to take risks in life. You want to go anywhere and you're not going to go anywhere. So if you keep this up and somehow he convinced his dad to take Zach Martin instead of Baker Mayfield.
Oh, Johnny Manziel. You're talking about Johnny Manziel.
Oh yeah. Johnny
Manziel. Baker Mayfield was the first overall pick.
I'm sorry. They're the same thing. They're the same player. It's okay.
That's not true.
Okay. That's not. It's not.
Unfortunately. So I don't know if Austin is reacting to the Falcons pick or what, but he just posted something in one of our chats, and I want to click and find out what's going on.
I'm
taking
scared.
Forever to get on here. I see half of Atlanta walking up here. It seems like
these live broadcasts are terrible. They tell you the picks in, and you have to wait 27 minutes for them to actually tell you what the pick was.
I agree, Shane.
They got to get their advertising dollars in.
I could see Mayfield going to Seattle.
It's mostly some Booger McFarland talking. Can we not cut him off so we can actually get a pick?
Oh,
All right,
yeah,
let's
here,
see if
here
they're
comes
announced.
half of Atlanta's coming on the stage.
So you guys, anybody
Malik?
think Baker? Go ahead.
Sorry,
Oh,
I
they
think
announce it?
no. I think Malik
yeah.
Willis is going to go to Seattle, and now I'm feeling really good about it.
I'm switching my pick over to Malik Willis because I'm just ready for I need to steal my heart. All right, come on. What do we got? Covering up ESPN on the right over here, or covering up the website. I just need to watch this live.
Oh my God!
What do you guys make of Elijah Moore's value now with Garrett Wilson?
I think he's perfect. I think he fits better as a 2 than a 1.
Okay.
Man, they dragged this out more than the Oscars.
Yeah, she's making the pick now. It looks like though. Finally.
All right, it looks like I'm behind you as well. You wait till my reaction.
Yeah, I won't say anything.
Oh, Lord in heaven. All right, Minerva, give me some good news here.
God, they are taking their time, dude.
Yeah, I already know who it is. So.
Well, yeah, I look too.
TV's going in the background so you can hear it.
I don't like that you're smiling, Matt.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. So I'm just kind of. It's not at all who you think. I guess.
Okay. Oh my God. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what to say. So.
I'll take it.
Okay.
We needed an edge.
You're happy with the pick.
Hey, Arnold from Penn State, you're great. I love you, brother. Welcome to the Falcons. Oh my God.
Now it's time for the Bears to draft Malik Willis just as a hedge.
Now the question for me is, do we have details on what the Falcons gave up to move like 3 spots for this player? Because I really felt like we could have gotten
Mike read it
3
for
spots.
Not for the Falcons. I'll find out. Though.
I don't think the Falcons one has come in yet. Not that I've
Oh my
seen.
God.
I've been watching.
Yeah,
because
the Giants slid down to 43 and got a 4th round pick. I thought that's what you said.
Not for the Falcons.
For 38.
Oh, I just saw the Bears pick.
God, really? The Bears already in?
Yeah.
Oh my God. That was legitimate relief off my shoulders.
The trade I called off was for Brees. So the Jets and whoever that was. I already forgot.
Dude, they're trading draft picks like freaking Pokemon cards this year. Like I don't think I've ever seen this trade happy of a draft before.
It's crazy. It's just because like I feel like everyone doesn't. I feel like all the teams hate the values.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been interesting. We were talking obviously before the show, Matt and myself. I thought at least 2 quarterbacks would go. And I was very surprised to see it was just Kenny Pickett who went. You know, we've talked about it though, right? We've said that this quarterback class is not that good, and then we kind of talked ourselves into them being good.
I mean, I said it to Chris this morning where I said like, honestly, none of them should have gone off in the first round. This should have been like the first draft in however many years that no quarterbacks went off in the first.
So
I like Kenny Pickett. I really do. I like Kenny Pickett. I thought Willis would have maybe slid in. Here's the issue: is that Dynasty Twitter looks at the draft so much later than like the guys that do college stuff like that we do, and then they're just hype training off of like the pro day, the one throw they make in the pro day, and like their highlight tape, and they're like, "Oh, Malik Willis making these amazing throws like against the worst conference in the G5."
Liberty's not in a conference. Liberty's independent, so they're not even playing. They're not even playing against an actual.
I thought they were Sun Belt. Oh, no,
nope. They're in the CSA in 2023, I believe, though.
Yep.
Okay.
So they will be in the worst conference at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you guys for the most part. I mean, I don't think Kenny Pickett will be that bad either. I mean, the one thing, Matt and myself just talked about it on the Roundtable show. The biggest thing for Kenny Pickett, we all talked about, like Jordan Addison and that receiving core is really what helped make Pickett so good. Well, he's got that in Pittsburgh. He's got now Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, Pat Fryermuth, and a really good receiving back in Najee Harris. So I don't think it's a bad landing spot for him. Like I said, he was just, I believe, I heard it this morning. I think it's like the first time since 1996 we had to wait that long to get a quarterback, and it was someone who went to the 49ers that I had never heard of before.
Jim Druckenmiller.
Yeah, there we go. That guy right
At
there.
number 26.
Yep, that's the longest, the second longest we've had to wait. So it's interesting. I'm really curious to see when these guys go off the board. Well, Mike, I know I heard you say it a little bit earlier. I'm not 100% out on some of these quarterbacks, depending on where they land today, because I still think there's a chance for some of those guys to win jobs. But I do think landing spots can be a big deal.
Yeah, I'm in now, dude. You got the Colts coming up. You got the Giants coming up.
I mean, yeah, they
Detroit
need to go
coming up.
For these quarterbacks to be relevant, in my opinion. They need to go somewhere where they're not going to be thrown to the wolves and thrown out there immediately. They need to go somewhere they're going to sit behind a starter for a year or two and be the future plan. Not go somewhere where everybody's going to be pining for them to start immediately.
I think somebody saw the Bears pick, huh?
No,
I was wondering if they were going to take a wide
Bears.
Receiver to try to help Justin Fields, but that's not a Chicago thing.
Did you want me to tell you what the pick was?
Well, I mean, I'm sure they'll announce it at some point in the near future.
I mean, they're probably going to go Raymond here.
They're going at a slower pace tonight than they did last night, which is
dumb.
amazing.
Like we're gonna be here till 1:00 in the morning.
Are you sure you don't want me to tell you after the pick is?
No, I'm gonna throw my guess out there. I'm gonna say it's Raymond,
Is it a
the
good
offensive
pick?
tackle from Central Michigan.
Is it a good pick or is it a bad pick?
It's a Chicago Bears pick.
Oh, that's
So it's a
not
bad
good.
pick. Okay. So is it like it's not a wide receiver, is it?
I had to look this guy up. I'm just gonna say.
Oh no!
Oh, Dave.
That makes me really
No.
excited for Justin Fields.
He was literally the first.
Oh, I know
he's-
who that is. I know.
Well, no, I
don't know his
didn't.
name. So
I had to look this guy
I just
up.
saw it on Twitter.
No, I mean, it doesn't matter.
I
You're not going to spoil.
Yeah,
we all know it's Kyler Gordon now.
Yeah. My bad. I thought I was
that's not
thinking
bad.
they pulled a Pats and went and grabbed some guy that I legit had no idea who he was. So I was like, oh shit, here we go.
No,
That's
after my top 8 or 9 corners, I don't know anybody else after that. So Kyler.
Yeah.
Ugh, I hate the name Kyler, bro. Just what's worse than Kyle? Someone that's Kyler. You know,
I
and
mean,
what's he gonna name his
worse
son?
than that,
Kyle?
somebody with Kyle List. Yeah.
Yeah, Kyle List will be next. Anyway, so Kyler is yeah, I don't know who that guy is. I know
Is that guy live at the draft?
It looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sure does.
Yeah, he is at the draft. Good for
That
him.
Mike feels bad about not knowing him now. He
Yeah,
must
we
have been
gotta
one of the
draft
top
him, right?
100
Yeah.
prospects.
Jeez.
Oh no!
Well, I'm not like a defensive guy here, so it's okay.
All right.
I only know the
Yeah.
lineman because that's where the Patriots be drafting.
Typically drafted. Makes sense.
Yeah.
I've got to learn everybody because the Browns are typically in the past, 3 decades been absolute shit. So I was never really sure exactly where they were going to go. So who is on the clock right now? Seattle.
Seattle 2 picks in a row. So
We could see our
Will
first
one of
quarterback
them
off
be
the
a
board.
quarterback?
I have
I'm
to feel they're
saying
going
they
quarterback
are
here.
gonna take one. Yeah.
I think they
Why
take
not
one
go-
as well.
I mean, they
did-
have Drew Lock and Geno Smith. I don't know how you can do better than that duo.
Hey, speaking of quarterbacks, where do you guys think you're going to move Zach Wilson after this draft? You guys moving him up, or what do you think about Zach Wilson's future here? Because he's got some nice playmakers on his roster.
Yes and no. I don't think he's good. I really don't. He was
I-
he was my 5th rated quarterback last year.
Let me see.
And it wasn't just to spite Felix, I promise. It was just because I really did not love a lot of things he did on film. I think he's got to move up a little bit because you do have Elijah Moore. They still technically have Corey Davis there. And Garrett Wilson, in my opinion, is a guy who can help out a quarterback. And then getting Breece Hall, he looked better at the end of last year. I'd probably, just going off the top of my head, not looking at my rankings, maybe 18.
See, I
feel
have
like that's a
Wilson at
fair range for
18.
him.
I'm
Okay,
not
so there we
moving him
go. Like,
higher than that.
I feel like that's a fair range for him to be at, a low-end QB2.
All right, let's see. What else could Seattle go after here? Because, I mean, quarterbacks, again, I think we all agree that one of these 2 picks would be a quarterback, but, They got defensive end, cornerback, inside linebacker. N'Kobe, please. Somebody draft N'Kobe. This man doesn't deserve this.
Yeah, I don't.
Knowing
Is there?
Seattle, they'll probably take another tight end.
Hey, Jared, is there any word why he's slipping? Since you're in the,
It's
in the
injury concerns. He had some
Oh.
stuff after the season and everything, which is, in my opinion, this happens to 2 or 3 prospects every single year, and it's just BS. They're gonna be just fine.
JOK last year for Cleveland. He had that.
Exactly. They're gonna be just fine.
I'm very thankful that he fell as well. The Joker he's amazing.
Yeah, that was a great draft pick. I was pretty excited when Christian Barmore fell to the Patriots at 40.
All right, so I know what their first pick is, and it's not at all what I thought it was going to be. So, but I actually do think it's a good pick.
Maybe it's the fantasy drafting in me, but if you have back-to-back picks, why can't you just turn them in at the same time? I mean, it feels like the guy that's on the turn that makes a pick and then goes to sleep, and you're like,
Yeah,
bro.
I really hope the second pick's Desmond Ridder.
We didn't talk about it, but the Houston safety they took from Baylor.
Yeah,
Petrie.
Yeah.
Petrie. I was high on him. I liked him a lot. So I thought that was a good pick.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I think this may be crazy to say. I think Texas could be competing in a year or two. Like, I actually think the Texans are doing a good job. If Davis Mills is really going to be the guy for them, like, they may be turning this around a lot quicker than people gave him credit for.
I love
With
Davis
myself
Mills. Got him everywhere.
With Lovie Smith as their head coach.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one.
Who couldn't go 500 at Illinois in the Big Ten?
Jeez.
Nah,
Yeah,
Lovie Smith's a good guy. I won't ride on him too hard. Plus, he has to bring me my Christmas gifts every year. I can't be knocking on him too much. All right, do we have anything on Seattle?
So
Because Seattle's a running back here.
Well, I know who their first pick is.
I haven't seen the first pick yet or anything.
I can tell you guys who it is if you'd like. It's not a running back.
Not a running back.
I mean,
It's Boye Mafe. That's their
Okay,
first
that's not
pick.
bad.
Oh,
But yeah,
okay.
that's a good pick.
That's a good pick.
They're still technically on the
I
clock for
mean,
their
they're
second pick.
still Pete Carroll's team. They're going to take defensive. I was surprised they didn't take a defender at 9. Russell Wilson's watching them draft Charles Cross going,
Sorry, Russell. Hey, you know what? They learned their lesson after Wilson. They had to protect their golden goose in Drew Lock now. So,
well, if you believe our friend Dennis, they're just trying to open holes for the god Rashad Penny.
True.
You need the right surroundings. You need the right.
All right, let's see.
And that player also has to.
So just for fun here, because I did this on Twitter a couple days ago. It was Davis Mills. I said if you ignored the games he didn't start, which was 2, then extrapolate the data from the other 11 games he played to a full 17-game season. He had a 68.8% completion percentage, which is 5th. He would have 4,272 yards, which is 9th. And his touchdowns to interceptions was going to be 26 to 17, which would have been 26 would have been 13th in touchdowns. So that would have been pretty much back end QB1 numbers. Not that I think he's going to go there, but I think he's a discount. People still aren't caught up on him.
It's an interesting idea because, again, Texans, even after this draft and everything, I still think they're going to be bad this year. So if you have the game script to constantly be behind.
They play terrible defense.
I know who the second pick is. I just saw it.
Oh, your face.
We're ready.
It's someone we can finally talk.
I like the idea of each one of us finding out on our own, and we don't actually say the name until the final person.
I'll hold
sees
it in.
That'd be really funny.
Have they announced Boye Mafe even yet? I've
Yeah,
been watching.
they finally
they announced
did.
Boye Mafe. I'm looking at ESPN for this.
Who do you
next
guys
one.
think they go with the second? I will say it's an offensive player. It looks like they're about to announce it. So
I was going to say Malik Willis, as I said earlier.
I could see them going again, running back, quarterback, or wide receiver. I could see a case for all of them.
just give me a player. I know.
Give you a player. Your face told me not Malik Willis because that would have made too much sense.
Is it Mac? It's Mac
I'm gonna
Crowell.
go- I'm gonna go-
it's Mac Crowell.
I'm gonna go
Trey
Skye Moore.
McBride. Trey McBride.
Kenneth Walker. They just announced it. Kenneth Walker the third.
Oh,
Okay.
fuck.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So
So that must mean
Dennis,
though
or
that
not-
Chris Carson is not going to heal from it because they've been real
Yeah.
mum,
Oh, I thought
about his neck injury and whether he was going to be able to come back.
Our friend Dennis, who is not here with us, unfortunately, is a massive fan of Rashad Penny. I feel like it's got to be Walker's show, right?
Matt, you made it sound like he died.
I'm also
My
a
bad. I
fan
meant
of
like he's
Penny.
not. I'm sorry. He's not on
Our
the
friend
podcast.
Dennis, who is no
That's
longer
right.
with us.
I'm sorry. That you're right. That phrasing. That was not great. He's not with us here, but he's a massive fan of Rashad Penny. Like, I do think Penny's a good receiving back, but I feel like Walker is now going to come in and be the lead back. Like Matt, what are your thoughts on Walker here to Seattle?
Yeah, I mean, I like Kenneth Walker. I don't know if I love the landing spot, but based on their quarterback situation, I guess I would have done that. I think it's weird they didn't take a quarterback unless there's a lot more truth to them being interested in kicking the tires with Baker Mayfield than we were led to believe.
What's going to be interesting is both Seattle and Carolina have both been linked a ton to Baker, so I wonder which one ends up getting him now.
I heard recently that apparently Carolina's not looking for Baker anymore.
I thought they were out.
Is that I don't know. Last I saw of yesterday that Carolina was still in on him, so I don't know.
I thought it was like 2-3 days ago they were out, or 4 days ago.
So all the reports that I saw yesterday, and maybe it was due to the fact they did take a quarterback in round 1, but a lot of the stuff after the fact was saying like because Carolina is still trying to make a play for Baker. All I've seen is it's been them in Seattle.
I wonder where we actually see a quarterback go now, though. I know Colts, it makes sense to get a QB of the future. I don't think they're going to this is their first draft pick when they got Matt Ryan. They have other needs if they want to compete. Yeah, wide receiver, or they actually have sneakily lost some pieces on the offensive line. They could use some defenders. I mean, I think they're going to try to take a player that helps them here.
I like Skye Moore here personally.
I like Pickens here. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a Georgia fan.
No, I like Pickens. I mean, Pickens came in as my. What did I have him? He was high.
Did you take the under on the 45 and a half?
It was my wide receiver.
No. I did not put my bet on that. I lost too much money in the first round.
So he came graded out for me as my wide receiver 5, a couple points behind Jameson Williams, who is my wide receiver 4. So I like Pickens, and another trade just happened. Vikings are now on the clock. I will say that I just worry if it's the off the field stuff that is now causing Pickens to fall down because he's talented. He can be one of the most talented.
Yeah, we'll find out.
I would say I know some of the things, and like if teams did pass on him because of that, I wouldn't necessarily blame them, especially if it did get around. So
it only takes one team to believe in him.
But it only takes one team to believe in him. So.
Only takes one. But yeah, I do believe he's going to fall. Pickens is actually my wide receiver 6, I believe.
ESPN has Andrew Booth as their best fit for the Colts. And that's another player who I'm kind of surprised didn't end up going in the first round. I could have sworn that he would be one of the first cornerbacks off the board.
I kind of like that for them.
When me and Matt did a lot of our mocks, I'm almost positive he was always.
Oh no, Colts traded to the Vikings. Okay,
yeah, so that's what. Yeah, the Vikings are on the clock now, so that's. I don't know who they're coming up to take, but they just made a trade.
Sorry, I have to correct myself. I had Pickens at 5. I'm sorry. Okay. I went back and looked. I'm also with you, Matt. We probably got the same top 5. I bet.
Yeah. So mine was Garrett Wilson, Drake London, Treylon Burks, Jameson Williams, and George Pickens.
Okay, I got Burks, Wilson, Jameson, London, and then Pickens.
Call me a novice on this, but when a team trades up and they take the person who is on the clock, the clock doesn't reset to 10 minutes, right?
Yes, it does.
It does? Okay, well, ESPN is not doing that then.
It's only a 7-minute clock.
Yeah, and the pick's already in. The minute, according to I'm watching on NFL Network, the pick's in for them. It shows the Vikings have already put their pick in. So
okay, I'm on ESPN because Sling TV is super behind and very limited for what they have. So
I'm on Peacock.
I didn't even know Peacock was doing draft coverage.
Yeah.
Well, they have channels. They have channels and stuff.
Oh.
Let's all complain about our different streaming services.
I mean, I love YouTube TV. I'm watching on NFL Network, but I think all those are going to be behind. I mean, we know that every year, even beforehand. It always seems like someone gets the pick on Twitter at some point and they just release it. So, I've seen all of them on Twitter. I'm watching on the bottom of my phone and Twitter's scrolling up the top. I'm just watching everything go.
Yeah, no, I've just turned off Twitter. I want to have fun.
Yeah,
same.
Let's see. I mentioned Andrew Booth to to the Colts just now. But like, the Vikings also need help with DBs because clearly they've already taken scene. So why not go ahead and get somebody for the outside, get Andrew Booth?
Yeah, I think they need help everywhere. But I'm with you. I think Mccreary is the pick here.
All right, so the trade was Minnesota gets the 42nd and a 4th-round pick 122. The Colts get the 53rd pick, so falling back 11 spots. They also get a 3rd-round pick, the 77th, and a 6th-round pick, 192. So that was the trade.
Okay, that's not too terrible for the Colts.
All right, I officially saw the pick, so that's cool.
I got to catch back up now. I got to go live. I paused it so I could make sure I caught the draft's compensation there. And Shane said that Ritter doesn't look happy sitting on the couch. I wouldn't be either. Is he at the draft? I don't know if he is or isn't, but
if he's on his couch,
he looked like he was at home.
Do we think any of the QBs get the Drake Fromm treatment?
Well, I know Matt Corral's
where people were talking about them as like a 2nd, 3rd round pick, and then suddenly they fall to like the 5th.
I mean, at this point, I don't know where the run stops. I feel like someone's gonna have to trade up to get one of them. I don't know any of these next couple teams. Who's next? I mean, the Giants,
Vikings,
I guess, could
Giants.
get one. Cleveland doesn't need one. Baltimore doesn't need one. Then you get Detroit, Washington. So maybe we see 3 in the next couple picks. But all right, so the Vikings are making their selection now.
Vikings go Malik Willis, just to mess with all of us.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't hate it. They can get out of Kirk Cousins' contract in a year. So
Kirk Cousins a good quarterback. You better watch your mouth, man.
he is. You know, I'm on the QB train. I'm just saying they can get out of his contract in a
Are
year.
you guys not ready for the Kellen Mond experience?
No.
Based on what Mike Zimmer said last year, I don't think there is ever.
No, I know. Remember that was a thing for like a minute where everybody's like, "Oh my God, Kellen Mond's gonna push Kirk Cousins for starting time this year."
Gosh, no, dude, I can't.
Zimmer's lack of faith in Mond was the sole reason he was fired. Didn't you read that?
Oh yeah.
I love that that Kyle Shanahan wanted Mac Jones, not Trey Lance. People forget about that, but I did not. I did not forget.
Okay, so I know who the pick is now.
All right.
It's someone the Browns wanted. I'm seeing Browns people not very happy that the Vikings traded up to get him. So it's a good pick.
Yeah, speaking of that too, for the Patriots, when they showed their pick, you could tell they were talking, and I was like, "Oh man, it was obvious they wanted Lyndon Ball. They thought he was going to fall."
All right. I guess I'm the last one to learn.
No, they haven't announced it yet. The guy, whoever's talking, who apparently was a first-round pick for the Vikings 30 years ago, is still talking about how he was a first-round pick for the Vikings 30 years ago. So, yeah, he's still talking.
He's got a nice suit. I'll give him that. Like, he looks fly.
Oh man, his back is very straight. He's walking like he went airborne for the Army. Lost his back.
PJ,
I'm with you, man. Just announce the pick.
So, like, I feel bad whenever they do like a charity thing up there and they're like trying to promote a charity because, like, sometimes I'm just like, y'all, like, it's 11 o'clock at night. Just announce the pick, please. Good Lord, this. Listen, man, you're doing the trash talk thing, but like you're the Vikings, you don't have that much to go back on.
Maybe this guy being their
well, there you go. A lady literally just came up
back.
on stage and told him to read the card. So they're really trying to get him to make the pick now.
That's too funny.
That's hilarious. I'm now watching the whole thing so I can see this lady talk to him. I'm behind everybody.
I'm behind as well. I haven't seen the lady come up yet.
The same group of dudes
there she
going
goes.
for the camera.
So he just made it on
yep, there it is.
TV, so okay, yeah. Good pick.
I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet for the lady. Well, you guys can talk. I'm not gonna pay attention to that.
It's
a good pick.
It's a good pick.
No, I saw the pick on Twitter. I just want to see this lady interrupt his ass.
See, I mean, I like it for the Vikings. Continue to rebuild. I was actually hoping now with Cleveland almost up that Cleveland would get him, pair him with Denzel Ward, and have with Grant Delpit back there as well. Like that'd have been great. But
yeah, again, I remember seeing some Vikings kind of complaining last night. They were just like, "Wait a minute, Andrew Booth is still on the board, and we could have picked we had our pick of the cornerbacks that were left, and we went with a safety instead of a cornerback." I figured they were going to come up here and grab a cornerback.
This dude is still talking on my screen.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he keeps talking to that lady, walks over, and is like, "You need to make," and then he gets upset too when she tells him you need to make the pick.
I hope it's a fan. I know it's not, but I hope a fan went up there.
No, it's definitely not a fan. She's got the
Yeah,
mic
she had
and
like
everything.
the ran up with the books, had a headset on. She was like
Yeah.
tapping the cards. So,
She lost a quick game of Rochambeau
Yeah.
to see who had to go on stage.
He's still talking on my screen. He just said, "Go Goats." There she is.
Oh my god, dude! He's
Ah,
just
she
go
pointed
goats.
to it.
Yeah, oh yeah. Wait, he gets mad too. Just watch. He's like, I'm not going to announce the pick. The Giants are making their selection now as well.
Oh yeah, he did
All
get
right.
mad. He looked back at her.
All right, so Giants going cornerback here.
I mean, it would make sense.
I hope no wide receivers go here. We saw what they
the?
did. Oh no!
Matt,
Giants
stop.
should be
Matt,
taking-
you're-
Oh,
This is
whoa.
a bad pick.
Whoa.
Okay,
I'll go on my phone. I'm going on my
Oh,
phone.
sorry.
Oh, I don't even see it on my
I think
phone
we're
yet.
picking up the pace now a little bit finally, but like,
Wow.
wow, you went.
We can't even say it. And like, I feel like if I say
Oh
anything,
my
you start.
God.
Okay. Like, if anybody, Mike would be happy about this pick.
Oh
I
my
don't know
God.
about that.
Oh my god!
Wandale
Darius Stoney
Robinson.
last year. Okay, I like Wandale, but like Skye Moore and Pickens are still on the board. Am I crazy?
Fuck, bro.
No, they still
Oh,
are.
there's
Yeah,
tons
you
of
didn't
people
miss
on the
that.
board.
Oh my god!
Oh
Also,
my god.
Edna Beast Mode just said the Seahawks are donkeys.
Well,
I,
remember what we said about the Giants?
At least they can trade
in
Tony
the
now,
draft.
I was on.
Nanu
So
was
I was on Dr. Roto last night, and I made some good calls. They're like, "Oh, who do you want the Patriots pick?" And I was like, I just feel like Trent McDuffie's going to fall to 21, and that's what I want us to take, which he did. I called that right. And then I was like, they're like, "Oh, they're talking about, oh, I'm a Steelers fan, but we can be cool." And I'm like, "We can be, but if you're a Giants fan, I hope you make the worst pick. I hope you pick Kadarius Toney every single time you got, every chance you
Well,
get."
They listen to you. Wow.
They just want him.
After such a good draft yesterday, following up with that.
The Giants are doing Giants things again. So this proves that what they did yesterday was an accident, then, right?
Yeah, it was just clearly they knew. They're like, well, there's no way that like Kayvon Thibodeau should have fallen this far. So I guess we'll just take him. Like I can. Wow. I mean,
Dude,
Mike,
I
you're
feel
the
bad.
Kentucky
Oh.
guy. Like,
Yeah, I'm a Kentucky guy.
give us some upside on this pick.
Okay, I'll speak positively about it. He was consistently productive for Kentucky. I mean, Will Levis is a brand new quarterback. We're not a team known for developing wide receivers. I mean, he transferred in, but to have a receiver go for over 1,000 yards for Kentucky, I can't remember the last time that happened. It might have been Randall Cobb. So that's really encouraging. He clearly won against SEC corners on a regular basis. It's just, yeah, I don't know. What he did at his size and his athletics was top tier.
Browns on the clock. Matt, have your people do the smart thing and have them take Nakobe Dean, please.
I mean, I would like it. We definitely need linebacker help.
They traded the pick.
And
They
that
just
makes sense too.
fucking, of course,
they
they
traded it.
Texans.
Okay, so what I was gonna say though was that makes sense because they traded Mac Wilson to the Patriots, and so they do have a little spot opening there. And so also, yeah, Matt. Speaking of Mac Wilson, as a Cleveland fan, do you think that was a good trade for the Patriots? Like, do you think?
Yeah,
that was a good trade?
for them to get Mac Jones.
No, Mac
Mac
Wilson.
Wilson.
Mac Wilson.
I
Yeah.
like Mac Wilson. I do think that he could fit well in what the Patriots do, and that he'll be fine. So yeah, I like it. I did not think Mac Wilson was as bad as people gave him crap for in Cleveland.
Cool. That's awesome. I'm just
Once
excited
again,
about the page.
Shout out to my friend Mitch. He just said this entire draft has just been a kick in the nuts for fantasy types.
It has. I made that deal the other day for with DK because my team's not ready to compete, and I don't know about the Seattle quarterback room. And I was like, well, I might as well flip it and just.
So are we
Take one
gonna
of my
cry
favorite
now
ones.
when Skye Moore goes to the Texans?
No, I'd like that. I mean,
I would-
Skye Moore, Brandon Cooks. I think that'd be a good fit. I mean, Mike was just telling you how Davis Mills. I still don't think I realistically think with the way they're building, they clearly want Davis Mills to be the guy. So I don't think
Yeah.
it'd be a bad pick at all.
Absolutely. And like this draft wasn't good for quarterbacks. So I'm just playing devil's advocate here that if Davis Mills was like meh, then they still look at this quarterback class and was like, yeah, hey, we'll deal with Matt for another year and then figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I wanted the Falcons to treat this. I'm down with working with Marcus Mariota for a year and then getting our QB of the future next year.
Oh,
All right, so the Browns
Colts got a lot.
got picked. The Browns got picked 68, 108, and 124.
They traded back a lot.
Yeah.
Did you ever read off the Vikings Colts?
Oh no, sorry, the Texans. Yeah, Texans moved up to 44 from 68. So yeah.
Okay. Interesting. How many picks did Cleveland get out of it? They got 3 picks.
Yeah, it just went. Just deleted or not deleted. I moved on from the tweet. It was 68, 108, and 124.
I thought the Colts got a really good deal too there on their trade with the Vikings.
Oh yeah. ESPN's completely given up on trying to keep up with these trades. I've not seen a graphic that has shown like the details of a trade in like pretty much all day today.
I love how they're always shooting the fountains here. These fountains are getting a lot of screen time.
Oh yeah. Oh
boy, how are you ahead of me?
I got ESPN.
Oh wow.
Is it Spiller?
No.
I guess.
But I actually think that's a good pick. He went a lot higher than I thought he was going to.
Yeah.
You got to be Khalil Shakir then. I know you're talking about my guy, Khalil Shakir.
Nope. It's a wide receiver, though.
No.
This actually is a bump for his value, I'd say.
I agree. I think it's a good landing spot. I like it. You put him opposite of Brandon
Oh,
Cooks.
my gosh.
Not a fan of John
Mike
Mechie.
is not happy.
All right, so tell us why you're not a fan of John Mechie, Mike.
And what's there to be a fan of?
I mean, he's a good wide receiver.
He's a good wide receiver.
He is fine. He's fine, but he just has like no ceiling, but like a high floor. Like he'll make a roster, but like, what's he really going to produce there? Like he'll never be wide receiver 1. He's going to be stuck in the wide receiver 2 or 3 role for his entire career because that's just who he is as a player.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only really wide receiver 1 left on the board though is George Pickens, and clearly because of whatever. Again, I'm assuming it's the off-field stuff.
Yeah.
He's fallen right now. So whoever gets him is going to
apparently
get
his interview stuff went terrible.
I'm with you, but I also think Skye Moore is like a dynamic slot. Like he can be.
I have Skye Moore at 8, so I do like Skye Moore. I'm with you. I am a little surprised that he's not gone off the board yet, but I mean, I don't know. I don't think Mechie's a bad pick here. I think.
No, I don't think Mechie's a bad
He's
pick.
a good wide receiver too, and that's what they need because Cooks is going to be their guy. So I think it's a good pick.
On Baltimore could well take a
wide receiver as well.
Yeah, I mean they just traded away Hollywood. They could use. I feel like him and Bateman would do a lot of the same thing though. Or at least I'm talking Pickens. I wouldn't mind them taking Skye Moore here. Actually, I would. I don't want to see Skye Moore go here because I like Skye Moore, and I don't think that offense has enough volume to support him, Bateman, and Mark Andrews.
I still got Bell ranked pretty high. I don't think he's going to second, but
so do I.
I'm just saying.
And it's right here. Let me see. I'm gonna pull mine up because I have
It's
very
just
high too.
It's just so frustrating to me that like. You know, we've watched David Bell for 3 years. We knew what type of player he was. He goes to the combine. Everyone's like, "Oh, hard face, his athletics." It's like that was never part of his game.
Nope.
So I had David Bell at 9. So I had him in my top 10. He was just ahead of Jahan Dotson. No, wait, that can't be right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm sorry, I had him at 8.
Okay, I had Skye at 6 and David Bell at 7.
That's be so awkward for Mel Kiper, who's just kind of sitting there staring at a camera. Like at least the other guys can kind of look around a little bit and like.
I wonder why he didn't go.
I think I heard somewhere that he didn't meet certain health requirements.
Yeah, I want to say the past couple of years that he's been dealing with some kind of health issues. I don't know what, but.
All right, pick us in for the Ravens. I'm sure we already knew that, but in case our audience of PJ apparently.
Oh no, there's more than PJ watching. I mean, he's the only one. He's the only one commenting, but we've got more than PJ watching.
Okay, cool.
Now I just don't know.
I can't see the numbers. Hey, if y'all listening, talk in the chat. I love hearing y'all's thoughts. Tell me how wrong I am. I love to hear.
If you think any of us are wrong on John Mechie or whoever, you can let us know.
Well, I got to move him up now because Mechie was my 14th ranked, so now I got to move him up. I'm not sure how far I'm going, but he's going up.
Come on. I'm so sad to see Nakobe falling like this.
Who did Wandell go to?
The
Dylan Lasser
Giants.
says, "What the crap are the Giants doing?" That's a great question. Again,
We don't know, Dylan. We were just talking about that as well. They absolutely smashed day one, and then to follow that up with Wandale is just confusing, to say the
again,
least.
I'll repeat myself here. I think it proves that yesterday was an accident.
I think that core can't stay healthy. You got Kenny G. I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm kind of ruining it now. But if you guys had to guess who's the most expensive wide receiver core in the NFL, would you
Giants.
guess it was the
Must be
Giants?
Giants.
Okay.
Because of Kenny Galladay's contract, I'm sure.
Yeah, and which is just insane for the production they get out of it.
Okay.
Really?
I'm happy for what this next pick is.
So am I. So am I.
But at the same time, I'm going to sound like such a homer here on this next one. But
Okay, so it's Dean.
No, it's not Dean.
God.
But
It's David Ajabo.
if
happy.
If you're worried about injury concern and everything like that, I still think Dean is a better prospect than Ojabo. So if you're willing to go for him, why are you not going for Dean? I don't understand this.
Maybe he's a better fit for the Ravens defense. I don't know. I
Maybe.
mean, I'm
Isn't he more of a pass rusher than Dean? That's when they always talked about him as in the
Fair
NFL
enough,
being
yeah.
an edge.
I mean, I'm happy for him.
I'm happy for him regardless.
Projected first round pick. I mean, unfortunately, he falls to 45, but still, that's pretty good capital. A year to sit in a good. I mean, I hate it for the Browns. I keep forgetting we don't have Baker Mayfield anymore, so I guess we'll be fine. We got Deshaun Watson, so yeah, I'm happy for David Ajabo.
Lions back on the board. Why does ESPN have a running back listed as a Lions need?
I don't know. That's been a running thing this entire offseason. Everybody wants them to bring in somebody to be with DeAndre or be better than DeAndre Swift. I don't understand why everybody hates DeAndre Swift so much. I think he's a very good running back.
If they're asking about depth and everything, I can kind of understand that. So grab a guy in the 5th round to throw in there. But no, that doesn't make much sense to me.
Okay, sorry.
Jamal Williams too, that they spent a lot of money on.
That's true. I forgot about Jamal. And then Jamar Jefferson as well.
Yep. Big fan of Jamar.
Don't forget about Craig Reynolds, my boy. The actual productive backup there.
Yeah, he did have a good couple of games. So the Lions are about to announce their pick.
I feel like the Lions have someone else too in the backfield.
I do want to give a special shout out here to Chris Moxley here. It's something I've been referencing a lot lately. He wrote an article a year ago. I'm trying to pull it up. Oh my gosh. Where he pretty much went back and just, traced all the wide receivers back. And he found that receivers drafted in the back half of the second round have had a higher rate of success than the front half. And it's not even close. It's twice as successful. So it makes me feel really good about it. It validates my opinions about George Pickens and Skye Moore.
All right, so Mike, you can tell us more about this pick right here. Josh Paschal, defensive end out of Kentucky, goes here to the Lions. Your thoughts?
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. So our last defensive end that went through the NFL was Josh Allen, the defensive tackle. But anyway, so I think Kentucky is a consistent producer for defensive talent and guys that actually play in the NFL, not guys that just make it and peter off the way Florida does their prospects, but they actually make guys that stick around. So I like this pick for them. I am curious, though, that I do remember last year they signed a defensive end to a pretty hefty contract. He was kind of a sleeper. I want to say he had a 3-year, $45 million deal. And now they just took 2 edges in this draft. So I'm a little curious what's going on behind the scenes with that one edge. It's the only guy they're actually paying on their roster on the defensive side.
I don't remember who they signed in free agency last year.
No. It wasn't a free agent. It was he was some background rookie pick, and he worked out. It's Okawaru. Okay. Okawaru, is that correct? Am I getting it right? It's OKWAR.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Okay, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. Man,
Washington's already put their pick in. Are we going to see
Levi Onsaruki?
Oh, they got Keegan Michael Key.
Yeah, to announce the pick. Yeah,
you
I saw
didn't
that.
tell me that. You're ruining
Well,
it,
I'm
man.
sorry. I was
We're
looking at
ruining
the
it. We didn't
pigeon.
tell you.
I'm putting out the earbuds. I'm listening to this.
So Washington's pick is in. I mean,
They got inside linebackers listed at their knees. Safety here, Brisker from Penn State still on the board, so he'd be interesting here. Cornerback is who are the cornerbacks that are still available right now?
are we legitimately not going to see a quarterback go till round 3?
Dude, that would make me laugh so hard, especially for all the Malik Willis hive that's been out there.
Well, I mean, the Saints are potentially in here. The Colts have another second round pick now. Maybe.
I mean, I thought
maybe you
Washington.
see them.
I thought.
Washington's-
Well, we're with Washington
Tampa-
right now, but
Tampa Bay's at the bottom of the round, so Atlanta's at the bottom of the round.
Tampa's got to take a quarterback. I think everyone. I speak for the whole company when I say Kyle Trask is not it.
I mean, I agree with you there. But well, that's the thing. So, like, if Washington doesn't take one here, unless someone trades up, you got New Orleans, Indy, maybe
I mean, Chicago's just going to bite the bullet and
Atlanta,
take one.
Tampa. So
40.
I guess there's technically 5 spots available here in the next couple picks that
it's-
quarterbacks could go, but
It's
But
hard.
they haven't
to
so
say.
far. That's the crazy thing.
I know.
Okay, Casey's
Are-
gonna scoop up Skye
is this-
Moore.
Is this one of those scenarios where it's like they'll let everybody else take the first shot and they'll happily take who's ever next? Like these guys are just all in the same tier for them?
I mean, maybe
Probably.
Because like your
I
next
don't-
tier here is Malik Willis, Sam Howell, Desmond Ritter, Matt Corral. Like if you're a team and you view all 4 of those guys as the same, like why not wait to see where like it's kind of like when you're waiting on tight end in a CFF draft sometimes where you're just like, alrighty. Or no, more like defense. When you're drafting defenses, like you wait for the first one to go off the board, and then you decide whether or not you're going to go up and grab one, or if you're just going to continue to wait.
I do feel like the reason that so many teams went ham on finding quarterbacks in free agency and trading for quarterbacks is probably for the reasons we're not seeing them go in the draft. Nobody sees them as nobody has confidence that these guys can be on the field for them in September.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I
fair. But I
do-
mean,
I-
jeez.
I do want to say this. I was doing it okay, so I did it. I did this thread. It was basing off mock draft trends from the big companies, and I would do them after the postseason for the 2 weeks after the postseason NCAA, and I did it for the 2 weeks after the Senior Bowl, and then I did them again in the block after the combine, just to see trends and see who goes where. I distinctively remember one mock draft that I couldn't throw them away. I wanted to throw away, but I was like, no, I'm skewing data then. I remember seeing one mock draft that had one quarterback go in the first, and the entire rest of them went in like the back of the third. And I was like, all right, well, these guys are fucking up the data set, but I got to put them in. I'm going to go back and look and find that mock draft now. I'm going to find who did that.
Well, towards the end, most people didn't have more than 2 quarterbacks going in the first round, but there were a lot of people that started shifting midway through that one went. But I think what's diverged the biggest is a lot of people thought teams would take the value in the second round and see who dropped to them where.
Well, I mean, I think what Jared said makes a good point. I mean, if you're sitting there now, like he said, if you have all 4 of those guys rated the same, why take one now? Like, just let them fall, and then you can trade up. It's not going to take as much now to trade up into the back end of the second. The Browns just traded their pick again. My goodness, or maybe that was an old draft. I don't know. I just saw a tweet about the Browns trading their pick.
I don't think they've come up again yet.
Okay.
Oh, the
Matt,
Browns must not have gotten back into the second round. Whatever they traded for is in the third round because I don't see them listed among the teams.
Yeah, I'm looking to see. It may have been just like an old tweet. Maybe it was someone else tweeting what I already saw for the Browns. The Browns pick. I was trying to see where that went. Oh well.
We're not there yet, but when the Patriots pick, nobody's saying anything. I'll mute myself and I'll just hop off the stream. But if you see it before I'm off, you don't say anything.
We won't.
I wanna
When did
be-
they pick it?
Oh, Washington definitely didn't go quarterback.
They did not.
I want to be
Darius
disappointed
Mathis,
in real time.
Darian Mathis. So, do you think Chicago takes a wide receiver since they're up here?
I mean, I hope so. Poor Justin Fields stuck out there with just Darnell Mooney. My goodness. I mean,
No, they went and got him Byron Pringle, and they got him Equanimeous St.
they're
Brown. I
Yeah,
don't know why you're
absolutely.
hating, man.
amazing. It's Darnell
Yeah.
Mooney and Cole Kmet, and that is it. Like, you know what? I'd love to see Skye Moore or George Pickens go here if they want to take one of them. Like,
Do you think
I
George
saw
Pickens is sliding down because of
the
the
off-field.
concerns about all the off-field? I mean, supposedly he had really bad interviews too, right?
Yeah.
That's
I just got a
reports.
I just got a text from one of my buddies that's real close to the Georgia program, and this is what he said: "What's happening with George Pickens is self-inflicted. What's happening with Kobe is utter BS."
Oh,
Kobe
No,
Dean.
Kobe Dean.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking.
You know, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Chicago took Dean. They have a history of having a strong middle linebacker, and I don't know who they have right now.
I mean, they got Roquan Smith
Bears,
out of Georgia
yeah,
as
that's
well.
Oh yeah, that's right.
The Bears
They
are
lost Khalil
legit
Mack,
about the
though.
timeout as well. They have like 20 seconds
Yeah.
left on the clock.
Oh, there it is. The pick's in.
Okay. I'm gonna say I saw it ticking down. It was like 21-20. I'm like, yeah, like that would be just the most Bears thing to do is they get to like their first pick in the draft and they time out.
What are these bullet points at that? What? Okay, let's mic over here. What
I
are
thought
these
the
bullet
Bears
points?
already picked
Did they?
once. Yeah, they
Oh,
picked
did they?
earlier in the round because I made the joke about them taking.
They took the
quarterback.
corner.
They took
Yeah, they
Kyler
took corner.
Gordon.
Oh yeah.
whatever.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's
the
hope they take
Kyler.
a receiver here. Well, because that's been my fear, right? Is a lot of the rumors coming out of Chicago now is that like they just want to tear everything down and completely rebuild, and I'm like, well, that fucking sucks for Justin Fields. Who,
Well, they did. They're projected to have like almost 150 million in cap space next offseason. So it is partially like they're playing for next year, but you still have to field the team, I would assume.
I mean, I guess so. I mean, you don't technically have to. They can just throw a bunch of guys out there if they really want that very first pick. Never had a QB throw for. Oh man, I missed it.
So I'll throw this out there because my guy is now willing to throw this out there about Nakobe Dean. Kobe Dean played with a partially torn labrum throughout most of last year. So that apparently is the thing that is keeping him from going off the board right now, in addition to his quote unquote undersizedness.
There's a good pick, but
It's
God,
a little impressive. He did that with a torn labrum. I feel like that's a bonus.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I don't think they should be worried. Like
Baker had a labrum. He couldn't do shit. So right.
that's not true.
All right.
He was just above crap. Just above crap.
All right.
So the Bears go defense again.
Bears.
Yeah, it's a good pick. It's a good pick.
Yeah,
I
they
wanted
they clearly saw, hey, our secondary really needed some help. So,
Yeah.
All right, Saints back on the board. Do they go quarterback here?
There's no way. There's no way. For those who are watching at home, although I feel like I'm going to spoil it for Mike, but he'll deal with it, is Jaquan Brisker. That's who the Bears go with. So it's a good pick.
I like it.
I promise I won't spoil the Patriots pick. That we will wait until you can
Yeah.
spoil that for everybody. But
And then
You know what's,
Matt, you're Broncos, so we won't spoil the Broncos.
Oh, I'm sure George Payton will already fuck that up, so I'm not really.
I don't think that, why would the Saints go quarterback here? It doesn't seem like anybody like they're.
Well, the Saints legitimately should not take a quarterback right now because they have like invested so much of their limited cap space in a quarterback. And if you went all in on Jameis and then backed him up with Andy Dalton, you did that because you think you can compete in a weaker NFC. You need to take players that can play. And that's the whole thing. Like I could see Indianapolis wanting to get a quarterback of the future, but they are almost going to have to wait till the third round to do that because they need to get some impact players to put around Matt Ryan because you went and spent a bunch of money on Matt Ryan.
So I feel like every time someone comes up on the board and they need a wide receiver, it's like, I hope they take Skye Moore, but I would really like Skye Moore to go to Indy because I think that would be a good fit.
I'm with you there. I agree. I really want the Bears to just bring up Jay Cutler to announce a pick. How do you think about that?
And if he was smoking a cigarette when he came up, like that smoking Jay.
Yeah.
So Case,
I
the
think
pick afterwards,
you're legit. First of all, whoever said the Chiefs are going to scoop up Skye Moore. I legitimately now think that's going to happen, and
That's
I'm so
what
sad
Mike
about it.
said, and it is very possible they pick
I'm so
next.
sad. I'm trying not to cry, but you might be right, Matt, that maybe none of these quarterbacks are going in the second round, because I'm looking, unless San Francisco wants to get another quarterback just to make things exciting.
There's
Atlanta's got a pick coming up.
but even
I'm
if
with
they
Jared
take
though.
one,
Atlanta should not be taking a quarterback. They need to do what Detroit did last year and
Build
build the roster.
But I mean, like, let's just even if Atlanta does here at the back end of the second, they've got, and nobody else takes one, they got their pick of the 4. Like, even if they take one, you still have 3 of those guys falling into the 3rd round, because I don't see why you trade. It's not like you get an extra year on the contract now. At this point, you're spending less money on these guys the further they fall. So why not just keep letting them? So I mean,
exactly.
Wow.
Like, you guys talk about the new 5th year rule, like talking about how it's guaranteed. You guys someone just talk about that.
What are you talking about?
Isn't there something new about the contracts for the 1st round now that
you have a 5th year option?
Yeah, you have the 5th year option. Yeah,
but
wasn't that
always? Yeah, it's always been there.
You still,
there's nothing changing with it.
No.
The labor deal for the NFL was a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
But yes, you get a 5th year option if you're in the 1st round.
What's also, well, I guess we're still in the 2nd round, so maybe we see. I forgot Walker went. I was about to say I was kind of surprised we've only seen Breece Hall go, but I forgot Walker went to Seattle. We just kind of like glanced over that earlier.
Well, and Buffalo was always a team. Buffalo was always a team I thought would potentially take a running back, possibly Arizona, down here. So
they're both coming up. Yeah,
Spiller could end up going somewhere at the bottom, or if they like one of the other guys more.
Mm-hmm. I also, just for everyone listening, which is like 5 people, I don't know, and for the Camera Scan guys, everyone knows Tyler Algier is my boy.
Yeah,
he is on the bottom of the screen, ranked as the 104th best player on the board, which makes him a 3rd round pick. I'm just saying, there's hope, and I'm here for it.
That is quite the.
If it makes you feel any better, because I know a lot of the other guys weren't in on him either. I have him as RB6, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Mike,
5,
can I
6.
tell you something that's going to break your heart? Because I'm looking at ESPN here. They have Tyler Algier as the 290th overall player.
Well, that's ESPN.
We
see what they do with their recruiting. So
yeah, ESPN with recruiting has Chaz Preston as a quarterback run at some point. I remember that.
You're right.
Yeah, for my first USC draft mid-season, I'm like looking at all the recruiting sites, and I got excited because it's like,
wait, are the Saints going to time? Okay, they just did.
Yeah,
the Saints were under a minute too. All these teams now, maybe they're legitimately torn about what to do.
I mean, that makes sense. Again, in Saints, like, you could be. Are you going to be the first one to grab a quarterback off the board?
Well,
and then have 5 quarterbacks on your roster and not really be able to field other positions?
Yeah, that's I didn't think about it until Matt said that with having Winston and Dalton. To me, I'm kind of with,
they still have Taysom Hill. They still have Ian Book. I mean,
I don't know why. I mean, they could release him. Yeah, I don't see why. I wouldn't grab one here at this point. Saints, just let him keep going.
The Saints war room looks like Allstate, commercial set right now. It just looks like they're behind the Allstate. Everyone's
and the thing about the Jameis Winston contract, they gave him up to 28, but they guaranteed 21 million of it over 2 years. So that feels like he's going to be your bridge for a couple of years, and then backing him up with, I'm pretty sure they gave Dalton like double digits.
Xavier and I are engaged in a little trash talk right now because, again, he said I can't wait. He would love to draft Nakobe Dean with the Broncos at the 64th pick.
Yeah, that would actually be great. Then they would have worked out for us.
But I said they're gonna pass on him. Just watch. He said no, we're not stupid. And he told me that we're out here drafting fake doctors because apparently Ebiketie, the defensive end for Penn State we drafted, he calls himself Dr. Arnold Ebiketie because he is a doctor of the pass rush.
Wow. Well, it's not that much different than Tony Kornheiser wearing his doctor's jacket. He's doctor of the spoken word or something. He got an honorary doctorate.
All right,
Hey.
Saints go cornerback.
No, safety.
Oh, really? Taylor's a
Alana
corner.
Taylor. It says safety, Tennessee.
On ESPN, he's listed as a corner, and he played corner in college.
Get off
Yeah,
ESPN.
ESPN's
no.
showing him as a safety.
No, I'm saying like the website. The website has cornerback. The site has, or the God, what is it called? The television has safety. He played corner in college.
Yeah, well,
All right.
this feels like a
Saints.
weird pick for the Saints.
Usually there's like one like bullshit wide receiver that slides into the second. I'm still waiting for that to happen.
Wandale Moore.
Oh,
Or
I feel
Wandale Robinson.
like Josh Palmer last year in the Wayne Eskridge. There was like 3 of them.
Josh
year.
Palmer.
Tutu
was
Atwell.
the third.
All those guys went in the second, I think.
Palmer was the third for sure. I think Eskridge was too.
Okay. No, I thought Eskridge was second. I'm pretty sure he was their first pick off the board.
Let's look. Is he still on their roster?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was injured all of last year. Yeah, I was actually listening to Seattle beat writer the other day on NFL radio on Sirius XM saying they think there's big things coming from him in the slot this year. So they still like him apparently. So they say.
Oh, you're right. Second round, 56th overall. But let me look. Josh Palmer, I'm pretty sure, was the third.
I mean, yeah, like Panthers continue to talk, or Panthers are still continuing in talks for Baker Mayfield. That just came across Twitter.
Josh
Okay.
Palmer was in the third, 77 overall.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Panthers and Baker talks are now continuing to heat up, is the actual report from NBC. So we'll see. They're going to get like a 6th round pick for him. Great job, Cleveland. Great job.
Again, I've said it once. I've said it again here, but again, imagine being like one of the people hyping up
look at the
Malik
trade.
Willis.
Patriots are on the block. No one say shit. I'm going. I'll see you later.
Wait,
What
what?
happened?
Who's what?
Oh,
Did the Patriots trade
traded.
in?
They did. The Patriots
They
just
moved.
traded. Okay.
Oh
so-
shoot, they moved up.
Oh man, I know he can't hear us. What if they go Skye Moore here? Will Mike lose his shit?
They need a wide receiver.
Oh,
I
does
know.
he have
That's
it
what I'm
muted?
saying.
I
Like,
missed
what if
that.
they go Skye Moore, George Pickens?
Well, they got Cole Strange. Maybe they'll take Sean Ryan so they can just lock down
Honestly,
that second-tier guard
Pickett-
market.
Pickens going to the Patriots, I wouldn't hate because it might keep him in line a little bit.
It's true. That's true.
Why is the Patriots draft room only one dude on the squad?
That's all that matters. It's just Bill Belichick. That's the only
No,
one.
it's not. Are you? You're not
It's not
seeing the
even Bill
draft room.
No,
It's not Bill
NFL,
Belichick.
NFL is showing like the NFL,
Oh.
their group on by the fountains and all that shit. I don't really love, dude. Mac Jones does not have the noodle arm. We can stop with that crap, and I think that Skye Moore would be an amazing fit for the Patriots. Look at what he was able to do for I don't even know the guys' names there, but they were great last
Jacoby
year,
Myers.
and he has nobody there to help him. Like I think,
What
them
if the
getting a good
Patriots
wide
are
receiver would
taking
help.
the Kobe Dean? Because that would be a Bill
Oh
Belichick.
god, that would
kind
just
of
be
play.
like the perfect fit for that defense.
I would
wouldn't
love
Bill
it.
Belichick would be.
I would love it. Like just
Maybe that's
I
why.
honestly don't. I don't even care who Jacoby Dean goes off the board to at this point. What
Well-
has happened to him already is a crime.
If it makes you feel any better, according to NFL Network, they're posting a bunch of people like Micah Parsons and other defensive players tweeting out why hasn't Jacoby Dean come off the board yet. The
Yeah,
Patriots get the 50th pick, the Chiefs get the 54th and 158th. So not, they only drop back 4 spots, so not a bad trade for either team. Yeah, they're showing on
Oh,
NFL Network.
Oh
Micah Parsons.
My
Oh god.
they
Is it
just
bad?
posted- Yes.
Oh god.
What did they do?
I don't
Oh,
know.
yeah,
I don't know who it is. Matt,
also,
that's
like,
reacting.
So
I don't know.
They're showing the
Look.
Patriots wide receivers last year. They had Myers, they had Bourne, they had Aguilar. Those are the 3 wide
And
receivers.
he's saying
last.
it's not Jacoby Myers slander. Jacoby Myers is not a 1. That's what I'm saying. Skye Moore could easily be a 1 in that offense. Like Myers is a good wide receiver 3, at best wide receiver 2 for that team. Like it's nothing against him. He's not a 1.
Eddie, come on. I need to know. I
I
need to know
sent
what
it
had
to you.
Matt laughing.
Bernie, I sent it to you.
Oh boy. Not you. I'm sorry. Oh fuck. I'm reacting to a college thing, not even the
Oh.
Grant Gunnell just answered the transfer portal.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, I just saw that.
Well, that clears all that up. Thank God.
Yep. You sent it to me on what? You text me?
No, I put it in our personal Twitter chat.
Oh, okay.
I didn't want anyone to see any. I should have texted.
Oh
you that.
my
I
god, that is such a bad pick.
Oh no.
we need
Oh,
Mike.
no.
Just turn on his audio.
Mike, come back.
No,
I
no, no,
need
no.
your live
I
reaction. I need your live reaction to this. Oh god.
PJ, yes, Gunnell did already transfer, but it was before the rules were set and
Yeah.
everything. So he technically still has the one-time transfer. He hasn't burned yet.
You know what's so sad too is Mike was the one that was just talking about these kind of things happen in the second round.
Oh no, is this a bad wide receiver pick?
It's a very bad wide receiver pick.
I need to see this. Oh my god, none of my stuff is refreshing.
Here,
No, it's all good. It's all good. I like us each learning one by one.
Hang on. Hey, I think he's coming back, so don't say anything.
Wait, hold on. Here we go. I'm about to learn it.
We won't say anything, Mike. We won't say anything. We all know who it is. We won't say anything. I
don't
need
know
your
what it
live
is.
reaction.
I still haven't seen it.
All right,
Okay.
I'm gonna sit up for this too.
I promise, don't say anything. I know who it is. So we'll talk Grant Gunnell. I mean, I'm upset. I was really hoping he'd work out at Memphis. I'm a big fan of him. I don't know where he goes at this point. Like, I don't really see a good landing spot. I thought Memphis was going to be a great spot for him. So,
All right. They're taking their time announcing this for me.
and for Mike.
Oh, you seen it yet either, Jared?
Yeah, I haven't learned what it is yet, and I'm probably gonna.
Oh, so you don't know either.
I don't know either. Those two over there know.
I know.
They know.
And I
I'm
need
gonna
your
flip to a
live
different tab. I'm
And I
flipping to a
need
different
your
tab.
live
I don't wanna
reaction.
see your rea- I don't wanna
That's
see
why I
your
need you
reaction.
here. They announced
Whoa!
You're supposed to not. You're not supposed to say anything,
Whoa.
Jared. We need Mike's
Sorry.
reaction.
It's okay. I got two different tabs, so
Okay. It's just the
That's all I'll
waiting
say as
game
well.
now. How far behind was Mike from us?
they're walking up to the podium right now.
Oh, you're
I'd say-
way
Oh,
behind.
you're way
Yeah, you're
behind.
way behind. It takes that.
All right,
dude
we'll
like
keep
a
talking.
minute.
We'll keep talking Greg now.
Why didn't
again,
he-
I'm just
Sorry.
happy. I'm happy
Yep.
that Seth Hennigan is now the clear starter.
Yeah,
What
I
were you
mean,
saying,
I'm-
Mike? Sorry.
I'm glad that they clearly like. I like that Dave Aranda did that at Baylor as well. Like they just announced it. It's none of this like, hey, we don't want to lose guy to the portal. Give these guys a chance. So clearly, Ryan Silverfield at least told them or was like, hey, it's probably going to be Hennigan to give Gunnell a chance to move it. So I do like that fact. But yeah, I don't see a great fit for him at this point, which sucks because I do like him.
Why did like Michael Key, probably the best guy to come up on stage, not talk about anything? Everyone else just
Because he
Right.
knows that the people just want to hear the draft picks. That's why I appreciate
I,
Michael Key.
I
he's
would
the
say I
one
appreciate
guy
him just
that I
getting
want to
it.
hear. He's the one guy I want to hear talk. Everybody else can just make a witch can take us
Oh
out.
no! Don't look at the Slack channel. They're talking about it, Mike. Avoid the
I'm not
Slack
looking
channel.
at it. I'm
Okay.
just what happened.
Oh my God, they're blowing it up right now. Good Lord.
Everybody, they're blowing up the Discord as well.
Be quiet.
Oh my God.
Be quiet. Here it comes. They're booing him. Come on, kid. You don't have a lot of time. Oh my God. Oh my God.
So, Mike, how are we feeling about passing up on Skye Moore, George Pickens for Tyquan Thornton?
I really thought I saw PJ say something in the comments. I was like, fuck PJ for ruining it. And then I really thought it was going to be George Pickens. I don't know why. I just thought it was going to be George Pickens. But once PJ ruined it, I was like, all right, it's a pass catcher. And then I was like,
I mean, he's probably going to be a great
Oh.
special teams guy, right? So that matters to Bill.
our
Like he's trying
special
to help
teams
you
does
out.
matter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
special
Get it
teams
down here.
matters.
I mean,
So.
Matthew
And he comes
Slade's
from
getting
Baylor,
older.
so you know
Is
he's
that
gonna have.
supposed to be a route? I'm
Yeah,
watching
Matt-
highlights. How's that supposed to be a route?
Matt
That
Slater
was the
can't play
weakest-
forever. So
That was the weakest stop and go I've ever seen even stop.
Oh,
that was rough.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
Tyquan
because
Thornton is the worst pick since Cole Strange.
But hey,
Cole Strange was a fine pick. I really think Cole Strange was a fine pick. I'm not off
the good news is, Mike, the good news is it just saves Skye Moore, hopefully, for the Chiefs later, right? So, like, that's the one shining light through all of this that you can hold on.
Who's that a shining light for?
The Patriots historically have like
That's
had
very
like
true.
decent quarterbacks, and then they want to like not give them premium talent, and it's just like, help my quarterback out, help him out, someone help that man.
But even when they spend money, they don't like. I still don't understand why you gave Jonnu Smith $50 million a year for him to sit on the bench. But if they're handing that out, I'm available.
Even Devontae Parker, we got Devontae Parker at home. His name is N'Keal Harry. Like, I don't. Just get this guy a separator. He's accurate enough. He's smart.
Well,
the
hey.
O-line gives him enough time.
Okay.
According to
Separated.
PJ, Jacoby Myers is good enough because I thought that they were
No,
supposed they
not-
should have grabbed. I agree
Not
with you.
according to that Bills game. They got no separation that game.
That's all right. If it makes you feel better, Mike, in 13 picks, I'll be in the same place you are when Denver rolls up on.
Hey, Malik Willis is still there for the Falcons' second-round pick here, so like
I know. I was really hoping we were going to get Colin on before they get to that because he's obviously a big Falcons fan as well. But he's going to be on in like 20 minutes. I don't think we'll make it that long. Maybe. We still got a
The
decent
other thing, I'll say this about Tyquan Thornton: he has moved from a late fourth-round rookie draft pick to a mid fourth round rookie draft pick with this pick.
Man, I think I have to move him up to like an early.
I actually think that's wrong. I think he went from a late fourth round draft pick to undraftable because he went to the Patriots because people are not going to like that landing spot.
Oh no, not at all. I do know. I'm seeing on Twitter who the Steelers took, and it's going to provide us something to talk about.
Wait,
I'll say
what?
that.
Wait, the Eagles
The
pick
Steelers-
hasn't even
Eagles
gone.
are on the clock, so we
Again, you know how Twitter is sometimes, and I had people blowing me up a little bit with it, so I had to.
Well, I had Twitter open. I closed it because I was trying to send our good friend. Oh no, Brandon!
Again,
what are
it's
you
one of
doing?
those per sources, so we don't know if this is like true, but like with Twitter somehow they always get the details ahead of time. So
yeah, I'll send in our good friend David some Elite 11 stuff because he'll be there. He's in the draft. He's at the draft right now in Vegas, and he's going to the Elite 11 on Sunday. And so I got an email about that stuff. So I was closed out of everything. So I was trying to make sure I replied back to him.
what if Eagles go? No, they got Kenneth Gainwell. They're not going to go James Cook.
No, yeah.
I
Yeah,
mean-
that's very true, Matt. I just saw that picture you just sent. I mean, I don't know what to think about these damn quarterbacks anymore.
What else?
I think
Well,
that Pittsburgh report, I just saw it. It's his sources are telling him if he's available, that's what they would do.
Well,
I saw that too.
Based on everything here, it sounds like
Well, the Eagles won't take that guy.
Yep.
Yeah, they're not gonna
I
take
just saw
him.
who they picked. So
Yeah,
It's
I
not-
see who
If the Eagles
pick.
draft a wide receiver, their
They're
fan
not.
base may
They're not.
actually have some questions. No, that's what
Yeah.
I said. They wouldn't.
Yeah, no,
well,
they did.
you
They did
never
it sooner.
know. I was talking to some Eagles fans the other day, and all they're saying is that Howie Roseman is like the worst drafter in the world, but he's a great trader, and that kind of showed yesterday as well. Like, dude knows how to make a trade. He got multiple first round picks for crappy quarterbacks. I mean, he's done a good job. What was it, Sam? Who was it? I can't get Darnold out of my head. Who was Sam Bradford? Sent Sam Bradford for the Vikings, got a first round pick, got first round picks for Carson Wentz. But I actually might believe that report now, Jared, because the pick's already in for Pittsburgh. They literally were on the clock.
I wouldn't hate the landing spot.
Well, I mean,
I would
they,
not hate the landing spot.
they do
I
need somebody
wouldn't-
because James Washington and Juju left.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate it, but I feel like him and Claypool together is not great. Because Austin Nace, big fan of the Steelers, talks about all the time that Chase Claypool has a lot of like off-field stuff going on. So I don't know that you want to see him there. I don't know where he goes though.
Based on what we've seen of Antonio Brown's career since he left Pittsburgh and Le'Veon Bell, it's pretty clear that the
That's
Steelers
true.
are really
Yeah,
good
I
at managing your off-field
Yeah.
bugoo and helping get the best out of you.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Tomlin
field.
is one of the best coaches in the NFL, in my opinion. So, yep, there it is, just announced. So,
Yes,
the Steelers
there it
take
is.
George
Pickens.
Okay,
and Claypool's the one handing it to
Yeah,
him.
that's what I said. Yeah, he's the one who announced it. Claypool's the one who announced it. So,
Oh Lord.
Well,
I
I
mean-
do want to say this. I
Yeah.
had Tyquan Thornton as my wide receiver 29.
So where does he
That-
move up to now? Does he change it off? Does draft capital help move him up from 29?
It does, and I haven't put that into my grading system, but I'm seeing
Well,
who's
you
he's right. He's behind Calvin Austin, Eric Meza, Kevin Austin, and Jahil Halai. Like that's where I have him in that tier of
Oh,
people.
man, you're low.
you
on
know what's
Calvin
really sad is you were the one that said some team always screws up and takes a garbage wide receiver.
That's
from-
us.
And then I saw the pick and I was like, "Oh, Mike."
Oh, so Pickens. I mean, you know Deontay's going to be likely in the slot most of the time. So now it's him and Claypool on the outside. I think it's a good fit for the future. I don't think he does much this year until Claypool's gone. I just think this signifies they're not going to re-sign Claypool.
Okay, so again, me being the Georgia guy here, the talent is never in question with George Pickens. If he is kept in line and he is out there, he's going to produce. It's hard not to throw the ball his way, and Georgia did a damn good job making sure they didn't. And so the big question for me is, again, his behavior. If Tomlin can't keep him in line, I don't know if there's anybody in the NFL that can.
Okay,
So
Tomlin
to
couldn't
me,
keep Juju and Chase Claypool in line.
If this is like they even kept AB in line for a couple of years. So if they can keep those guys in line, I think that this is the best case landing spot for Pickens. Colts go. Actually, do y'all know the pick already?
They're making it right now, but it's fine.
I'm on my phone, so I just saw it. So yeah,
Colts go Alec Pierce, wide receiver out of Cincinnati.
Not bad. I mean, they need a wide receiver too. This is kind of curious for Skye Moore. If he doesn't go to Kansas City, maybe he doesn't end up in the second round either, right? I mean,
Yeah, that's probably the case.
I liked him better than quite a few of these guys that pulled off the board.
Yeah, Kansas City again. Skye Moore's there. Kansas City again, like they've had, like, to me, like so many of these teams have had a chance to draft Nakobe Dean already. Like, so it's like I can't hold out hope for a team like Kansas City to draft him now because they think that they can get him here. But then again, they have been trading back quite a bit, so maybe.
Kansas City still has 2 picks left in the round. So, I mean, they could go here and then just see which wide receiver slides to them. Maybe they're not as worried about wide receiver as we think. Well, Chiefs pick is in, so.
I hate Alec Pierce too.
Maybe the Chiefs will just grab another running back just to make life more exciting.
I have to write these down. These draft picks.
All right, Chiefs pick is in. I like how they're showing Desmond Ridder like with the Chiefs pick. Like, yeah, they're totally gonna draft Ridder when they still got Patrick Mahomes as their starting QB.
Well, and he's not even old.
Yeah. Who is the Chiefs backup? Is it still Shane Buechele?
Yes.
No,
yes,
it's Chad Henne, I thought.
Oh, yeah, Chad Henne.
It's motherfucking Chad Henne.
Welcome
Mention
back,
the Chiefs backup quarterback and Matt Pierce.
No, odds. I mean, he miraculous win over the Cleveland Browns with him doing that stuff.
So what if the Cardinals go ahead and take another wide receiver?
I kind of think they need to, but not this early.
So apparently,
I mean,
there's rumors going around the NFL war rooms that Nakobe Dean has a torn pectoral, which is, according to my sources, the biggest of BS. So I hope Nakobe Dean finds out who spread this rumor about him and sues them for millions in damages, because holy crap.
Well, I'm pretty sure I just saw who KC picked. And if that's the case, awesome. Not 100% sure. I saw Jared Wackerly tweet. So it is that person? Is it the wide receiver?
Yeah.
So you can be happy now? Mike's day is not necessarily ruined?
Well,
so Skye Moore, unfortunately.
Good news for fantasy.
Yeah.
I like that fit. I like that landing spot.
Yeah, it's a great landing spot for everybody unless you're like a
Holy
Broncos
shit,
fan.
did you see the Cardinals?
No, they already picked. No, I haven't seen the
Yes.
Cardinals pick.
Yeah,
We gotta
I
put our
saw-
They
phones
go wide
down.
receiver.
Everyone turn off your phones.
Actually, no. I could see the Cardinals going Isaiah Spiller or something.
Nope.
Nope. All right.
All right, so what do we
my
think?
God.
I mean,
is it Tyler Algier?
Nope. It's not a running back.
So-
Trey McBride, we get our first tight end off the board.
Yes.
Is it really?
Ah.
Wow,
Yes.
they have
Zach
Zach Ertz
That they just signed to a 3-year contract.
for a shit ton of. Oh my god,
Yes.
Arizona does some dumb stuff.
Mm.
Skye Moore. So Skye Moore does come off the board here to Kansas City. I mean, Mike, where did you have him ranked again in your rankings, and what does this do for him with landing again? I don't want like a Clyde Edwards-Helaire situation all over again where we bump someone up too much just because they go to KC. This does seem like a great
Yes.
fit.
Yeah. I like him here a lot. So he's my wide receiver 6 here going into the night. He probably moves up to I'd rather him than Jahan and Chris Olave out the gate right away. So, and I probably want George Pickens because, like George Pickens' athletic profile a lot more than Skye Moore. I think he has a higher floor and actual wide receiver 1 profile. But it's a lot of competition on that roster too. All right, so I'm going to be debating in my draft between Skye Moore and George Pickens at wide receiver 5.
That's fair. Yeah, I have him at 9, so I would take him over Jahan Dotson, though. I did not love the landing spot for Dotson.
No, hated it. Terry McLaurin's already there. They don't even have a quarterback figured out.
I would say Washington's not giving us a great future at quarterback right now either. So
Yeah, I think they'll take somebody. Well, maybe not this year, but next year. I don't think Carson Wentz is the future there. So I just think him and McLaurin are too close in style that it made no sense to me at the time why they did it.
All right. Yep. Then there's Skye Moore.
Where did Alec Pierce just go? Minneapolis.
He went to the Colts.
Alec Pierce went to the Colts.
Alec Pierce went to the Colts.
Oh,
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah,
I'm big
bad.
on Alec Pierce. He's wide receiver 10 for me. I really like Alec Pierce.
He's my.
You definitely like that landing spot then.
I do.
He's 15 for me. He's 15. He's just a straight. He's a tight end that thinks he's a wide receiver. That's what he is.
But he's got Austin's all in on Skye Moore now here too. 102, he said.
Oh my gosh.
Don't do it again, Austin. We learned this lesson with Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
I think Austin's
So,
strong.
wide receivers I'm looking at that I'm higher on than most and still on the board is going to be David Bell and Khalil Shakir. So I would love, it won't happen, but I would love for David Bell to slide in here. And Khalil Shakir would be pretty cool too. I don't really think he will though, but you know.
All right, so we know Arizona's going Trey McBride. What does that do for Trey McBride? I mean, he was kind of the first tight end off the boards in any drafts anyways. I mean, I just don't like the landing spot. I really don't.
I think people are going to hate the fact that he's there with Zach Ertz.
I mean,
It's
would
not
you
even
take him
Ertz.
before the 3rd round of a rookie draft. at this point?
Ertz ahead of him on the depth chart alone. Then you have Hollywood Brown,
Max
DeAndre
Williams
Hopkins.
is still there.
I
Like,
would take him back of the second. I would. I'd take him back of the second. Because
I don't know.
I think
I'd wait-
D-Hop's
I'd-
on his way out, and I don't think Rondell's that special. I don't like the receiving weapons. They got a lot of big names, but I don't think they're. I'm not
But
into it.
okay, so Matt and I talked about this on the last show. Kyler Murray has never approached 4,000 yards as a passer. We think of them as a high volume pass offense, probably because they have a lot of attempts, but they're not putting up a lot of monster numbers. And prior to the arrival of Zach Ertz, other than a couple of big games for Dan Arnold and a couple of big games for Max Williams, who's also still on the roster, there was no evidence they really used a tight end.
wait a minute. When did Alec Pierce?
They comp Skye Moore to Antonio Brown.
Alec Pierce went right before Skye Moore.
Yeah, right.
Oh, I must have missed that. I was going to help my son. So
Yep.
okay, cool.
He went 53, I think.
You putting the kids down?
Yeah, always.
Yeah, no, I don't love this for Trey McBride. I would have liked it better if he landed somewhere that clearly didn't already have a tight end one.
Hey, there he is.
Yep.
But-
Hey, we got Colin on here before the Falcons. Let's go.
Yes, finally. The reason why I'm here, Colin, is because I thought you were coming.
I mean,
So far,
I
we have
appreciate
more-
that. That's-
So far,
So
we
you
have
got
more
any
tight ends
thoughts?
in
I
this
don't
round than
know.
quarterbacks.
I don't know how caught up you are with everything. Mike loves Tyquan Thornton to the Patriots. He could
Yeah.
not have been happier when that
They'll have the game-winning catch against
Speed,
Atlanta or something.
fastest. Whoa. uncalled for. Fastest wide receiver in the league now, apparently. Maybe. What did he run, like a 4.2?
4.28.
4.28
4.28.
up there.
That's right.
That's what
4.22 was the
Field
original.
Yates said anyway.
I'll ask you guys this real quick. PJ's kind of putting this out there in the chat right now, but like, is there a tight end like besides McBride that if they went to a better landing spot that you would then start to consider over McBride?
Dolchik would be the only one.
Dolchich?
Yeah.
What about Jelani? His
No.
athleticism?
No, I watched his tape. The dude, I've never seen someone look goofier after the catch.
He's just an athlete. He can't actually play the tight end position.
Gotcha.
He's a converted quarterback too, I think, right?
Yes.
Believe so.
Which those do have some pretty good track records at tight end.
All right, so Dallas's pick is in. I've not seen who it is yet, so
I'm sure
They
it's
got
another
defensive
Tulsa
end,
lineman.
wide receiver, inside linebacker. Somebody take Nakobe Dean, please. I'll say this continuously. People are going to
The
be tired of me
Cowboys
saying it.
need to find another offensive lineman that led his team in holding penalties because they got to round out the set.
That could be very true. I mean, Tyler Smith's really going to help him out there.
Oh, God.
That guard from Central Michigan is still available.
Oh, yeah, Raymond?
Yep, that guy.
Or maybe they'll take a running back.
One of my earliest memories of the NFL draft was watching the Atlanta Falcons fan reaction when they picked like 2 guards in the first or something like that, like back to back.
Oh,
that
you mean
was,
when McGarry and Lindstrom?
They did need offensive line help, though.
Yeah,
We
did.
I remember
They still
went
needed
up to,
it after the draft, but they were trying.
All right, so it's not a
went
bad
over
pick.
to like Atlanta, and like everyone
Right.
was just so upset. No one was cheering.
I was happy. We needed the O-line help. I didn't know that,
McGarry would
McGarry
not be
would-
a good pick.
yeah.
And then we drafted Mayfield last year, and he busted too.
Didn't one of those guys get hurt
Jury's
like in
still
the
out.
first
We'll
preseason game? That was what happened. Like
That
one
was
of them,
McGarry.
You didn't even get him for. Well, they took a linebacker, not the
My
one you were
God.
looking for.
One of the
Not even Christian Harris.
I don't
they're
want to repeat
Okay,
myself
this
too
is
often about
interesting.
Kobe Dean.
You were talking about ESPN's positioning. So on the bottom line, they say Sam Williams is a linebacker, and on the screen they just flash he's a defensive end.
I mean, some of these guys are versatile in what position they can play and everything, but like the website says linebacker, TV says linebacker, so I feel like he mostly played linebacker.
It's my pick in the Campus to Canton or in the C2C draft.
Colin, we got our pick, and I pray to God we don't take a quarterback.
I'm fine with Sam Howell at this point. I like Sam Howell. It's middle of the second round. Why not?
It's the end of the second round. It's a good value.
End of the second round.
Yeah, I guess I am kind of coming around on it. Malik Willis still on the board, but like I'm with you.
What if you drop all the way to 58 and get Nakobe Dean? Are you going to be happy about that?
That would also be good.
I would adore that. Because also the Falcons are awful
Oh,
about
the Buccaneers
drafting
just
players.
traded in.
Oh Lord, who
Oh,
they
we traded
to?
in division? Oh,
No, they just traded in.
They traded
jumped
They jumped ahead of
Oh.
Atlanta to grab Nakobe Dean. Just watch. They just jumped Atlanta.
At this point, I wouldn't care. I just want Nakobe to get
They
drafted.
jumped Atlanta to get Sam Howell.
Kyle Trask stands everywhere. Just shed so many tears.
I mean, I was going to say Kyle Trask isn't it. He never was. But
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
all you need to know about how they feel about Kyle Trask is when Bruce Arians said he wanted to retire at the end of the season, but after Brady retired, he thought it would be unfair to saddle Bulls with a losing team.
That is what a slap in the face that was. They took him at the end of the second round too. Less running backs going off the second round than I thought.
I only thought Matt and I
Yeah.
were talking about this earlier. My guess was 5 to 6 through rounds 2 and 3 combined because running back last year we only had 4 go in the first 3 rounds with 2 running backs going in the first round.
Yeah. Yeah, because then it was what was it, Sermon, and I can't remember who the other was.
So
Javonte.
Javonte was second
Javonte, that's
round. Etienne and Harris were in the first, and then Trey Sermon went in the third.
End of the
What
third.
did the Patriots trade to get Tyquan? I didn't even ask that.
I didn't.
They gave up. They traded back in the second, is where Skye Moore's pick was, and they gave up a 4th round pick.
They could have gotten Taekwon in the 5th. Or the 6th.
They probably could have just stayed at 54 and got.
If we're being honest, they probably could have gotten Cole Strange in the 3rd. So like they're just, you know what? It's grab your guy season for the Patriots, and they're doing.
That's how we are. We will eat in the rounds 5, 6, and 7. So I'm excited for that.
You'd probably be saying the same thing if they were grabbing Cole Strange and Tyquan Thornton in rounds 5 through 7 and grabbing other players right now. So
absolutely.
Well, at least with Cole Strange, they traded back and then got him, so they got something else for their pick. You know,
they got a 4th and a 5th out of it.
Kenny Pickett. Oh, now they're talking about the quarterbacks, which is still insane to me.
Which stream are you guys watching, by the way?
I'm on ESPN with Sling.
I'm going through Peacock right now.
And I'm watching NFL Network on YouTube.
You'll learn very quickly, Colin, that we've had to react to this one by one.
It's a very the worst was we all knew Tyquan Thornton before Mike, and we were all not saying anything
for like 20 minutes.
Because he wanted to live react.
Matt, I am clipping that later. Like I'm gonna clip like you finding out. I'm gonna clip Matt finding. I'm gonna clip me finding out. Then I'm gonna clip Mike finding out. I'm gonna post that on Twitter. All right, Buccaneers pick is in. Legitimate. Travis Jones is still on the board. That's one I'm kind of surprised by. Best wide receiver left is Jalen Tolbert.
I'm still shook that these quarterbacks just keep falling.
That central guy, the Central Michigan tackle, just went off the board to the Bucs.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Colin, I was explaining this earlier. Like if you're a team and you have guys like Malik Willis, Sam Howell, Desmond Ridder, Matt Corral, even Carson Strong at this point, like if they're all right there in like the same tier, why not just let somebody else start the run? Like if you like, it's kind of like how
but then you would have to trade to move back up.
Yeah, but you're in the end of the second round now.
Yeah,
you can. Like, it doesn't cost as much to move up at this point.
I mean, everybody moving up now is giving up like 5th and 6th round picks. Like, why not? I think what Jared's saying, like, if you've got those 4 guys all rated together and you're Atlanta, why be the first to take one? If you think they're all graded in the same area, why not just wait? And if you see 2 or 3 go, okay, well, I'll give you my 5th round pick to move back up into the top of the 3rd. Because at this point, they're just getting cheaper for you. The money is not as expensive on the rookie contracts. Like, I mean, at this point, I'm fine letting them fall. I mean, if you've got all 4 guys within a certain amount of points of each other, it's just like, I'll just take the 4th out of the 4 whenever they get to me, and let's see what happens. If you think all of them are projects.
Literally, the
this
only
is
people
pick
trying
58, and Atlanta picks again at 74, so you probably are not going to see 4 quarterbacks go off in between.
No, yeah, I mean, who on here? You got Atlanta's pick is just now in, so maybe Minnesota, if they want to move on from Kirk in a year. Then after them, I mean, the next is the Giants and Tennessee, maybe.
Did the ESPN just switch to playoff basketball?
Did they really?
Yeah, I think so. Mine just went to NBA courtside.
God.
Yeah,
I paid money to put this stream
NFL
back
Network
up.
is where it's at.
Oh my God! Well, guess what? I'm yo ho, Pirates life for me. Here we go.
It's crazy to see this because like they're showing Daniel Jeremiah and I don't know who this other guy is. They're best players available, and like I know we don't want to keep talking about Nakobe Dean, but he's ranked in the top 20 for both of them, and that he's still on the board here.
These guys just look at them after the season. They never seen these prospects until the later.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's again. I was telling you guys earlier. There's a BS rumor going around about his health.
Oh, interesting.
PJ just asked when Detroit picks in the 3rd. Let me see.
They're not one of the first pick.
No, they actually are pretty far back. I'm looking.
Yeah.
They're not up at the top.
I'm just looking at the
they're
first
next. Couple. They're next. Oh, I'm not seeing them. Oh, wait.
Here's
They're
Atlanta's
pick
pick.
33 in the 3rd. Pick 97 overall. Looks like they're next.
Wow.
Okay.
So that might be too far back to get one of them.
The Patriots will trade back. They can have our pick. It's okay.
Now the Patriots have got to get. I'm sure Tyquan Thornton has a cousin out there that plays corner.
Interesting. So a linebacker and a different linebacker, not Nakobe Dean.
I'm still trying to get this stream back up.
I can
trying-
tell you guys who they picked if you'd like.
I'm currently trying to click through about 17 ads in order to just be able to turn down the volume on this pirate stream. So give me a
I'm
second.
going to be
PJ just-
honest.
Damn
Yeah,
it, PJ.
I don't know
Yeah,
much
I'm
about
blocking.
this guy, so I have no.
Oh,
It's Troy Anderson.
I've heard of him.
Yeah, like there's a lot of upside with him.
Now
I'm
I
not-
feel like Mike.
That's what you
Now
want
I
at this
feel like
point,
Mike.
right? Oh, I heard of him.
Mike's like,
What are we?
well,
We're
no,
in the 5th round,
I
right?
forgot. Who were we talking about? We were actually talking about like a well-known player earlier. And Mike's like,
Kyler Gordon.
Kyler Gordon,
Kyler
the
Gordon.
quarterback out of Washington. Mike's like, I don't know who that is. We're like,
had no idea that
what do you
was.
mean? And then now
I
I
looked him
kind
up.
of feel
And
that
he was
way.
actually at the draft.
Yeah, he was sitting at the draft. Yeah, I don't think Troy Anderson was at the draft.
Are
but
there
still.
any of the players that came to attend the draft in person that are still hanging out there?
Brown.
Matt
Jacoby
Brown,
Dean.
Matt
Brown,
Brown.
Oh, yeah.
Malik Willis, and Jacoby
Oh yeah,
Dean.
Matt Crowell.
And
Oh,
Malik
yeah.
Willis and
Matt Brown,
Jacoby Dean. I think those are the only three. I don't know if they're still there.
What
but
if,
they were
what
there
if they
day
don't
one.
go tonight?
Why did the NFL invite these guys?
So
Like-
that's the thing, like, because they were telling me that ESPN keeps flashing to Desmond Ritter. Like, why? Like, you guys were the ones who hyped these kids up as first-round picks. You
Mhm.
sold that to them, and now you continue shaming them. Like, the one thing I'll say about the NFL Network, they have not shown any of those guys at all. They're
Mhm.
only showing the people they're getting drafted. Like, why do you keep going in on Desmond Ritter? Why do you keep showing
Matt.
Malik Willis, Matt Corral?
I have been watching the NFL Network stream here for like
Yeah.
5 minutes, and I'm already enjoying it immensely more.
Yeah, it's 10 times.
than-
That's why I
than the
gave up on
ESPN one.
ESPN a long time ago. I just watch NFL Network if I'm not watching somebody else's stuff.
And wow, like what a concept! They're actually having a little chyron at the bottom showing like the picks that have been made already. Like, wow. Oh,
All right,
they
so
got
the
Joe
Vikings
Klatt
are
on here too.
announcing their pick.
Oh my gosh! Someone just called N'Kobe Dean the Jabril Cox of 2022.
He's gonna freaking kill it when somebody does finally pick him up.
All right, so not a bad
105
pick here for the Vikings. They grabbed the guard out of LSU, Ingram.
Oh, dude,
Okay,
what about that linebacker from Wisconsin? I wasn't on him.
Oh, Chanel, yeah, he's still on the board.
Isn't Christian Harris still on the board too?
Yes,
Christian
Alabama?
Harris is still on the board.
I'd be down for Chanel to the Patriots. I could forgive them.
Now, let's look at the draft rankings here and find a guy who's rated in the 6th round. 6th round linebackers, really quick. Find out who the Patriots are about to take. So
I'm on it already. Let's see what we. Chad Muma's still on the board. That's another one that I'm surprised he hasn't gone already.
Well,
We
a lot of
do
people
draft-
thought he'd be end of second, early third.
We do
So-
draft Wyoming, so he could come to us.
Is there a
right,
Rutgers
so-
player you can take?
Bo Melton. Bo Melton's the next pick. That's
There
who's
it
coming
is.
next.
Jesus.
Wait, Mike, how do you feel about Jake Hansen, a linebacker out of Illinois?
It's a name that sounds like a Patriot, so bring him on.
Patriot. So,
No,
Colin,
Nate Landman out of Colorado. There you go.
since you weren't here earlier, what are your thoughts on so far the only 2 running backs to be drafted, with Brees Hall going to the Jets and Kenneth Walker going to the Seahawks? How do you kind of see those two? They were my top 2 running backs coming into class. Mike, were they yours as well?
Sorry, say it again.
Was it
Walker
Brees
and-
Hall and Kenneth Walker your top 2, or who? I know
Yeah,
Brees Hall was your
absolutely.
top. Okay.
Yeah,
So
Brees
how
Hall
were
was
they
my
with you?
top, and he was far enough ahead of the others that I'm not going to change the landing spot. But I'll be honest, I don't really love the Jets as a landing spot. I just
Okay,
Jets
Mike,
gonna
Lay, tell us
Jets.
why. Because we all
I mean,
liked
Jets-
it, actually.
Jets gonna Jets. I mean, do we? No, I mean, what Mike McDaniel there runs a good offense, for the running game there. So I think that it's a solid landing spot. All kidding aside from the Jets, it's not probably where I would have preferred. I would have probably preferred a place like Seattle with Kenneth Walker. I really like that landing spot. I would have preferred a landing spot, maybe in Atlanta. I like Arthur Smith's running scheme, what he was able to do with Derrick Henry. Obviously different players, but, it bodes well for what he could do if he had some actual talent there, not the husk of Mike Davis and Cordell Patterson.
And really quick, the Bengals have now just traded there on the clock. They just traded with the Bills. Go ahead.
I do want to say this about Michael Carter. He saw 147 rush attempts and 55 targets his rookie year here on 14 games played, not started but played. I think that's a minimum threshold for Brees here at that point. So
yeah,
he's going to be an 1,000-yard rusher his first year. So
Yeah, like I said, I like the scheme there for him. McDaniel coming from the Kyle Shanahan tree is it's
LaFleur.
going to be a good
They have
rushing
Mike
system.
LaFleur as their offensive coordinator. Mike McDaniel is the head coach
Yeah.
in Miami.
Of Miami. Yeah.
Oh,
But
other
but
way.
they came from the
You
same
got
But
system.
from
Yeah,
the same
yeah,
tree,
yeah.
right? Yeah, I knew it was a San Francisco tree, but
look,
yeah. So
they're trying out kids on the street for the next Patriot pick.
Hey, no, it was the guy that escaped from the straitjacket to start the,
Yeah, exactly.
the draft. Bill was impressed.
You know what the funny thing is going to be like is we're going to be sitting here talking all this shit and like the Patriots going to be back in the playoffs again next year. They're still
they
going to
will.
be a good team. It's just man, what could have been.
I just wanted one pass catcher. If they can get like Khalil Shakir, I would like that a lot. That would fit. Or David Bell. Both those guys fit our scheme.
What about Dolchich?
They already have two
so they can have 3 tight ends.
Yeah, they've got what is I know Johnu who am I forgetting? Hunter Henry. Yeah.
Hunter Henry.
I would like, yeah, those are my top.
Actually, Mike, they could draft Jeremiah Hall from Oklahoma and get a fullback who can catch.
I think we need we have a fullback. His name is Jacob. But and we need a lot of defensive help. So now I'm not feeling great.
Nakobe Dean on the board.
Yeah.
Don't get me started, Colin. Don't get me started.
So I think it's fair. I think it's fair to say, unless someone outside of the 4 teams that are currently on the board to end the round come up, we're not going to see a quarterback.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, we're not.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
Dude, I've
Like,
said
I
it a
didn't
couple times,
like-
imagine being like somebody who's been touting Malik Willis as the 101 in rookie drafts for like the last couple of months.
So I was firmly on Malik Willis is not good.
Yes.
But for the people who were touting him, I'm sure they were going off of the assumption that he was going in the first round. Like that was the consensus on the mock. I hadn't seen a mock draft where he wasn't in the first round in months. So I do understand where that assumption was coming from. And
I think the issue with Malik, at least in my opinion, I know Mike, you and Jared actually talked about this a little bit on the after show of Debbie Debate one time. There were too many people, I think, giving him a pass because of his athleticism and what he can do with his legs, because we've seen that work for Lamar and Kyler and Josh Allen. And that was my biggest issue. Is like, we cannot keep comparing those guys to those 3. They're unicorns. Like Malik Willis is not those players. And people keep saying, oh, because of what he can do with his legs, he'll get time. He'll be allowed time to develop. And because of his legs, he can buy time in the pocket and make a play. But that's not everybody. It's only really worked for those 3 guys. Like Patrick Mahomes is not a runner. Aaron Rodgers is not a runner. They can. That's not who they are. And so I think that was and it goes, and I hate to hit, and none of us here are really big analytics people, so I don't really care because they can say what they want. I think that's the problem too, is you hear all these analytic people say, oh, well, Malik Willis hits these thresholds because all the rushing yards that he has, but that doesn't matter if you can't throw the ball. And that was my biggest issue with Malik Willis.
Yeah.
That, and he averaged like 130 yards and 2 interceptions per game against any defense that was ranked inside the top like 60. So anytime he played anybody that was even half decent, he was terrible. That was my biggest problem.
I'm glad the NFL is probably looking at Jalen Hurts as a failed experiment. That's what I'm kind of getting out of this too. Because if they wanted a Jalen Hurts type of player that's clearly not a franchise quarterback, they could have gotten that with Malik Willis. And so I'm glad that NFL GMs don't want to risk their job and go after Malik Willis.
At least not grabbing him in the second round.
I will say, though, I liked Sam Howell. Like, I think Sam Howell is a better quarterback than other guys that have gone in the first rounds in the past couple years. Daniel Jones, he's better than Josh Rosen. You know, he's better. Like, those guys failed, admittedly, but I mean, I think he's a better prospect than both of those guys. And at the price tag you're paying now.
I did say earlier to Matt, he was like, if you want a quarterback to go here, who was it? I was like, I think Sam Howell is the most moldable quarterback that's here.
So the thing with Howell too is he started for 3 years. He was successful for 3 years, you know, and he hit a lot of those thresholds that even like even those Bill Parcells outdated thresholds or whatever, I think he hit like 5 out of the 7. The only one was he wasn't a senior. And I think he started like 22 game or won like 21 or 22 games instead of 23, something along those lines. But he hits all of those old thresholds. So I don't know why the NFL doesn't like him.
My thing is, I don't know all of it. And I would, if you guys have time, go, I want to say it's on the Campus to Canton feed, maybe Debbie Debate. Find an interview that Felix Sharp does with Kyle Francis, who, in my opinion, I'm sure most people agree, at least in here who know who he is, one of the smartest college minds in the game. And I hate that he doesn't do as much now, but I get why. He said last year Sam Howell was not going to be a first-round draft pick because the NFL does not value the way Phil Longo runs his offense. He said that about why he saw De'Ami Brown that did not go that high. As I'm pretty sure it was after the draft. He's talked a lot about that. He said everybody he knows and talks to says that the NFL does not value Phil Longo's offense. And he said that Hal would not go high, and he's nailed that because I'm same thing. Hal was my second QB. He graded out just below Matt Corral for me.
So
that's
Josh Downs then?
No.
Yeah, that's what that sounds like.
I don't think you can because of how productive he's been, but I would not be surprised if he falls out of the first round next year. Would you, with his size, even as productive?
Well, you're not talking about him.
Well, I don't think he's a first round guy.
I mean, De'Ami Brown is like he went in the 4th. Daz Newsome went in the 6th.
So
if Josh Downs is falling to that range, like he's going way too high in C2C drafts right now. Then
I think Downs is Brandon Cooks, and Brandon Cooks was a mid first. I think Downs is a first round talent. I really do.
I think Downs could still go in the second round, especially if he's able to produce this year with May, who I'm assuming is going to get the job. I thought he looked better. So if he's able to produce with May too, I don't see how Downs falls. But my point is, like, Kyle's been right so far, so I don't know. Like, I could be dead wrong because I do think Josh Downs is a great wide receiver. He's top 6 or 7 in my wide receiver rankings in C2C. He's fairly high in my Debbie rankings as well. Like, I'm all in on him.
I'm going to have to reassess that, I think. After the Phil.
I like how.
So I do want to say this to Colin. So Colin, I do like a thread. I did one 2 weeks after the season. I did one 2 weeks after the Senior Bowl, and I did one 2 weeks after the Combine, showing like mock draft trends from the major companies and just to see where players are going. And there was one that had only one quarterback going in the first, and then all of them going in the third, and it skewed the data so much that I was like, I gotta delete this. And then I was like, I can't do that because it's part of the data set. But now once this is
now
done,
it's looking. Who was the quarterback that went? Do you? Yeah, I was just saying. You got to find that.
I want to say that it was Chad Reuter, Mike, is the mock that you're talking about because Ray Garvin does a lot of that stuff as well. And I want to say he talked about a mock that Chad Reuter did that it had 2 though. It had 2 quarterbacks going in the first, and then the rest of them did not go until the 3rd round. And there were a bunch of people telling him that was a stupid mock, and there's like no way that that's going to work out. And then so far, it's practically been right. I mean, I think in his it was Kenny Pickett and Malik Willis that went in the first. But yeah, it's been. I thought the 49ers showed who they picked. I'm just very curious to see where they go now at this point because it's the fall has been insane.
Mm-hmm. I like how San Francisco. I'm looking on ESPN's website. They have running back listed as one of San Francisco's needs after taking 2 running backs in last year's draft.
Yeah, but in their defense, one of them is pretty much worthless. So
yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Remember when everybody's on the Trey Sermon train?
That's actually hilarious. Did you see this tweet by the New York Jets? Yeah, hey, you know what? I like Trey Sermon. So no, it's not. They have 2 Michael Carters. They now have 2 Wilsons, and they have a Breece Hall and a Bryce Hall all on their roster. And it's just like a funny tweet they tweeted out about them trying to figure out who's actually who on their roster.
Okay, so I put here in my notes for that mock draft trend. It's from February 25th. And I put in my notes, Bleacher Report contributed to QB chaos. So Bleacher Report's mock draft.
This has been a very defensive heavy draft. And I honestly could see the same thing happening next year. I'm not as high on that 2023 class as a lot of other people are. I think it's just the running backs.
I
like some of those receivers.
So do I.
Jermaine Burt.
I'm not on Burton. Sorry, go ahead.
Jermaine Burton's going first round, guarantee it.
I'm with you.
Put it on the books right now.
Mhm.
Alabama wide receiver. He's
Okay,
going to be
mark
their
it
number
down.
one.
2 hours, 13 seconds, 35 seconds. Jermaine Burton, round one. Just
Drake
clipping it,
Jackson
just like the Kylan Hill one for Felix. Just I got to keep my notes where the dead bodies are at, so I know when to put it. Yeah, I saw that. The edge. Go ahead.
That was a Jake Jackson to San Francisco.
Did you also add to your notes that Tyler Algier is going to Miami end of the third?
Tyler Algier, Miami, third. Might happen.
The real Mike McDaniel.
Yeah.
They've already got like 6 running backs, so it fits in what that system likes to do. But I mean, okay, so even if you got Burton going one, excuse me, JSN, Boutte, if he bounces back.
Yeah.
I mean, we just talked about we don't know if Downs goes first, so that's 3 guys maybe.
Quentin Johnson.
Quentin Johnson has the profile that I think a lot of people are going to like.
He'll go first.
And then Jordan Addison is a Bolitnikoff, fast guy. I think he's going to have a down year, but Jahan Dotson just went in the first. Addison's a better player.
Yes, he is. That was the reach of the first round.
I'm a Penn State fan, and that was a horrible pick. Like, I like Jahan Dotson, but
I like how Mike's trying to throw off the biggest reach of the first round off of the Patriots.
I don't think Cole Strange was a bad pick. I really don't.
When you have NFL coaches and GMs saying they were looking at him as at the 100th pick in the draft, it's a tad bit of a reach at 33 or 32.
Who's got 7 rings?
It was at 29.
29.
Brady has 7 rings, right?
Yeah, Brady does.
Yeah,
Bill only has 6.
Guys, if what just happened, people are about to go crazy.
Brian Cook or Buffalo?
Or the Chiefs?
The Chiefs took Brian Cook.
I'm still watching ESPN.
Okay, well, ESPN just threw up a picture of James Cook.
No, Brian. That's why you don't watch.
I'm like, there's a glitch somewhere in here, but you just threw up a picture of James Cook, and I'm like, if he's going to the Chiefs, people are about to go nuts.
That's why you don't watch
Brian Cook.
Brian Cook, the safety out of Cincinnati.
I was trying to get the NFL stream working, but I had to use my parents' TV login, and it wasn't working.
Oh, gotcha.
What do you guys make of Spiller falling to the third? Like, it's guaranteed now.
I thought it was going to happen.
He could still go Bills here.
Is Denver going to take him here and just load up on running
Denver
backs?
paired with Melvin Gordon. Matt would be pissed. Look at his face right there. He's already, he's already not be happy.
Well, but to be fair, last year, in his infinite wisdom, George Patton spent $40 million in free agency on cornerbacks and then took Pat Surtain in the first round. And I'm not saying Pat Surtain was a bad pick. I'm just saying, what was your plan, friend?
Yeah, I mean, he could go to Buffalo here. I doubt he goes Denver, who has the last pick. Someone could trade up. I don't see the reason why. So, I mean, like it's. I always thought Spiller was going to fall. For me, it was Breece Hall, like Colin, big separator. I did have Walker and Spiller close, and that's just because I think Spiller is so good behind the line of scrimmage with his feet. I think he's got really good burst. He's obviously a good receiving back as well. But I thought he was going to be more of a third-round pick. I'm more interested to see if anybody else goes in the third because Jared just brought up James Cook. We've seen a lot of those rumors over the past couple weeks that Cook may jump up. Does this Amir White, Tyler Algier? I think it sounds like Rashad White of the NFL's down on him. But like, there's a lot of guys could be interesting. The Bears?
The Raiders didn't pick up Josh Jacobs' 5th-year option.
They didn't pick up anybody's option.
They declined
forget
everybody's.
Mike Mayock.
Yeah.
Look, you should be happy at the restraint that Josh McDaniels has shown because in his first stint as a head coach, those guys would all have been shipped out already, along with Derek Carr, probably the owner, the most loyal season ticket holders. They probably would burn the stadium trash cans.
They threw out the water boy too.
I mean, McDaniels probably was looking in to see if Kyle Orton would come out of retirement just to lead the Raiders for a season or two.
Jay Cutler?
No, he ditched Jay Cutler.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kyle would have been. It was Kyle.
He would have been impressed by Paxton Lynch's drive in the USFL and brought him back.
Yeah, something like that. No, we had an excellent offense. We had some weird things happen on defense. And they asked Mike Shanahan to fire his defensive coordinator, and he said no. So they fired Mike Shanahan, which there's a hole somewhere in the wall wherever I was living. And then they hired Josh McDaniels, and I thought he was the devil, and he came in and dismantled the offense for Patriot has-beens and ran the team into the ground. The only good thing about that is we ended up sucking so hard we got Von Miller. The only
Did you guys get him back?
What?
Did you guys get Von Miller back?
Now he went to
No,
Buffalo.
he went to Buffalo.
Sorry, he went to Buffalo. That's right.
We chose
Brain fart.
Randy Gregory.
Almost. He's like 1/8 of Von Miller.
No, I said we chose Randy Gregory. Not that Denver's on the.
Yeah, I'm trying to see who Buffalo picked. The pick's been in for like 2 minutes now.
They picked Malik Willis.
There's no way. Buffalo's a smart franchise. They're not the Patriots.
They need a running back, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
good point.
They could take Spiller.
I mean, I wouldn't hate it. I don't think Devin Singletary was bad at the end of the year, but I think it would kind of kill both their values. Though.
Zach Moss. Was that who was it that tweeted out today that he had the fastest time on NFL Next Gen stats? 24.4 miles per hour.
Let's stop trying to make fetch happen here. I know, Zach Moss is done in Buffalo.
Zach Moss was done in the NFL before he even started.
I mean, I agree with you. There's people who were pumping him up. I was not one of them.
Mm-hmm. I had my toes.
A lot of those takes have been deleted, I believe.
That's very true.
There's still some people that hold on to hope for Zach Moss, maybe until this pick is made.
First Raiders pick. Or actually, no.
Are you serious?
Uh-oh.
Oh, who is it?
James
Cook.
Oh.
James Cook. He's okay. So this is funny.
Maybe ESPN's graphics guy made a mistake because they know who's coming. Because they're
get
way
ready
behind.
for your new Clyde Edwards-Helaire right now. He is going to be pumped up way too high.
Nobody's taking him 101 though. Clyde Edwards-Helaire went 101.
How much you want to make a bet James Cook will be a first-round rookie pick because he's in an explosive offense?
Well, but Spiller in a lot of the mocks, Spiller was going in the first round too, just because the quarterback class sucks, and running back is usually such a position of need. It wouldn't be shocking to have 3 running backs go in the first round. Michael Carter was a first-round pick last year. Some people took Trey Sermon in the first round.
James Cook at 63. Oh, my God.
I'm happy, man.
I think I got COVID.
You know what they say? If you have 12 running backs, you have no running backs. Welcome to Buffalo.
I mean, it is what it is.
I
don't think it's a horrible pick, but I don't think he's going to be nearly as what people want him to be. So,
oh no, I'm excited that he's just in a good offense that's going to utilize him well. I don't think he was I don't play as an NFL dynasty or anything. Cook probably was never going to be a guy I was looking at, even though I'm a Georgia fan.
You had me with good offense. You lost me at utilize well, because what evidence have they provided that they know how to use a running back aside from the last 4 games of 2021?
Fair enough. Maybe they learned something.
I mean, Denver's pick is in.
I already know the Denver pick.
If it's not Nakobe Dean.
Hey, where did you guys have James Cook ranked? Because I had him at running back 20.
I don't have him that low. I think I have him in like the 12
running back
15
range. 20?
I had him low too. Here, I'll pull up where I had him. I don't think this is a bad pick, Matt. What do you think? Let me pull up my grading things here.
I haven't seen it yet.
I haven't seen it yet either.
James Cook should convert to wide receiver.
James Cook was running back 18 for me, Mike. So we were pretty close.
Do you guys think James Cook is the next Debo? You think you've seen that on Twitter?
No, but I'm sure people are saying that on Twitter. I have no doubt. That's the thing.
I'm going to look it up.
When we see these guys go to these offenses, they just get inflated. And I'm fine with that in rookie drafts in like my home league, because I'm fine with someone taking James Cook and I'll just take somebody better. I'll take Skye Moore is going to get inflated too. We got,
Skye Moore is going to get way inflated.
Supreme leader himself, Austin Nace, pumping him as 1.2 in this draft on Twitter, his drunk self. So
did he say that
tweet? Yeah, he said.
I did miss that tweet.
He goes, as soon as it happens, he's like, Skye Moore 102, I don't care, or some shit like that. I was like, are you drunk?
He's hammered.
Man. Oh, PJ.
I'll take George Pickens over him.
James Cook over Spiller. Are you saying I think PJ's saying they took James Cook over
Yeah,
Spillane.
yeah,
not that,
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
because I'm about to say, like, PJ, get out of here. You're drunk, too. Like, that's not happening.
PJ, you can hop on this stream. You don't have to chat the whole time.
So he could hop on here.
He hates the cameras. He's only here
Also,
for that.
Nick Benito
He-
to. Sorry, Matt.
No,
No,
you're
I saw it.
Oh, you saw it
It's
already?
on-
Yeah.
I want you guys to know that I did go back and find that mock draft from Bleacher, and the quarterback that they took. I'm gonna find it because I want to get the actual position. Was 17, and it was Desmond Ritter.
Okay.
I mean, he was getting a lot of first-round buzz. He really was.
Yeah, so that means everybody else dropped to the third.
Yikes. Yeah, I mean, that was another guy that I didn't understand the hype on him either.
How dare you, sir? I will legit kick you out of here. I don't care.
I can just get right back in. I could have let myself in when I came in, but I didn't want to be rude.
I don't know. I think Ritter, he's a game manager. That's always been my thing for him. And so there's a lot of coaches that want that. Like I'm not going to say he's anything better than that. I thought in my opinion, he was a round 2 quarterback. I'm surprised that he didn't go there. I did not believe in the round 1 hype. I would have loved it just because I've pumped him up, but
the only QB I had with a round 1 grade was Howell.
I didn't have any, to be fair, but
Corral and Willis were early seconds for me.
I had it Corral, Howell, Ritter, Willis, Pickett, Strong. And I don't regret having Pickett that low still, even though he went in the first round.
I had Kenny P was the only first round talent.
Okay, so apparently the Giants
Wow.
redeemed them.
Did you have all of them as third rounders?
I had no. I had at the top of the second. I had. Oh my god, the bird. I'm sorry. I had Corral and Willis, and then Howell was the back of the second.
I'm not gonna lie, this one got me funny. I know we're going back on this one, but Logan Booker is a Georgia media guy. He said, draft the national champion Butkus Award winner that would excite the living hell out of your fan base. Nah, let's draft this kid from Montana State who sent his tape on a VHS tape to Arthur Blank.
Did he actually though?
No, he
Probably.
did not.
Oh, that means
Do they have anything better than VHS in Montana?
They might be moving to satellite soon.
Like let's not like throw a whole. I mean, I know you and Austin are well known for pissing entire states.
You say an entire state? What's it like? 12 people in Montana?
No. So my friend,
there goes the Montana market. So
they hit 1 million population.
Oh, did we lose Montana market? That all 6 of them?
Yeah.
Does that 1 million count like the mountain goats and stuff too, or
no? And the cows outnumber them like 5-1, I think, or something like that.
Yeah.
So if the cows rise up, I don't think they're gonna make it.
Oh, even better. Troy Anderson, Colin, was a former quarterback.
There we go. We'll slap him at QB. We got a need there. I mean, Marcus Mariota is not going to be able to use Drake London at all.
Would you have liked to see them take somebody else besides Drake London? Like, would you rather Garrett Wilson there or Jameson?
Yeah, 1,000%.
Yeah,
1,000% would have rathered Wilson or Treylon Burks.
I said the same thing because I thought that him and Pitts have like a similar style, like similar usage too.
Similar style, similar usage, and Marcus Mariota is very much a conservative. I need to see this wide receiver wide open before I'm going to throw it to him. And the big knock on London is he's not a great separator within the routes. I mean, you can separate other ways. You know, he can separate using his body. He uses his body very well to shield the defenders.
But quick feet's not his thing. He's not separating with quick feet.
No, he's not. So Marcus he's going to get like 12 targets.
Mike, you can tell us a little bit about this next pick.
Yeah. It was Luke.
Is it Yusef Corker?
Luke Fortner, the center out of Kentucky. I disagree completely on Drake London, by the way. Like, he separates within route perfectly fine. And Marcus Mariota, I think you could argue, is a tad bit better than what Keaton Slovis was able to do for Drake London. And look at what Drake London was able to do. Like,
scheme.
We have not seen Mariota play a real game in 2 years.
Exactly. I understand that. But all he's got to do is throw it near Drake London, and Drake London will come down with it. And that's why it's a good fit for now. And I'm not going to worry about the future.
Jameis Winston, too, for his 5,000 yards, and now he's like the lowest passer for like on a per game basis last year.
No, I'm not worried. But that's not what I'm saying about Mariota. Like, I'm not thinking Mariota's going to be good, but you also know Mariota's not the future. They didn't bring him in to be the guy.
Mariota's
going to
be bad enough to get us
exactly
to get us
Not
like
a good
CJ
quarterback.
Stroud next year.
You're going to get CJ
Oh, okay.
Stroud or Bryce Young, and one of those guys throwing the ball to Drake London's going to be even better. Like, I think London's going to be one of the better wide receivers in this class. Like, I'm not worried about it. This year, maybe he doesn't have a massive season because of Mariota, but you guys know Mariota's not your future, so that part doesn't matter to me.
I don't
Who's a
hate
better
it quite as
team?
much as I
Who's
did
the better
yesterday.
team, the Falcons or the Saints?
Saints. As a Falcons fan, I hate
It's
to
not
admit that. but-
particularly close.
I disagree. I think it is close. I don't think the Saints are going to be as good as people give them credit for.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Like, Sean Payton's not there anymore. Why do we think Dennis Allen's going to be able to make this team a Super Bowl contender without Sean Payton? When Sean Payton didn't do it last
The
year.
Saints already had a far superior defense and were winning with essentially no offense last year. If they have Michael Thomas, Olave in there, that would be instantly a big upgrade over. I can't even remember who they had to start. Traquan Smith.
Got Callaway. Don't forget about Callaway.
Yeah,
Oh,
Callaway
Callaway.
and Drake.
Callaway hype there for a minute.
But how many times did Atlanta lose at like the back end of? It's been kind of the past 2 years, has it not? Where they've lost on like the last drives, or teams have come back and beat them. Like, their defense is improving.
Yeah, and Cordell Patterson somehow stays relevant there.
I don't think the Saints are going to be as good as
30-year-old
everybody gives them
breakout.
credit for. What?
Okay, so I'm gonna talk about Luke though. Luke Fortner.
Yeah,
go
talk
for
about
it.
Luke's a center from Kentucky. So a center from Kentucky got drafted last year. No, he was a UDFA, but he was the highest rated PFF center. And so I was confused about it. And he was on like maybe 5 different practice rosters. And I know one of them was the Patriots, and I know one of them was the Lions, and I know one was some California team. But I looked into it, and it had super short little T-Rex arms as a center. And I thought that was hilarious. And clearly that was why he fell down boards. But Kentucky makes consistent alignment, so I like this pick for them. He wasn't like really on my radar going here at all. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not really worried about our offensive line play though. Yeah, I like us. So
Are the Browns actually going to make this pick, or are they just going to trade
Who
back?
knows? They just love to secure draft capital for no reason. Brett, to answer your question, we can't talk about that because Mike gets very upset when we talk about Cole Strange and his pick there because he believes it was a good pick. But
I thought it was a reach. I just think it was as bad as a reach as you guys thought. I'm talking about like a 10 to 15 pick reach, not like a 30 pick reach.
it was
Again,
according
I just
according
let
to
Sean
Sean McVay, it was
speak
like
for us.
a couple rounds reach. Like
It was an
3
80
rounds.
pick reach.
He doesn't even
Sean
draft.
McVay has
He
a
just-
photographic memory, and he didn't even know who this dude
Yeah.
was.
Yes, he did.
No, he said they were
I was-
looking at him at pick
Oh, okay.
104.
Well, no, did you not? Yeah, did you not see the video of Sean McVay and Les Snead, Colin?
I did not know.
So there's a video that I guess they were like talking to the team, or they were doing like a live coverage thing when the pick happened of Cole Strange and the Patriots, and both of them go, "Wait, what?" And then McVay starts laughing. He's like, "We were looking to pick him at 104. I guess he's not going to be there anymore." And they're laughing at the pick. And then Mike's over here like, "It was a great pick. He's going to be something."
He just has to build that one up so we don't talk about
We
Taekwondo.
develop good linemen. We're consistent in that one category.
Yeah, and then Shaq Mason just leaves.
He wasn't good. He wasn't that good. He was an
But you
inflated
I
guy.
develop
thought you
good
developed
linemen.
good linemen.
Yeah.
He's always hurt. You can't use them if they're fucking always hurt.
Did anybody see who the Giants picked, by the way? Because I see the Browns.
they-
Joshua
Yeah,
is Edu.
A guard
Oh,
from North
North-
Carolina. He
North
couldn't
Carolina?
even protect
Okay.
The
Sam
Browns
Howell.
pick is in.
Yeah, I saw that.
So the NFL drafts the guy that couldn't protect Sam Howell over Sam Howell himself. Good job, y'all. We're
I'm
doing
telling
great.
you,
Hey,
man.
It's fine. Falcons at
Howell's on his
74. Let's do it.
Honestly,
Well,
at this point, yeah, screw it. I'll take
Let's
a
do
QB in the third round at this point. Like, I'll take Sam
Well,
Howell.
so that's the question.
Okay,
Do all
Full
four of
send.
them go now in the third round?
here you go. Here is somebody just actually tweeted the last 9 quarterbacks who were selected in the third round.
I know one was
Okay.
Dak.
Kellen Mond, Davis Mills,
My
Will
God.
Okay.
Greer, Mason Rudolph, Davis Webb, CJ Beathard, Garrett Grayson, Sean Mannion, and Mike Glennon.
That's
Who was
not the
Dak
worst
drafted?
hit rates I've ever seen.
Dak was drafted in the third.
I mean, Davis Mills is a starter,
No, I
right?
think Dak
Dak
was-
was the fourth, actually.
Oh,
Dak and
So that's still
Russell
2.
Wilson was
Yeah.
a third round
Mike
pick.
Glennon-
Russell Wilson was a third
Mike
as well.
Glennon's in the
Kirk
league
Cousins
still.
was a
Go ahead.
fourth round pick.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
PFF just tweeted some stuff out about Nakobe Dean, and they're saying that Nakobe Dean declined surgery on his shoulder.
Yeah, he declined surgery on his shoulder. It's a torn labrum. I told you guys about that earlier.
Yeah, but I didn't know he didn't decline surgery.
Yeah, he waited till after the season.
No, but he's still declining right now. Like, as it's not repaired. Like, they're not gonna.
You can repair
A torn labrum isn't like
rest.
required surgery.
Yeah, it's not like an ACL.
You get one free ACL nowadays too.
That's a good point. Everybody gets one.
Everyone gets one, except for Zamir White. We'll see what happens with that.
So the Browns are up and Tennessee's next. We thought
That's
Tennessee might take a quarterback in the second. What if they did it here?
Tannehill still has like 3 years, doesn't he? I know it's
No,
out.
I think they have an out.
Okay.
Panthers
they
are
take a
apparently
quarter-
looking to trade into the third round to get a quarterback.
Yeah, because now it's a good value for them.
What
Yeah, they're
happened
gonna take
to
Malik Willis.
Tannehill hasn't.
Sanders? What happened to Myjai Sanders, the edge from Cincinnati? I thought he was supposed to be good. Is he
I
not?
don't think they've done it. Tannehill, to answer your question, his contract expires after 2023, but there's an out after this year.
Yeah, they can get
There
out.
you go. They might want to.
They couldn't dump him this year because the dead cap would be $57.4 million. They're just keeping Matt in suspense. He's been waiting.
I mean, there's not a bad pick here. I don't think the Browns have that many holes in their offense or defense. To be honest with you, it's
According to ESPN,
the
they
team
have
is
not
going to
filled a
go
single one of
around
their needs.
whatever happens with Deshaun Watson moving forward. Unfortunately,
Completely agree, Brett. Howell is way better than everybody else on that list. And that includes Davis Mills, who don't think all that highly of.
He's a proven commodity. I'll tell you what.
Hey, you're looking at the guy who was defending Davis Mills last year against Austin on Campus Live. I thought Davis Mills was fine, but he's not Sam Howell. Sam Howell's a better
I'm good
prospect.
with it. I like it. Yeah, I mean, Austin refused to even grade Davis Mills last year because he thought he was so bad. So I remember that episode.
Yeah, and I was like, I don't know. I think he's like the 5th best quarterback in this class.
I do remember on the college side of things when Davis Mills declared for the draft, I went over to the CFB subreddit and looked at that thread, and the top comment was, "You mean future undrafted free agent, Davis Mills?" And then, well, the rest is history.
I mean, look, if you know, and I see why Mike likes Davis Mills as well, because isn't that like the Patriots regime? It's like Patriots 2.0 down there in Houston with everybody they brought over. So, you know, so far
And
they've been
they're
killing it.
entertaining. They're making moves. They definitely beat expectations last year, guys.
Hey, they've made better picks in the draft so far than the Patriots. Maybe they should have kept some of those guys in house instead of letting them go.
Wow, it's really up to us.
Yeah, that
So
may be true.
the next 6 picks we have in that group: Tennessee, Seattle, Indianapolis, and Atlanta. Do you think we get at least one quarterback off?
I think
Yeah,
someone's
there's
going to
gotta be
go
one.
just with the fact that what I was listening to them as they were getting ready to talk about the Browns pick, and they're saying like there's a lot of rumors now that Carolina's trying to trade back in to get their quarterback. So if they're trying to trade back in, I imagine we're going to see some quarterbacks start going now.
Well,
Yeah.
because at the end of the second, you were right. All it took was swapping second-round picks and adding a 6th. So if Carolina has a 4th, they'd probably do like a 4th and a 5th and get back in at this point.
They need to trade in front of Seattle. Do you agree with that? Or?
Well, if they want their choice, they probably need to draft a gut in front of Seattle. But if they just want one of them, they just need to probably get in. I mean, let's see what Tennessee does here. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility the Titans take Willis.
Yeah, I think that's very, very possible here.
Wow.
They could use.
Nope. Offensive line.
I was
Good
going to
pick,
say they
though.
could
there you
use
go.
offensive line.
I think it's a
Yeah.
good pick.
Oh
Nicholas
yeah,
Petit
I don't know how to
Frere.
say. Yeah, that's a nice pick right there.
So then, yeah, I mean, if they want their choice, they should probably try to get in front of Seattle. Indianapolis could well take a quarterback now, too, because they've taken a couple of other picks, taking one in the third.
Oh, James Roday?
Right. Yeah, James.
James Roday. Nice. I didn't know he was. Is he a Titans fan? I know he's a big fantasy guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, he said our Titans, so when he was at the podium. I fucking hate this stupid rate limit exceeded crap on Twitter. Like, it's driving me insane.
That has
What?
never happened to me,
Oh
but I
no,
also don't.
it's been happening to me all the time.
What
right
does
now.
it mean?
It's
It
like
means that, I
if you
guess-
refresh it, if you like
Yeah.
refresh your stuff too many times, Twitter's like, oh, you're taking too much data away from everybody else. It's like I feel like I'm on Twitter way less than most people.
Oh, we got to DM Elon fix that too.
Didn't he drop out of his bid?
I don't
No,
know.
he bought it. Like unless there's
Nice.
something that happened in the last couple of hours, he's still set to buy Twitter.
Pick 69, baby. Let's go for Tennessee. Make it a funny name.
It's Nicola. Oh, you didn't see it?
No, it's an offensive lineman from Ohio
Petit
State.
Frere.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Petite Free on pick
Yeah.
69. Come on now. Let's go.
Maybe the Jags will take a quarterback. You never know.
I mean, the Jags can take a quarterback, and then we'll trade for Trevor Lawrence. That's cool.
Well, I mean, last time Doug Peterson was a head coach, he had Carson Wentz who went ahead and took Jalen Hurts. So
There goes Chad Muma.
before N'Kobe Dean, before Christian Harris. Interesting.
Bears on the
I
clock.
mean, I feel like the Jags have been all about athleticism, at least in the
Mhm.
first round.
Their first pick to start the third round was the center, I think.
Yeah.
Last year, Meyer was like, "Oh, a 5-star come out of high school, sign him up."
I like the first bullet point to describe Chad Buma that's on NFL Network is he trusts his eyes.
I hate these bullet points. They're so bad.
You know, I prefer to trust my nose rather than my eyes.
It smells right.
Oh yeah, running back's going left.
Man, I'm arguing with a coach on Twitter right now because he says James Cook should be RB3 in this draft. I'm sorry, I just
A
don't see
coach?
Who's arguing with
It's
the coach?
what it says on his Twitter profile. I don't.
Is it Coach
I'm gonna
Stever?
put coach. I'm gonna put coach in mine.
He says he's a head football coach at Sage Hill. He follows me. I don't know. I don't know where
he's arguing with you?
is. Yeah.
What's his
Because
Twitter?
because someone asked me why I'm out because I posted on Twitter that I think it's a CEH incoming out with this James Cook pick. It's like he's going to get inflated and it's not going to be worth the pick. And someone said, "Well, what do you mean? Where do you have him?" I have him ranked as RB18. I just don't think he's that good. He's a great receiving back. That's it. And the guy's like RB18. He's RB3. I'm like, oh man, if that's what you've got him at, then the draft worked out well for you. I don't see him.
Yeah, I mean, I also think Devin Singletary's not going anywhere.
No, he's
Now he's not. Now he's not.
But Singletary is in the last year of his contract because he was a second round pick. This probably indicates they have no intention of re-signing any of these running backs. I mean, they also signed Duke Johnson this offseason.
Oh, there you go. Duke Johnson will work ahead of
Yeah.
James Cook.
The Rock.
Ooh, so the Bears pick is in. Do they finally go David Bell and save him from
That
himself?
would be pretty interesting here with the Bears.
I would
I feel
I
like
would
Austin-
I would like that.
Yeah. Calvin Austin? I'd love Calvin Austin.
So
I'm very
Seattle-
high on Calvin Austin, though. So
I think
Close
Calvin
Mike
Austin
has him as
here
wide
well.
receiver 52, I think is what he said earlier. So
Like 30 something.
30,
He said
yeah,
like 20 yeah, something like that. I just think he's a field stretcher. I think he's a better NFL player than he is actual like fantasy
like,
option.
he's
Like that.
such a good route runner, man. He creates so much
He's-
separation.
He's so dynamic.
Yeah.
Like he's not just like a straight line field stretcher. Like he is quick.
Yeah, but he's tiny as fuck. I'm sorry. They don't
I
do
mean,
that.
so the one thing I will say, I was talking
He is.
I was talking with Ray Garvin about this, and the only wide receiver his height that has done anything at the NFL that's been drafted in the top 3 rounds that's done anything is Taylor Gabriel. But I think Austin's better than Gabriel. If he's given a
Oh.
shot somewhere, he
I
could
didn't
be
think
good.
Gabriel had that capital.
Yeah, I think he went, or no, I don't remember where he got drafted at. Maybe I'm misremembering the capital, but he was talking about, it may have been just the size because they're right around the same size that succeeded or had like a top 24 season for fantasy.
Yeah, but the NFL
we
is,
made a
is
bet that-
changing.
Yeah, oh, I agree. That's my argument. Like, my argument was, Ben, he bet me that Calvin Austin will
Okay.
never have a top 24 wide receiver season for fantasy. And I said, I think it can happen at least once. So we made a bet. for charity for the kids.
That's where
Anyway,
he goes.
Taylor Gabriel was an undrafted free agent. I
Okay.
will say this about like Wando Robinson, for example.
What the fuck?
Right.
Sorry.
That
All
mentioned-
right,
Whoa.
Bears.
Sorry, I didn't mean
all
to
right.
cuss.
Because I
Sorry.
mentioned the
That's
size,
explicit.
but like Jameson Crowder for me is like the best.
I
comparable
don't
to
understand
Wando
this
Robinson.
pick at all.
The Bears hate Justin Fields.
Yeah,
This just
that's
in.
my pick. That's
Oh,
my
no.
update. They took Velus Jones Jr.
Oh my gosh.
You
You mean the dude who took 6 years to do anything?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey,
gentlemen,
So look,
gentlemen,
to be fair,
One
Colin,
Patriots
you
are off
can
the
do
hook.
that.
I
You
would
can
rather
do-
have Tyquan Thornton than
Yeah, I
Velus
was
Jones
about to
Jr.
and also Colin,
He's a great returner.
you can do nothing for like 5 years.
Look how happy they are,
Well,
too. Are you guys watching this? They're in the draft room. Yeah! We nailed
Oh.
it! Velus Jones Jr. Oh, my God.
Oh.
That's embarrassing.
Oh my god, but
I'm tweeting out something funny.
freaking Christian Watson going off in like the first 3-4 picks of the second round.
What do you think about that, Colin? Because I
Think
didn't
about what?
Christian Watson going to the Packers. Because like me and Mike, I think actually have them
Oh.
both ranked at the same spot. We don't have him very high, but again, Aaron
mean-
Rodgers raises your level. So
He's Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
yeah,
It's gonna be the exact same thing. You're gonna draft him. You're gonna pick him up. You're gonna try and start him 1 week. He's gonna put up a goose egg. You're gonna start him another week. He's gonna have like one catch for 30 yards. And then you're gonna bench him, and then he's gonna go off for like 6 for 100 yards. And then you're gonna start him, and then he's gonna go back to like 2 for 30.
Yep.
He's just not gonna be consistent.
It's
All
time
right,
for the
see-
Seahawks to
I
draft
say
Isaiah
Seahawks are on the
Spiller.
clock.
Take Isaiah Spiller just to complete the set.
My TV just
Dude,
turned
watch
off.
him take Desmond
That's-
Ritter.
My TV hated Velus Jones so much it turned off. Kept turning off.
Plus, it's getting
By the way,
tense
Matt, thanks for putting
for,
this together, man. This is exactly what I needed tonight.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Matt, you did all the work.
I'm glad we got a chance to do it. So
Yeah.
it's about to be.
Yeah, I
tense
wish we
time
had said
three of
something
us.
a little further in advance. I could have been on at the beginning, but
I apologize.
No, that's all good, man.
Well, you know what? You have to give all the love to Mike and the people in the Discord because we weren't going to do something, as Colin well knows. And then the people in the Discord wanted something, and Mike reached out to me. And was like, "I really think we should do something." It's like, "Fuck it, let's do something Friday night."
we had meetings on Thursdays.
I
and
pushed for it, but
I kept asking, like, "Hey guys, what are we doing? Who are we getting this year?" We had guys like Matt Waldman on the stream last year. We had former NFL players, Brandon Carr,
Oh, Matt Wallman, the guy that had Trey Sermon, RB1. I'm sorry.
the guy who had
Dang.
Hakeem Butler up there too. But
No, I like Matt.
Hey,
So
hey,
did
I like
somebody
Matt
on
Waldman
this
a lot.
stream.
so did I. Actually, I was very high on Hakeem. Look, I faded the hell out of N'Keal Harry, but Hakeem Butler was in my top 5, so I really can't say much. I loved Hakeem Butler.
Yeah, my draft is just pooped out. It's not even coming back. Peacock.
Broncos social media is
Oh, pick is
decidedly
in.
mixed.
Decidedly mixed on your first pick there.
Yeah, I thought we had.
gotta be
I thought
Malik
we
Willis
had
here.
passed on effing up any more drafts. I guess I
It
was
was,
wrong.
it was the
Well,
Seahawks,
mix
right?
is better than universally panned, like the Falcons taking Troy Anderson right now.
Wait, the Falcons pick is up.
No.
No,
He's
no,
talking
back-
about them
back-
taking Troy
Oh.
Anderson earlier.
Yeah, earlier.
So if they do go
Seahawks are about to
quarterback
take
here,
fullback here.
who do you guys think they go? Do you guys think Malik is the next quarterback off the board? I guess in case one does go tonight.
No, I
Yes.
think that's why nobody's wanted to take a quarterback because they don't want to go that way.
Man. So everybody talks about Aaron Rodgers' like slide as he's in the draft room. Like, man,
Dude,
Corral and Willis.
I feel
so
so bad.
bad for them.
So do I.
Oh yeah.
Well, and not even that, like we keep talking about it too. Like Jacoby D, like they were all there, and
were
they're
there.
still there. It's the third round. Like
I
I
mean,
don't know if they're.
it is. They
I
are in
think
Vegas,
they-
so it could be
Yeah,
worse.
I
So
think
here's
they
the
went
thing, like-
home because if you were watching the NFL feed, Brees Hall came back. So they did his walking on stage, getting a hug interview moment, like way after his pick was made. You can see he walks back in, he's like wearing a t-shirt. I think they told all those guys, maybe you should.
So this may be why I would never have been an NFL pick, but if I'm Malik Willis, I am not going up there to hug Roger Goodell after I get picked. I'm like, fuck y'all, I'm
Nope.
going home. So you guys kept telling me I was going to be a first round pick and I'm going to get drafted in the 3rd round. Fuck that.
Well, and there were mock drafts where he went like pick 2 overall.
Yeah.
2 overall. I'm glad nobody did that, but
I mean, I don't really care.
I think
about the
Seattle
Lions.
might take Matt Corral. That's just the feeling I have.
I'm with
Well,
you.
they're picking right now.
I mean, skill set
Griffin's
wise,
walking up to the stage.
I don't think the Willis style is what they love.
you know, like sometimes I wonder
they might
with
take
like the
Ritter.
NFL and everything, where it's like I don't think they actually put into as much work into drafting like after day 2. Like there have been some mind-blowing picks I've seen in the past couple of years. I remember like Rodrigo Blankenship again. I know kickers have a hit or miss rate of getting drafted, period. But like the kickers that were taken ahead of him that were drafted, I was blown away by, and then he went undrafted.
That's quite an outfit by Griffin there. Oh my goodness.
Abram Lucas.
Yep.
So they
another
don't go
tackle.
quarterback still.
No.
I,
So Indy might. Atlanta might. I guess Indy has 2 picks here in the next 5. They might use one of them on. But beyond that, maybe the Giants. What if no quarterbacks go at all tonight?
One quarterback in the
I'm
first
sure-
3 rounds.
I'm sure Jared will appreciate this. Someone just tweeted out, or Matt Miller. I was trying to find it where it was. My thing updated. Matt Miller said, NFL source just texted me. Either Nakobe Dean has had horrible medicals or he's a serial killer. I just don't get what's going on.
Again, I saw the tweet as well, and I appreciate that there's clearly other people who are out there being like, aren't buying this BS about a torn pectoral. Like that's not what happened here.
I'd wager he goes in the next 4 picks here.
So I got at. Wow, I don't know what just happened. There were people holding each other. Oh wow,
God,
this
dude.
is bad. I'm
What
assuming
is
this is
this?
like a.
What is
a
this?
skit.
What is this?
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, that is a horrible pick.
Is that Indy's pick?
Yep.
Yeah.
Jelani
I'm
Woods.
behind.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah, Jelani
Yeah, they
Woods.
felt. Yeah. I don't get it. I know he got like the perfect rating on the RAS score there, but I am all out on Jelani.
who is making this pick for them?
They're comedy. They're 2 comedy guys. I didn't know either. I was like, what the fuck just happened?
It looks like
Vincent.
Vincent
The
Adultman.
Cheeky Boys.
Yeah, the Cheeky
spells-
Boys. Yeah, they're a comedy duo. Yeah.
Does
I
any,
hope-
oh my god. Does anybody watch BoJack Horseman?
No,
Anything
I have a sense of taste.
Yeah, it's like the kid, right?
Yeah, Vincent Adultman. That's hilarious. Also, Mike, if you haven't watched BoJack Horseman,
BoJack
don't-
Horseman is worth it, dude.
it's worth it. It's
Atlanta-
Kind of depressing as hell at some
So,
point, but it's so good.
Am I missing the boat here on Velus Jones? Because I'm scrolling through Twitter
Big
and
pick,
all I'm
big pick
seeing.
coming up. If you guys don't want to look at your phones, it's a big pick coming up for Atlanta.
Okay, so I'm assuming Atlanta
Oh,
finally
man.
gets their quarterback of the future.
it better be Howell.
Before that pick goes in, well, I guess we'll talk Velus Jones in a minute because I see he's walking up to the stage now. So
All right, don't spoil it for me again.
Well, don't let
So,
PJ tell you
yeah.
in the chat either. Okay, so watch out for
yeah,
the chat.
I'm watching
PJ, get out of here. I mean, don't get out of here. But
let's go.
Oh fucking
Sorry, I love it.
hell!
I love
Oh,
it.
I got
Sorry.
spoiled by Chris.
I
Oh
love
my!
it.
Just stay away from your phone.
Jared's not happy. I like it.
I'll trade you Taekwon. I'm just playing. Colin hasn't seen it
I
yet.
haven't seen this yet. And
Well, at least there will be a quarterback that goes tonight.
You gotta be joking.
It's gotta be
kidding earlier. I was
It is
kidding
Ritter.
earlier.
It is.
it's
Ritter.
got to be Ritter. Oh,
It's Ritter.
freaking! Are you kidding me?
It's gonna be fine, guys.
I would have
Desmond-
rathered any
gonna
of the
be
other
fine.
3.
Oh
It's
my
gonna
god!
be
I
fine.
I
am.
mean,
What
it's a
about
third
Mr.
round
Shaw?
pick. Let's just flush it.
All right,
It's
so
fine.
does this start
No,
kind
if
of
we're gonna
a
flush it,
run
put on
now
something
that
like
somebody
Sam
finally
Howell.
went?
Hell, I would have taken Malik Willis at this point.
I
What
mean,
is
hey, I would
this?
have too. I would have too, but it's a 3rd round pick. We can still take somebody next year. It's fine.
We can still take somebody next year. You're not wrong, but also like Jesus.
I don't think it's that bad.
Oh my God! Look at how happy they are. You guys are a bunch of dumb mother. Can't- try
I'd
not
rather
to
have
curse
Ritter
more.
than Strong. That's not even like a question.
But,
What about you?
Yeah,
I mean,
but like,
Sure.
but Willis and
But
Willis
You guys
and
are
Howell and
homers.
Corral are
Stop
all
it.
on the board.
Stop it. I mean,
No,
again,
this is a straight up.
Did you see his comp?
no. Who's the
No.
color?
NFL Network just comped. His comp is Marcus Mariota.
Oh my God!
I mean, that is kind of
no.
funny, actually.
Oh,
Look, can I sell you guys? Hang on. Can I sell you
No.
guys some upside really quick on Desmond Ritter? Just listen to me for a minute. Just listen
No.
to me for a minute. What is everybody else comped Desmond Ritter to pre-draft process? It was Ryan
A
Tannehill.
trash can.
No, Ryan
Not
Tannehill.
Ryan. That was not for me. That's
Not
for
you.
sure.
That's fine. NFL People in Circles, Draft Network, ESPN, NFL. Well, NFL Network just did Marcus Mariota, which is not great. But my argument against that is even Marcus Mariota, you can put him in that Ryan Tannehill pool, right? Athletic quarterback, struggles with accuracy at times. But what did Arthur Smith make Ryan Tannehill into? A playoff quarterback, a playoff winning quarterback that almost made a Super Bowl. He was a fantasy asset every single season. He was a starting quarterback. He was actually good. Desmond Ritter doesn't force the ball. He doesn't have the strongest arm. I'll give you that. He's not going to force the ball down the field. Guess what? Drake London doesn't go down the field. Neither does Kyle Pitts. Where does Desmond Ritter thrive? In the middle of the area and on the boundary. Where are Kyle Pitts and Desmond Ritter going to be? Not Desmond Ritter, I'm sorry, Drake London going to be? I don't think this is that bad of a pick for Atlanta. Because you're right. If it doesn't work out, they can grab somebody next year.
They just made a different NFL comp to Dak Prescott, if that makes you feel better.
No, it doesn't because it's not close.
Well,
Desmond
this
also
is trying to
floats
hype
the
it
ball a
up.
lot. He's gonna be padding the stats of the corners every single game.
I mean,
We'll see.
if Atlanta was going to take a quarterback here and it wasn't Sam Howell, at least take Malik Willis for the upside. He's an Atlanta kid. Like, I would have rather that.
That's another thing that's been driving me nuts about just the Atlanta ownership the past couple of years. Like between both GMs and both head coaches, we're allergic to drafting kids from Georgia. Like it is actually driving me nuts. The way now I'm not talking about Georgia the college. I'm talking about just like kids that went to high school in Georgia. Like we refuse to take local kids, and like I love seeing guys like Aiden Hutchinson go to Detroit. Love seeing Trayvon Walker going over to Jacksonville and everything. Like that's close to where he used to live and everything. Like I love seeing these kids go to local areas. For some reason, like we refuse to draft kids from Georgia. It's driving me nuts.
There's a lot of good talent
Yeah,
in
let's-
Georgia.
There's tons of good talent in Georgia. Like it's like Texas, Florida, and us right now.
Well, California's up there too.
Oh yeah, but like Georgia's surpassed them.
Oh,
Christian Harris just went.
I still don't
Georgia
draft that yet.
surpassed California in terms of high school talent.
I would say so.
I don't know, man. I'm about to lay down my pipeline in the program, and I don't know if I can trust that
Oh.
advice.
What? Yeah, don't trust that advice, Mike. What school are you picking?
Oh, yeah, we can talk a little program. It's not like we got anything else to
Kentucky there.
do. So you
Kentucky?
take it.
Is that okay? Because I feel like they kind of
Yeah.
balance out the bonuses. Like,
You can take
Yeah.
whoever you want. The bonuses
I
are going
would-
to change
the-
everything now.
The legacy bonus, I think, is big. I mean, not that Kentucky's going to get a lot of recruits, but you get a bonus for
For
guys going to
SEC.
the SEC.
Yeah.
That is a huge reason why I'm keeping LSU. I mean, that and LSU's just was objectively a great school to pick.
the NFL draft online for Peacock TV is black as well. It's just dark. They're not showing it.
I'll pick. Oh, okay.
Maybe they only had a deal for the first 2 rounds.
Don't forget their Twitter up.
Hey, there you go. Desmond Ritter's in Louisville, Kentucky.
Tell them to leave. I'm just like this.
Wait, hold on, PJ. You're pulling my leg, man. You're pulling my leg. No way.
Addison supposedly in the portal.
I'm sorry. Who?
Jordan Addison supposedly
Yep.
in the portal.
Right here.
Won't go to the fucking moon.
News out of Oakland tonight. Jordan Addison plans to leave Pitt football program and intends to transfer.
Wow.
Kentucky.
I'm
PJ
looking
said
at
his
the-
QB coach is
Okay.
at Texas.
And it is
that's
by
redundant.
a blue check mark person on Twitter too. This is not like a guy with 40 followers. 54.3 followers. CBS Sports Radio is reporting it.
Wow. Man,
I
that
don't know if
really.
he was
Well,
an
and here I was a
expert,
little
but-
worried that my transfer portal report would be a little light this week. Wow. I mean, that's what I figured was going to happen is that we would have pretty light like throughout the rest of the week, and then like this weekend's
Well,
about
they-
to get nuts. This weekend's
Yeah,
about to get
because they
nuts.
have to be in by May 1st, right?
in
Yep.
order to get immediate eligibility
Yeah.
without having to do a bunch of paperwork.
Man.
So I
Like,
can
let's
still
be
technically
honest.
enter afterwards.
Yeah, let's be honest. If they enter afterwards, they're likely still going to get the waiver. Everybody seems to get waivers, but it's just less paper.
Yeah, except for
So-
Luke Ford, who went back to Illinois to be with his dying grandparents,
Yeah, no, yeah.
and he doesn't
God,
get a
that-
waiver.
That pissed me off so much, dude.
Where do we think Addison goes? Do we think
That's
he
a
goes
great-
to Texas?
No,
I don't
dude,
see the fit.
I
I
don't
like-
know.
I
It's
get-
redundant with Worthy.
Yeah,
Not
I
even
don't-
just yeah, like
no
you're
idea.
Worthy's going to start over with everything that yours showed.
Is
this
Alabama going to
spring.
get another one?
Like, no, there's no fucking way. If he goes to Alabama, I just quit, dude. I'm done. But I mean, it makes sense because all they have is Mechie, right? Not
I just
Mechie.
wrote an article
um,
about.
Burton.
I just wrote an article about teams
No,
that
because they
need
brought
a
in
wide receiver
Harrell.
one. I'm
Yeah,
looking
but
at-
I mean, outside of Harrell and Burton, though, like Addison would still be a clear starter for him.
Addison's
Like,
from Maryland. So
He ain't
I'm
going
not
to
saying he's
Maryland.
going to Maryland. I'm just pointing that out that he is like
Penn
Maryland
State
kid.
come across town?
Why?
That would be a
So
horrible
Sean
idea.
Murphy
So gross,
football?
yeah.
Yeah, like that's just as bad as Slovis.
I will have y'all crying a little bit when I say this, but I do know for a fact that Georgia is looking for an outside receiver.
Don't go to
You know, Whipple, the offensive coordinator, is out
Oh,
in
yeah.
Nebraska.
Yes, that's true. But also, I think
Casey
they already got their
Thompson.
guy in Trey Palmer.
Casey Thompson.
Yeah, also
throwing
that
you
would
the
that would be really gross. USC? They could use some receiver.
Oh,
help.
that's the thing, right? Everybody's going to USC. I mean, they could. I think Gary Bryant will be fine once he comes back. I like it. We've pivoted
I
completely
agree.
in college football now. It's like
So
F the NFL
I
draft,
wrote-
it doesn't matter
I wrote an
anymore.
article on landing spots for transfer portal guys. Anyway, Mississippi State, Ole Miss.
Ole Miss would be an interesting one with Dart. They really need him.
Oh my
Mississippi
God.
State would be a waste.
Yeah,
It would be a waste. I
Well,
agree.
I don't think it'd be horrible in the fact that he would produce. If he could produce against SEC content, we know that a competition that matters though.
They spread the ball around too much.
But he'll still get his, I think. I mean, I prefer Ole Miss over anybody else that we just mentioned. I mean,
Yeah.
Addison
Pair
and
him up
Trigg
with Dart.
I like it.
I've been waiting for a good receiver to transfer to Ole Miss. Y'all see that Jalen Robinson went to TCU? Or not went to, but like
It was visiting.
visiting TCU.
Yeah. That actually
don't like
surprises me. I really thought he was just going to go straight to Tennessee.
I don't like that.
Is Tennessee-
Well, he's only got 1 year left, right, Robinson?
Mhm.
Okay, never mind. I guess it doesn't matter. I'd love to see DJ Allen get a shot this year, but I don't think that's going to happen.
No, I think it still can. I mean, he's not on campus yet.
I will say I went to a Georgia message board real quick just to see if we were talking about this, and literally the first post I see is somebody posting the tweet of Jordan Addison and them going, "Hey, yo, we doing this?"
I mean, you guys already have Arian Smith that you can't use, right?
Well, Arian Smith and Ladd McConkey are expected to start at Z, but there's some medical concerns there of them staying healthy. We're pretty solid on AD Mitchell being the X, and then in the slot you have Kyrus Jackson and Dom Blaylock. So I do know for a fact we are targeting a Z in the portal.
The talent isn't the problem.
No, that's not the problem. It's just people staying healthy. Like Arian Smith and
And-
Ladd McConkey, if they stay healthy, we're set.
And you guys just don't use wide receivers.
Again, that's starting to change. Starting to use them more.
You're using tight ends.
Hey, listen. When
I mean, you guys might roll 3 tight ends. I saw that tweet you had with the Madden play.
Oh, the tight end attack.
Yeah.
I hope we run that every play.
You may as well.
Oh, Travis
Throw
Jones finally goes off the board. That's nice.
I'm still pissed about Ritter.
Yeah, no, I was trying to give the front office some
He's
benefit
gonna
of
be
the doubt
just
here. But
He's
it's not the individual picks themselves. It's just the combination of all of them that's really starting to grind my gears.
I mean, again,
yeah.
if
you
I
you
like
London
Arnold
over
Ebiketie.
Wilson,
Arnold Ebiketie was a great pick. I love that one. The Penn State.
that's probably the one I
defensive-
like the best. The last time I
Penn
did
State
that was
defensive
when
end.
I liked
He was
Marlon
great.
Davidson over everybody else, and then he's not done much.
I like Ebiketie. I'm also a
Raymond
Penn
finally
State
goes
guy,
off the board.
but yeah, the other picks, I don't know.
Again, like I like the upside of Troy Anderson, but again, like the fact that Nakobe is still there, and you go with that. And Tyndall, Channing Tyndall is still there too.
Well, I mean, linebacker isn't like a position of weakness. We could use a little bit of help, but like I don't know. I don't think we need to address it that early
great.
if we're not going.
I
with
would like to
Nakobe
say
deep.
we're even doing best player available, but we're not.
The Colts just got that lineman out of the tackle. I'm sorry, out of Central Michigan.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize he was still on the board.
Yeah, that's a good pick by them.
Yeah, I like it. I'm now on YouTube. I finally got back to the draft, and the comments are pretty hilarious. We got Malik Willis just signed with unemployment, and then someone else said Bishop Sycamore about to get Malik Willis.
I'm telling you, man. I think Desmond Ritter's gonna be just fine for you guys.
Why does Bernard Raymond look like what was the guy from the Rocky the Third, the Russian one? What's his name?
Ivan
Drago?
Ivan Drago. He looks like Ivan Drago.
Well, did you just see that graphic? He served in the Austrian military.
There it is.
He's got to go back and help.
You might have picked the wrong World War II power.
I was close.
You were close.
So what is this? Is this good news for Konata Munfield then? Everybody was kind of fading him because Addison wasn't there.
I was fading him. I'll move him up a little bit.
Fading him. Yeah, he'll move up for me a little bit from his year to see. He's definitely not. He's not going where Addison will. Did I lose internet here?
No.
Looks like I did. Am I back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you only cut out for like a second.
Yeah. Oh no, there he goes. Now he's gone. I will say I completely overhauled my rankings on this one. This weekend. I also went through and updated eligibility for a lot of players because there were a lot of guys who still had 2022 draft class. So I was going through and changing that. I still have like 1,000 players left to do.
Realize the Browns
I'm
are
getting
back on
there.
the clock.
You don't have to wait long. Andrew Hawkins. Intriguing.
I can't believe Peacock TV said, all right, you guys are good. That's all you need to see.
There it is. The USC called it.
Dang.
Wow. Kanata Mumfield, though. I wonder who had him the highest in Debbie rankings. It might be this guy at 16.
I mean, you fell like ass backwards into that one.
No. Kanata Mumfield's a great talent.
He is, but I mean, on Pitt in the current situation with Jordan Addison there, he was not going to do anything.
I was talking to Corey about my rankings the after show, and honestly, everybody having that range, it's not an endorsement. It's because the 2024 class hasn't stepped up, and there's just no clarity at all. So it's like, I like my top 10, and then I kind of like the next 10, and then after that, I'm like, I don't know.
I get that.
It's whatever.
He's going to USC. So who does Felix have the Mario Williams bet with this year?
Nobody. I think he learned his lesson after he lost that last year.
No, he definitely put a bet out with somebody. I don't know if it's on Twitter or
Was
in
it
his
Chris?
Discord.
I think it was
Probably
Chris.
with Austin again, to be honest with you, but who knows?
I think this hurts Mario Williams a little bit.
It does.
Yeah.
I think it's going to boost up Caleb Williams even more too into like an astronaut. I want to get back into that again. People disagreed with me already, so I'm just not as high on Caleb Williams.
I'm with you. I'm torn because he has the tools and he's going to be a Lincoln Riley quarterback, and the NFL likes Lincoln Riley quarterbacks.
True. I just don't think he's got the skills that Baker Mayfield and Kyler Murray had in college. I think he's closer to Jalen Hurts, and we saw Jalen Hurts get second-round draft capital. And I don't...
He has a bigger arm than Hurts does.
I agree with that. Everybody is going off of a couple game sample size, and I don't know. Like I said, I could definitely be proven wrong. Like, he definitely could have improved a lot more from what we saw last year. It's possible. He's not as set in stone of what he is as a prospect. I keep seeing people putting him up there with CJ Stroud and Bryce Young. I just don't understand that at all. I don't think he's anywhere near them. Like, he's going to put up fantasy points, and I get that part, but I don't think he's anywhere near the prospect that those two guys are.
I agree with you. I think Quinn Ewers is a better prospect than him, too.
So do I. I mean, I have Quinn Ewers ranked astronomically high in my C2C rankings. It's a little bit.
I think I have him third in mine.
I have him 1.
Whoa.
Because he's going to put up points this year, and you get him for 2 years, and that matters for me for a quarterback in C2C leagues. He's not going to sit out next year, so I value that, and I think he's, from my opinion, I know Austin's now like the conductor of the Ewers train, but whatever. I think that Quinn Ewers
Austin's Christopher Columbus of any player he talks about.
That's very true, apparently. I think that Quinn Ewers is the next quarterback that's actually has a chance to be a top 12 quarterback in the NFL. I don't think CJ Stroud and Bryce Young have that. I don't think they're that elite. I think they're good. I don't think they're top 12 fantasy NFL quarterbacks.
I think Bryce Young could be. His size worries me. Like, he has the skill set of Russell Wilson. Like, I think his skill set matches that really well, but his size is a smaller Kyler Murray at this point.
Hey, I think Khalil Shakir here goes to the Chargers. It's calling it.
It'd be an interesting one.
Nope.
I will say
they're way behind. They've already announced 79 and 80. I already know who Denver picked.
Oh wow.
Oh, okay.
Well, you haven't thrown or punched anything, so.
Oh, I just saw who the Broncos
Denver took
picked.
Greg Dulcich.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Good.
You did
Albert
trade
O
away
is
Noah Fant.
Albert O
all the Albert O people out there are gonna cry. Colin, by the way, the pick that we used to pick Desmond Ridder, that's the pick we got for trading away Matt Ryan.
So we traded Matt Ryan for Desmond Ridder?
Yep.
Steal.
Excuse me while I go jump out my window.
That front office. I'm telling you. I just can't wait. I'm going to clip this. This is going into that hidden bodies section. You guys are going to regret saying this stuff. Desmond Ridder's a better quarterback. Than you
I feel very confident I will not regret this.
Who did the Chargers take? Since apparently
it was a cornerback, JT Wood or something.
Yeah, safety JT Wood from it doesn't say. He's from the NCAA. He played in college. No reaction. We're at that point.
I heard you. I was laughing. I was reading something. Sorry.
Is there a single franchise that's like happy with their draft so far? Like, I'm legitimately asking.
Jets.
I'd say Jets might be the only one I can think of.
I like the Ravens.
Ravens. Yeah, the Ravens.
Yeah, I like
doing
the
really
Ravens
well.
done as well.
They always draft well.
Although Lamar might not be happy about the Ravens draft.
Yeah.
Got rid of Hollywood.
Devin Duvernay.
Did you not read that Hollywood wanted to leave?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
he was threatening to retire and play video games.
Yeah.
That was
true.
That turned out to be fake.
I thought that was fake.
Yeah,
that turned out to be a total.
It did, but
like,
I mean, I don't know. At this
point,
point,
he asked for a trade.
Yeah,
I mean,
and then he
it's for
agreed to keep
trade.
it quiet, and he flew out to Arizona to watch the draft with Kyler. Like,
he had an interview, I think it was this morning, that said that he asked for the trade a year ago, and he told Lamar
Mhm.
about it. So Lamar's known. It's not like it was a secret.
okay, yeah, I felt bad for Lamar there. I was like, yeah, I got.
Well, yeah, so did I, because he
I
tweeted
felt
out
backstab.
WTF, and he said it like I know it came around the time of the Linderbaum pick, but he said it wasn't because of Linderbaum. He said you know what it's about. So I thought so too. I was like, oh shit, they just traded him, and Lamar didn't want him gone. But then he did an interview this morning saying that he had asked for a trade a year ago, and Lamar knows they've talked about it multiple times. So
Yeah, but it doesn't mean Lamar wanted him to go.
oh, I'm sure he didn't. But we talked about this a little bit on the roundtable. I don't think that Lamar and that offense can support multiple wide receivers anyways. You already have Mark
No, I
Andrews
agree.
and Rashad Bateman. So like what, and you can get at the end of the day, all Hollywood ended up being for that offense was a deep threat and a speed guy. You can still grab one of those guys.
Calvin
The
Austin.
only one that's why I said I wanted to go there when I talked with Matt. The only other one that was there was Tyquan Thornton. Now he's unfortunately gone, but you still got Calvin Austin there. Like
Gone too soon.
yeah, gone way too soon. So, I mean, that's the thing. Like, they can still grab someone to replace Hollywood. So I don't think it was a bad move for them. They took
Mike.
a guy who didn't live up to the value and got first round pick value back for him, and then improved their
I
offensive
agree.
line.
Oh, that was a great trade.
Yeah.
Mike, your jersey, what, Zach Gronkowski?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
looks like you need a new one. You gonna get Thornton?
I-
Or are you gonna get
no.
Strange?
No.
I almost,
The website will pay for a Tyquan Thornton jersey. I don't care what Austin says. It's happening. Merry Christmas, Mike. I want it framed, and I want it sitting right next to that Kentucky flag whenever you
No,
do
I want
Debbie
him
DeBay
wearing
after
it.
show.
I
That
want
too,
him.
either
He
way.
has to wear it on every after show. If we're gonna buy it, he's wearing it every after show.
The real question I wanted to answer to, we're not going to get it, is like I'm pretty sure I don't know what Austin's doing, but he's out of town. Like, how pissed is he right now? Is he breaking shit?
I mean, if I remember correctly, somebody said on the Discord he
think-
was a little wild right now.
He got in his car and he just drove west.
he said I'm going Amish.
Honestly, that's about what I'm about to do. I asked Xavier just now. I said, "Hey, is there any more room on the Broncos bandwagon right now?"
I forgot Xavier was a Broncos fan.
Oh yeah, he's a big Broncos fan.
Who's
I think the
Nate a
Broncos
fan
are
of?
gonna have a good year this year.
I do too. Who's Nate a fan of?
Tough division though.
Nate, I don't
It is.
think he's ever
Just
told me what his
Oklahoma.
NFL
Just
affiliation is.
Gotta be Jacksonville. Then. Just keep it-
don't
keep it.
ever even whisper anything about OU because Nate will find you. I've learned that.
Or Jalen Glover.
I luckily have not said anything about Glover, so I haven't had to suffer that wrath yet. But
I thought he would want credit. In my defense,
Man,
Corner
Giants with
tail.
another chance to take Malik Willis, and they pass.
and Atlanta
Yeah,
coming up here. Let's
Let's
Atlanta
get
can
both of
take-
them. Screw it.
Why
Do
is
it
the
full
Giants
send.
taking a LSU corner?
Hey, don't you know LSU is a DBU?
They're terrible now.
That was one of the funniest weeks in college football ever. When Texas and LSU fans were talking about which one was DBU, and then the game between them combined for 80 points.
yeah, it was 40. We were just talking about that game the other day because of what happened to Keontae Ingram in that game. Yeah, I'm almost positive LSU actually put up 50. It was that was a fun game.
Oh, Atlanta could take Isaiah Spiller here. I
They
think
could
that'd be a
also
good pick.
still take
Yeah.
Jacoby Dean.
Man, the Giants
They
had a
also
great
take
first
Jacoby
round. And
Dean.
when they put
Tyler
their
Allgeier's still on the board too.
Or take Jamari Sawyer.
It'll
Jamari
happen, Mike.
Sawyer
Just
would be
keep,
nice.
just keep speaking it into existence. There's
I
you
don't
can go to
be
San
safe.
Francisco. San Francisco could always use another running back, according to Kyle Shanahan. So
Okay, I know the pick for Falcons now, and I mock this guy to the Falcons
Oh.
constantly, but I also never imagined that there'd be so much better picks on the board.
no, that doesn't sound
That's
like you
good.
love it. Then
I don't love it. Not when I know he's not still on the board. I like the player. I thought he's pretty impressive.
But
That's-
again,
that's
if
very
they're
sad.
they're calling him an edge. So if you're going for a pass rusher, that's different than what you would be trying
Yeah.
to get if you were getting Jacoby Dean.
Did
What
see
round
that
were you-
comment?
PJ asked, "What round were you taking him in?"
I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it was probably 4th, maybe 5th.
So
I
I mean,
don't
it's
remember- I
a
don't
reach, but it's not a Patriots level reach.
It's a reach,
Yeah.
not Patriots level reach.
It's cool seeing that he was first team CSU 3 years in a row. At that point, I'm like, why don't you transfer out to a better school? But whatever.
So the
surprised
Raiders
they
are
didn't-
up in 4 picks. They were one of the teams that we thought might take a running back because they declined Josh Jacobs.
I mean,
the
Philly
Patriots are
could-
coming up.
It's way too early for Josh McDaniels to take a running back.
You think so?
Is
Philly could use one here, honestly.
I mean, was Miles Sanders have left a year on that deal?
I
Because
think-
Wasn't he a first round pick?
I don't think so.
No,
I think he was
I
the
think he was
second
early.
round.
second.
Yeah, then this
Yeah.
would be his contract year because he was Josh Jacobs
Yeah.
here.
Josh Jacobs, Jingleheimer Smith. Okay, anyway, but the Patriots coming up. For anyone excited about
Oh,
that.
let's see what reach they make now. Let's all start picking out 6 rounders in everybody's rankings. Figure out who
Bailey
they take.
Zappi.
Watch them actually take a good pick here.
I'm
Back
hoping
at
for
Mac
the
Jones.
Wisconsin linebacker. That's
So-
where I'm at right
So let
now.
me ask: if they take the Wisconsin linebacker, if they take N'Kobe Dean here, if they take Khalil Shakir, does that make up for like everything that they've fucked up in the past couple rounds?
Well, just think of N'Kobe Dean. If they
Oh.
take him in the 3rd, he's their first round pick. Just
yeah, there
reverse
you
where
go.
they were
Yeah.
taken.
Yeah, there you
Moving
go.
around a little bit.
Yeah, they did that with the Jags pick last year.
DJ says they're taking Ariaza.
Yeah.
Or
Oh
Ari-
my
The punt
God.
god,
punter.
Ariza.
I-
the punt
yeah.
god-
Okay,
punt
just
god.
Ariza.
I want to say this on the record. I think the punt god is going to the Rams. I'm just saying that on the record.
They have Johnny Hecker, don't they?
Yeah,
Get
they
the
do.
heck out of town.
Johnny Hecker's like the one punter in the league that I know.
Yeah.
Now that who was the one for the Raiders for the longest time?
Oh, Marquise
Nice.
something King.
Yeah.
Marquette.
Marquise
King.
King.
No,
Marquette King. Yes.
Marquette King. Yeah.
Marquette,
'cause he always did
Marquette
those-
King.
The videos, or whatever. Rams released Hecker. Brett coming in
Oh,
with the,
maybe they do take him here then.
Well, not no, the Rams. They don't have a pick yet. They're way back.
Yeah, they're pick at 104 because they wanted Strange and he went in the first
But
round.
yeah, actually, by the way, so I'm on YouTube now, which I didn't know they were showing it for free, and they are ahead of Twitter, so I love that.
Are they? What pick are they
Yeah.
on YouTube?
The Eagles pick. They said
Okay,
the pick
that's
is
what-
in,
Yeah, that's what I'm on. Okay, cool.
I'm on ESPN.
but it's nice that it's speeding.
Well,
the-
ABC.
Well, the YouTube is still behind because when they were on the Giants pick, Matt had already seen the Denver pick, which was one ahead of them. So they're still behind. It's just
Hey,
not as far. behind.
I'm excited about tomorrow whenever they're trying to like burn through like all last 4 rounds and like the analysis is like 5 picks behind what's actually been done.
Oh no way! The tackle
I
out
gotta tag
of
Mike.
or not the tackle, the corner out of LSU. His cousin's Velus Jones.
That's
Oh, that's fun.
great. Yeah,
That's
high
a fun
pedigree.
fact. Yeah.
That's an athletic family.
I'll keep that in my back pocket for when I'm at trivia night one night.
Yeah, there you go. I couldn't even pronounce that guy's name.
I need your thoughts on this poll, Mike. I just tagged you in it on Twitter.
Okay,
What was the better pick, Bellis Jones Jr. or Tyquan Thornton?
I actually like Taekwon more. Straight up.
Actually, so do I. If I'm being honest.
I mean, yeah, I feel good about Taekwon making an impact on special.
Depends
teams.
if you need a punt returner.
Yeah, I mean Matthew Slater's
Velus
old,
Jones?
and so we do need somebody.
No, I meant Velus Jones. That's about all he's good for.
So the Eagles pick is in for me. I haven't seen it yet on Twitter, so I think I'm ahead.
You gotta go.
Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
it's been
Have
fun.
fun. Yep.
I'll
See you,
watch
man.
all the Falcons picks and Patriots picks and think of you.
Thank you.
All
Later.
right. Pray for us, please.
Oh, all right. Who's this?
Oh, okay. That's a good pick. I like that for them.
There you go, Jared.
Oh,
N'Kobe Dean.
I
thank
just gotta
God.
let you know. Yeah. It's a
Thank
good
God.
pick for the Eagles.
This is a
Again.
fantastic freaking pick for the Eagles.
Everybody in the
right back.
Deal
NFC
of
East-
the freaking draft.
I am actually surprised Perry and Winfrey's still there too. Now that they keep showing that.
Let's talk about some of the people that are on the board that we're a little surprised about. I mean, obviously Malik Willis and Sam Howell, Matt Corral. I think we can all agree on that.
We could
But,
put
like,
that to bed.
Yeah, running back Isaiah Spiller. I think we would all be surprised if he's not off the board by the end of the night.
Yeah, if he's not
But-
off by the end of the third, I'd be surprised. I thought he was likely going to be a third-round pick. So
Brian Robinson is somebody that I thought there's a chance he comes up into the third round.
I thought he was going to be a day 2 guy. Just Alabama running backs tend to go higher.
yeah, I mean the only
wide receiver. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say wide receiver, just David Bell. Which
David
I mean,
Bell.
I know that just because I think he's still a very good wide receiver. I'm a little bit surprised he hasn't gone yet. Like PJ
I like
mentioned
saying
Rashad
Rashad.
White.
No.
I think we as a fantasy community were much higher in Rashad White. It seemed like the NFL wasn't. Like if you looked at any mock drafts, he was not going before the 4th or 5th round in most mocks. So I just don't think the NFL community was as high on Rashad White. Mr. Shoot from Deep missed there, unfortunately. After his combine, and he was pumping him up. But
One person I saw continuously mocked in like the third round was Justin Ross. I didn't get that one at all. Again, I understand like where he was like as a freshman and everything like that, but he's not the same player he was in his freshman year. Now, granted, it didn't get helped by the fact that DJ Uiagalelei had one of the worst years for a quarterback we've seen in a long time, but even still.
Yeah, the injuries too, I think is something that's definitely playing a role in that. Like, what's his medical look like? I mean, we'll never know. The NFL teams do. And I think that'll tell you a lot.
That's
like,
a
where he
medical
goes.
scenario that I get it because again, we've seen Ross isn't the same player that he was before. Nakobe literally played through his torn labrum in the championship game, as well as most of the past season, and he did great. Who else am I surprised? Again, I would have liked to have seen Calvin Austin get off in the third round here.
so would I. I'm a big fan of Calvin Austin. So Austin is checking in now. I guess he's seen the Jordan Addison news. And he said the fact that this has already been announced is a sign of blatant tampering and is inappropriate as fuck. So
No, I already put out a tweet where I just said this is disgusting and the NCAA is going to do nothing about it. This is like again, the transfer portal
has
and,
no
and
power.
the transfer portal and NIL by themselves are not bad things. In fact, they're very good things for the players in college football. The biggest problem is there is no check on the ability for schools to go in and tamper with other schools' rosters and effectively steal their best players away from them. That is the big problem. That is what's going to create an even bigger divide in college football.
So I thought it was a great pick by the Steelers.
Oh, yeah, DeMarvin Leal, great pick at this.
I didn't realize he was still on the board, and I hate that for the Browns.
I have a question for you guys. If he was the number 1 DL last year in the league, why did he fall this far?
I don't know. I thought for sure
That's a
he'd go
great
early
question.
second round. I honestly have
There were
no
a lot of
idea.
mocks that saw him going in the first for a while.
Okay, so real quick, the pick is in. Please nobody ruin it. I'm flipping over my phone.
Yeah, we won't.
PJ, I'm going to private chat so you can use that phone.
We won't say anything. I may react if it's bad, but I won't say anything.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Can
so
Mike not hear us
laugh.
right now?
Somehow,
on the
somehow.
transfer portal thing,
Oh.
my biggest
Selecting.
issue with that stuff is I already think there's a massive gap between the top schools anyway, so I don't think it's that. I just don't think it matters.
No, the problem is you're going to have even bigger gap now.
It's not going to close anytime soon, though. Like Georgia, Ohio State, Alabama, USC's getting there now with Lincoln, right? Like those schools are already so far ahead of
Okay.
everybody
All
else,
right.
though,
All right.
that it's not going to change anytime soon. And what Colin said is very true. Like we keep hating on the NCAA. They have no power.
So,
they have no power to
but
do
here's
anything.
here's what I'll disagree with you, Matt. So, like, imagine you're on a drive, you're like on a highway, right?
Yeah.
There's a speed limit. Like, there's like a 75-mile-per-hour speed limit.
Not
Everybody goes like 85, 90 miles per hour, though. Like, even though there's a speed limit there. What the NCAA has now done is just gone and removed the speed limit.
But there are people who already aren't going the speed limit, and that's the schools that I just
No,
mentioned.
the problem is everybody was already going above the speed limit a little bit. And there's some people who are going way above, and they got super
And then-
speeder tickets every once in a while.
Ohio State, Georgia, USC,
But
Alabama.
now they're not
I'm
even
missing some.
pretending. They're not
They're
even
driving-
pretending to
They drive like my wife does on the highway. She ignores speed limits. But I don't see this as Like, I get what you're saying, but we also said the same thing about NIL and all this stuff. It's going to bring things back to the pack. It's going to
Here's
make
the thing.
things level out.
I agree with you that it was never going to do that. But what I do have is just a fundamental philosophical problem with schools going into kids that are already committed to other schools, signed with those schools, and then going in there and taking them directly from those rosters. These kids who already know where they're going as soon as they hit the portal, that shouldn't be happening. The transfer portal should be a risk.
I don't know. I hate to sound like Felix here, but the reason I disagree with this, I don't care. Like, kid's getting paid. He's going somewhere he wants. It is what it is. Like, that's part of this was part of the repercussion we knew was coming when they allowed the transfer portal to have the one free transfer rule. Austin mentioned it a bunch of times, and we've also seen the opposite side of this, where you have kids going in, and now we're still sitting there. Like, one that pops up in my head is Peter Costelli, who I thought was going to be a good quarterback. Like,
some of these things are going to even out. More schools are going to figure out how to do it. So, like, I agree with you there. Like, I'm not going to disagree with you there. However, but again, like, just the blatantness of it right now, because like there is a rule against tampering right now. It's not like they said that it's completely hands-free. There is a rule against tampering, and the NCAA has just shown zero interest in regulating that whatsoever.
It's always happened in the NFL and college. It's not anything new. It's just you don't have to hide it as well anymore because of everything else going on.
Oh, by the way, Mike, great pick on great pick from the Patriots right there.
I love that. Love that pick. Love that pick. Does not make up for earlier, but it helps.
Matt, did you see Grant Gunnell just enter the transfer portal?
Yeah, we talked about it earlier.
We talked about it earlier.
Yeah.
The Titans pick is in.
I'm just catching up on some of the
we talked about that. I don't see me and Jared both talk. We don't see a great fit for him anywhere, so I don't know where he goes.
Is he grad transferring?
No, but he transferred before the free transfer rule, so he can free transfer right now.
Yeah,
he transferred before the free transfer, but he transferred in 2020. I don't know. It's chaos.
So he can transfer.
It's eventually going to level itself out as long as they don't keep changing the rules. Like eventually, we're gonna be able to keep track of these things.
I'm looking in the chat. Did Rashad White go or no?
Rashad is not gone. No,
okay,
it's just PJ saying that he thinks Rashad White's gone by the end of the night.
We were talking when you walked away. We were talking about players we were surprised were still on the board, and PJ said Rashad White. I don't necessarily agree with that, but
I see him going in this range. This is the range for all the maybe running backs and the maybe wide receivers.
Okay.
Anybody else I'm so surprised on the board?
So, report from The Athletic, the Browns and the Panthers have made headway toward a trade for quarterback Baker Mayfield. According to source, the Panthers are also not the only team trying to get Baker Mayfield right now.
The Falcons will trade you Desmond Ridder.
We don't need Desmond Ridder. We got Deshaun Watson, baby.
That'll be the next.
Until he's. Until he.
No, we got Jacoby Brissett, baby. Let's go. And whatever the dude's name is, that was a Steeler. I think Dobbs. I don't remember who, but they've got two backups.
Josh Dobbs or something like that.
Yeah, Josh Dobbs. Yeah.
There's a trio of inside linebackers.
Yeah, it's not Mason Rudolph. The Raiders just traded up, by the way. Yeah. How fun would that have been had they traded Mason Rudolph to the Browns as their backup? That'd have been a great meeting with Myles Garrett all the time.
The Tennessee pick is in. Did you see it, Matt?
No.
I see it.
Okay.
The Titans traded up for the Raiders. Who'd they take?
Oh!
Did they take quarterback?
Wait.
I'm assuming they took Malik Willis.
I haven't seen it. Malik Willis?
Please wait. It's on my screen. Just let the super select.
She's announcing it right now. I guess we'll wait.
I
don't know who this lady is.
Dude.
I was around late, but here we are, baby.
Oh man, what do we do about Treylon Burks? Like he was my 102 in rookies. That was the one spot that I liked. Come on now, you know what? It's a third round pick. Malik Willis is not guaranteed the starting job. I'm sorry, never mind. I'm reeling myself back in from the overreaction.
Yeah, it's fine because Malik Willis will get in at the start of 2023. He'll fall on his face. There'll be a bad team, and then they'll draft Quinn Ewers in 2024. There it is. Big brain.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I mean, again, Ryan Tannehill is not the most accurate passer. Even if they start Malik Willis for a year, I think Treylon Burks will be fine. This
is a good fit for Malik Willis. He's not going to start
Malik Willis. Is he at a bar?
They just showed all of Malik Willis.
He literally said, "F this, I'm going out drinking."
I don't blame him.
I think he's at a bar.
The same thing.
He's retweeting people kind of roasting him on Twitter. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, I mean, all jokes aside, like he seems like a nice kid. Like,
Oh no,
seems
yeah.
like a good, like
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
most of these guys are like again, like I'm like it
Not
again.
George
How
Pickens.
many people are listening right now, Matt?
5.
Yeah, 5 right now. Yeah.
5 right now. Well, for the 5 people listening and everything, like when I like, I hope this is clear, but like when I knock players, like I never knock them for like who I think they are as a person, unless it's George Pickens, in which case I will let you know he is he's got
Tamorian
some
Terry.
problems.
Tamorian Terry.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, there's a trio of inside linebackers I like. They're still on the board here. I mean, Leo Chenal, we mentioned him. Channing Tindall out of Georgia, and then Colin, your boy Brandon Smith, he's still on the board.
I would like to see the Patriots trade up, or if they have still another pick to grab one of these linebackers. I'm not too picky about which one, but I like them to get one.
Cornerbacks, anybody here that I like? Not really. Safety.
I love the Patriots pick there. That the Houston corner. I love that. Why is Myjai Sanders falling? Like he was like a first round pick in a lot of mocks.
No, I don't think he was somebody I saw. Like basically, if anybody ever did like a team specific like multi-round draft where they just kind of had to guess who would be available, most often than not, they like it was like a 4th or 5th round pick. They always put Myjai Sanders because they're like, he's like somebody that we think's kind of good that we will definitely be available in the 4th round.
He's got a football name.
There's a pretty good kicking class this year. You got Cade York, Cameron Dicker, and Gabe Birch. And then punting, you got Punt God, obviously, but then you got Jordan Stout and Jake Camarda. Pretty good class of kickers this year. Can't wait for them to all go undrafted and they, for some reason, just draft the kicker out of Washington State.
Somebody's setting off fireworks in my neighborhood. This is irritating. Can you guys hear
They're
that?
excited about the pick of Desmond Ridder, man. Like, let's go.
I'm not in Atlanta.
I know you're not in Atlanta. I know. I know where you live.
Wait, what? Do you know where I live? It's a little weird.
I have a general idea. I don't know your actual address. I know you're somewhere near Austin, and I know where
You're not going to dox me like I doxed Alfred the one time?
No, I will not do that. I'm still worried that poor Alfred's got some people hanging out on the street somewhere.
That's fine. He has no idea.
Hey, did the Titans trade up for that pick, by the way?
Yes,
Yeah,
they
they
did.
did.
Yeah, they traded up to get Malik.
When
Which
you guys
honestly
tell me what the trade
smart.
was? When you guys tell me what the trade was?
I haven't seen the stuff for it, just that they traded up with the Raiders. That's all I know.
No, okay.
Cameron Thomas, solid pick there. Oh shit, Perrion Winfrey's still available. That's another good one.
Oh my gosh. You guys have to watch this one live.
The Dallas
What
pick?
happened? Dallas?
pick?
Why? Did they take a
Oh,
quarterback?
Lord.
Sam Howell.
Oh no, that ain't gonna be fun if they took a quarterback.
Dak,
No, I
Dak's
bet they
been
took
struggling to
Spiller.
move. Did
They took
they?
a running
I mean,
back.
Zeke's on his
I don't
last
know.
leg.
I didn't see.
All right,
I got
we'll
the
see. We'll
volume up,
see.
so.
I'm watching ESPN. I'm probably like 7 picks behind.
Yeah, I'm on NFL Network right now.
David Bell and Khalil Shakir. My two loves.
Okay.
Dallas
I'll
pick?
keep my reaction to a minimum.
I don't mind it.
Yeah,
I don't mind it. It's fine.
I mean, just everybody else knows but me. Go ahead and break it.
Jalen Tolbert.
Fine. I mean,
I
I
actually-
kind of hoped that he would go to the Browns. He was projected there a lot. I thought that he'd be a good fill-in once Cooper's gone. I don't hate it.
Like Khalil Shakir on the Browns too. I'd be down for Khalil Shakir to the Browns.
I mean, I'm fine with it. I mean, we don't know when Michael Gallup will be back. All they've got is CeeDee Lamb. Really, Cedric Wilson's gone. Noah Brown is. I mean, like, he was decent at Ohio State. He's nothing here. Like, I mean, I don't think it's a bad pick at all. Dak doesn't seem like he wants to run anymore, so they need receivers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I like the
Austin
little
just
like don't be
scrolling
hating
through.
at the end of that, as if he's like, yeah, I know this is kind of a rough pick, but nah, Tolbert's a pretty good.
Did the two Clemson corners go already?
Booth went. I don't.
Yeah,
think,
Booth
I don't-
went.
I don't remember if the other one went or not. Booth went way
McCreary.
early, second round.
Yeah, I don't remember McCreary being called.
McCreary.
Goodrich is still on the board. He's the
McCreary went
16th
somewhere.
available cornerback right now.
All right, Colin, you're still muted.
Can somebody overdraft somebody like
muted
Darion
me?
Kendrick? Just
Did I
make me
mute
happy.
myself?
Probably. I didn't meet you.
I don't know. The Felix bet was with Todd in our Discord.
Gotcha. Oh, I
okay.
see him saying something about a hoodie now. I guess that's
Yeah. Can you guys hear the fireworks now?
No?
Yeah, I can.
Man.
It sounds like a slightly boiling pot in the distance.
Yes.
Like the lid is bouncing up and down.
Yeah, that's about right.
Did the Bills decline to get like? They declined someone's fifth year. Didn't they? Someone big. Making that up.
Bills? I
Yeah.
don't think so.
Did they re-sign Edmonds?
I don't know.
Yeah.
The Raiders did.
Yeah.
Matt, if Calvin Austin goes here, how excited would you be?
absolutely thrilled.
To
I've been
Buffalo?
mocking him to Buffalo all offseason. Please tell me that's who it is.
No, I'm just noting that ESPN has it as best fit, so I was like, oh, that could be interesting.
Nope. It's a linebacker. Yeah, I thought
Wow.
he'd be the perfect replacement for Cole Beasley, especially with the way that Allen always targets Beasley and with his explosiveness and separation skills. Like, I thought he'd be a home run fit for the Bills. Even if he goes later, if he goes fourth or fifth round of the Bills, I think he'd be a great fit for that offense. I wanted him to get day 2 draft capital, but if he doesn't get it, if he ends up with the Bills, I'll be happy.
Jameson Crowder is definitely one of my sleepers this year for Dynasty. Going to the Bills, if he can stay healthy and fill in that Cole Beasley role, like that's gonna be nice.
100%. I added
Yeah.
him as a throw-in to a couple trades. Like,
Yeah.
throw in Jamison Crowder.
Who
I
is
think
this
he'll have a
man
good
making
year.
the pick for the Bills?
Kyle Brandt.
Man, it is
Good morning
10:45 over here. I am
Oh, yeah. I mean, I hear you. I've been up since 3 o'clock this morning after not going to bed till
I'm-
something after the
Wow.
first round yesterday. So
I didn't go to bed till 2 because I was trying to write this beefy article. And I had to finish up half of it.
So all I'm
I
hearing
will
is you
say-
didn't finish it.
Well, no, because it's about the draft, and this is the other half that matters.
So it's not done.
It'll
Are
be
you
done
working on it
tomorrow.
now, or
Nah,
no, he's
I
clearly
am.
snuggled up in a blankie like Felix.
is it gonna be done by tomorrow, or
Probably
when can
by
we expect this?
tomorrow. I don't know if my last one got proofread and put online yet.
Did you guys see the recap email that we put together?
Yeah, it looked good. I want. We
Yeah.
need to find a way to put like somehow either
The
if it's just a
images.
wrap up of not even the images, like what podcast released that week as well, if possible. Like we don't have to put the actual links to the
I might be able
podcast
to
in,
do-
but I think that would be really cool to have that in there as well.
I might be able to do that.
Release like averages to like on Twitter, like be like, oh, this week in Canvas can re-release
It's
X
supposed
many minutes
to.
of media.
Did
and
it?
this
It
much of-
it did, and it said it was literally just here are the articles from this week, and then it was a link
Gotcha.
to what was basically the same thing as the email. So I'm still working on it. I'm still tweaking it.
Bro,
There
Winfrey's
you
still
go.
available too.
We had 62% of opens on it though, so
Nice.
62% of the people opened it.
Dude, I'm
It's
gonna
not
be
too
still
bad.
in on Khalil Shakir if he goes in the fourth, and I hate myself for it because I stuck to my guns on Raw last year, and now I'm gonna have a big ego and I'll be like, nah, Khalil Shakir's got it. Don't worry about it.
I mean, I'd like for him to go to Cleveland. They need a wide receiver badly.
Dude, there's definitely a few that need like a number 2.
I mean, Tampa doesn't. Green Bay could still use a wide receiver.
Tampa still needs a wide receiver, or Green Bay still needs a wide receiver.
That's what I said. Green Bay does. Tampa doesn't.
Oh,
Tampa's got
okay.
Evans. Oh yeah, Green Bay still does. San Francisco probably does now that Debo's probably gone. You got New England coming up, still needs one. And then
They refused to trade him, so
Cleveland. I think they will eventually. You're not going to get anything from him. You're not going to franchise tag him after this year.
If
He's not
anybody
coming
cares,
back.
LeBron James just retired from basketball.
No, he didn't.
no, he did not.
It just flashed on my Twitter screen and looked official.
It didn't happen.
Was it from Adarn Schefter?
Yeah.
It was from
I don't know. My rate thing is excluded, so
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's still linked to my other podcast account that I haven't done anything with.
yeah, I don't see
have a
anything.
burner?
I would imagine that'd be a top
I do.
thing with the people I follow if he was actually retiring. There's no
Oh.
way. He wants to play with his son at least 1 year.
The Memphis guard just went. Finally.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Hey, good for the Raiders.
Alrighty, Buccaneers back on the board. Do we think they take Kyle Trask replacement here just for the hell of it?
Oh my God, Sam Howell, dude, that would be insane.
I like how these guys get
Great
all like
value.
up and at them just to draft a guard.
I mean, I don't think that's necessarily wrong,
Did
PJ.
he just say from
but
Mississippi?
Probably. Are you watching ESPN? That's probably true. No,
No, it's NFL draft. The guy who just announced it said Dylan Parham for Mississippi.
Oh, I got no idea. They just said a highlight of him doing a one-on-one.
No, it's like the guy who like actually announced it, like the up on the
Yeah,
page.
I got you.
Oh, Greeny? Is he
Yeah.
still doing the draft for ESPN or the draft coverage for ESPN?
No, I'm not on ESPN anymore.
Oh, okay. I'm not
You go to
listening to
YouTube?
the NFL one. I've got to turn down. I'm just watching the picks. But yeah, I mean, we've seen the past couple of years that the NFL has put more emphasis on the Senior Bowl. We saw that all the way back to Terry McLaurin's year, but I don't think that it's the end all be all. Best at the combine and the Senior Bowl, but it does matter.
I have a question. I did not pay attention to the Senior Bowl when it was Josh Palmer's year. Did Josh Palmer like go off in the Senior Bowl?
Allen?
No, Josh Palmer.
Josh Palmer.
Josh
what was that, a
Palmer
couple
from
years
like
ago?
2006.
No, the Bolts wide receiver, like drafting the.
Yeah, he had a good
I'm thinking
Senior
of
Bowl,
Jesse.
yeah.
I'm thinking of Jesse Palmer.
Oh, okay. Did he have a good Senior Bowl? Was
Yes.
he like the quote unquote hero of the Senior Bowl, whatever?
Yeah. I think that's what PJ is referencing in the chat because of Velus Jones and but Calvin Austin was talked a ton about at the Senior Bowl as well.
Yeah.
And he's signed on, so. But yeah, Velus Jones I know had a big Senior Bowl. So did Terry McLaurin, who got third-round draft capital. Velus Jones this year. Josh Palmer.
Hey, and Matt, I think I have found out who's going to be more overinflated than James Cook.
Who? The next pick?
Tyler Algier, baby.
Is it Tyler Algier to Tampa?
No, it's got to be Zamir White.
It's not. I'm assuming it's not Isaiah Spiller because Isaiah Spiller's better. So is it a receiving back or just a more pure running back?
It is a receiving back.
Oh, Tyler
Rashad
Batty.
White.
Tyler
Oh.
Batty. Who is my
Gotta be
next
Tyler.
highest?
I'll let you guys see.
It was
Tyler
Tyler.
Batty is just like James White. So
Yeah, I had Tyler Batty fairly high
I did too.
as a receiving back. I don't have him rated high. I'm sorry, I have him rated high as a receiving back. He actually had my highest graded. I had him just a little bit. No, I had Cook as my highest. Batty right behind him.
Matt
All right, so
Crown,
who did they?
Sam
I'm on a
Howell.
freaking commercial right now.
I'm on Movado right now, but I got spoiled by the Discord.
I'm still waiting for the
Our
Bucks pick
Discord?
on that thing.
Yeah, our Discord.
Oh, I'll just go in there and look.
Oh shit, PJ said Rashad.
It was Rashad.
No, PJ said hopefully it's Rashad.
I guess I can wait for it to get announced. I just got back from commercial. I mean, if it's Rashad, I'm okay with that, to be honest with you. Leonard Fournette's going to be the guy. Gio Bernard clearly didn't work out last year, so
Keyshawn Vaughn didn't work out either.
yeah. Well, I
That
think a
was
lot of that was more
hilarious.
Bruce. I think that was more Bruce Arians than anything else because when he actually got a chance this past year, he was decent, but I don't think he's going to get any more runs. So
I need a top O line. He needs to be decent at a minimum.
I will say though, that pro day for Isaiah Spiller is killing him right now. Wait, we're on like a 4.7?
what the hell? Why is everything blacked
Yeah,
out? on
something
here?
like that.
Depending on who you ask.
Spoiler tags, Matt.
Oh, I didn't know how do you take spoiler tags off. Yeah, I know who it is now.
You click it.
Oh,
I haven't seen it yet, so I guess let me find out.
yeah, I won't say anything. I don't mind it. I'd honestly take him over James Cook, but they're not going to go over James Cook.
That's 17 guys for me. So
because I had him rated as a top. What did I have him rated as? I'll look right now, actually.
Somebody said there's going to be people in leagues who say Jalen Tolbert before Jamison Williams, and they're 100% right.
That is true.
Well,
I have
I
him
think
rated
that's
as my
how
8th
we-
rated running back coming out, so I'm high. I don't hate him.
Oh. Let's give me some no name.
You still haven't seen it yet? Like they're all
Oh,
clapping it up.
Rashad White. Let's go, baby.
So I think it's a good landing spot. I really do.
That's RB3
He's a decent
right
running
there.
back. He's
That's
a good
RB3.
receiving back.
I made a bet with Corey. Corey's now got to pay up. Let's fucking go. He said Zamir White would go before Rashad.
Nah. Stone hands, man. NFL values those receiving backs.
I just think like every time I watch him like run, he like hit a hole and he like basket carry it and he lower his head and I'm like, does he even look where he's going? He's just pinballing.
I mean, he
He was
graded out higher than I expected him to. Zamir White did. I was fully invested in not liking him because Felix liked him so much. But
I gave him such a low rank for vision, but like high rank for power and physicality.
yeah. All right, so the Packers pick is in. So there's a real shot that Sam Howell and Matt Corral fall to the 4th round. The 4th.
That's disrespectful.
Yikes.
Disrespectful. It's a weak QB class, guys. Like, I get it, but like, oof.
The Patriots come up and I swear to God, there's people on fantasy Twitter saying, "Oh, the Patriots should take Sam Howell. He's better than Mac Jones."
I'm sure there are. And yet Mac Jones was still look, go back to last year. When Mac Jones was taken off the board by the Patriots, you will find one person defending that pick on this NFL draft coverage.
Damn.
And it was your boy. And I got roasted by the entire panel because he's not good.
I didn't say he wasn't good. He's just not a good fantasy quarterback.
He will be, though.
He will.
No, he won't.
Yeah, he
He'll
will.
be a top 15 fantasy quarterback, and that matters.
For 10 years.
No, he won't.
It'll happen.
No.
350.04.
Not as long as he's in New England.
Yep.
Well, you know what? If they had gotten him a weapon this year, I would feel much stronger about my
They're not going to
convictions,
throw
but
the
they
ball
didn't.
enough that he's going to be able to be like a Matt Ryan type.
They got Tyquan Thornton, dude. What are you talking about?
You know what? You got me. You got me.
Speed kills.
Oh, man.
That's what all the drinking and driving commercials say.
Oh, are you serious? They got the Twitch dude? I forgot
Is
what
Sean
his
Ryan
name
a Twitch guy?
Is it that
What?
kid that with the DJ?
Sean Ryan
no.
a Twitch guy?
is. It Dr. Disrespect is announcing
Oh.
the 49ers pick.
Dude. I love and hate that guy at the same time.
Oh my God, what a horrible pick. 49ers 49ering. There goes
Oh,
Kyle
Lord.
Shanahan.
And how
Oh my God!
Yeah.
gotta be Kyle Ford.
Oh my God!
Let's
Oh
see.
my
Next
God.
this year's Trey Sermon, baby. This is such a bad pick.
Oh my God, let me see my board. I know he's down there. I know
I
he's
didn't
down there.
even grade him. I got to a point where I was like, there's no point. Like, I'm grading him so low already, he's not on my board.
I'm the same. I'm the fucking same.
Who is it?
Yeah, Tyrion Davis
Who
Price.
is it?
Tyrion Davis Price
Oh.
over Isaiah Spiller over
Yikes.
Zamir White.
Ugh.
They think
Yikes.
this guy.
Hey,
is
remember
better
when I made
than
fun of
Spiller.
ESPN for saying the 49ers should be or had a running back as one of their biggest needs? Well, I guess they were onto something.
Yeah.
So one of the guys in my home league, the same guy that asked me if you should take Jamison Williams if he falls to the 2-4, he talked to me again the other day. He's like, "Hey, I'll probably just go on a running back streak in the mid-second because he has like 4 picks in a row." And I'm just like, Jesus, he's gonna collect like James Cook, Spiller, Rashad White.
Alrighty. I really need to mute this Discord now. They spoiling everything too much for me. We'll have something to talk about on the next one.
Sam Howell still on the board here for the Carolina Panthers.
Yep.
We will definitely have something to talk about.
And
I'm
we'll
gonna be
find out.
dead. dead honest, I think Panthers are about to take a quarterback.
And we'll find out if they're still in talks about Baker
Because-
right here.
There was just a tweet sent out that sounds like the Panthers are now no longer in on Baker Mayfield. Teams
Oh.
could not come up with
Well,
divided.
they're going to take a quarterback. I'll tell you that much.
I just looked at
Are
my
they?
Twitter too.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
good. Who'd they take? I mean, you can tell me. I don't care.
Matt
Is it
Corral.
Corral?
Matt Corral.
Okay.
Matt Corral to the Panthers.
Man, Sam Howell.
Good thing Matt Corral's in town.
I agree,
I don't know
Brett.
who's walking up the
49ers
stage.
pick, quite shocking, not in a good way.
All right, fellas. I got to head out.
All right, see you, Colin.
All right. Later, Colin.
So, yeah.
Later. Thank you, everybody, for getting this together, by the way.
Yes. Yes, I told Matt, I was like, dude, if it's just me and you, I'm so cool with it. And he's like, all right.
Honestly,
Yeah,
that's how
I
I was
mean,
gonna do. That's how I was gonna do it with Matt, where I was just like, if it is just me and Matt the whole time, I'll sit there and talk to him.
I said it to Matt, too, and, he didn't want anything to do with it, so I'm glad you
That's
guys
not true, sir.
glad you
That is
guys
not
talked him into it. All right, later.
What I'm curious about is like who's gonna go back and listen to this like 5-6 hour stream later.
I'm sure Matt will put
I'm
up
down
some
if they do.
highlights.
So I've written down a bunch of notes here about when we talked about certain players. I'm eventually
Okay.
going to cut
Okay.
that up. And try
I
and
would say,
have
can
it
you
up
send that
by-
over to me when you have the
by
chance? Because
Monday.
like
Yeah.
I do want to go back and get our reaction to Taekwon Thornton. That was gold. Each of us learning one by one.
I am definitely feeling a lot of egg on my face right now for Khalil Shakir and David Bell. I'm gonna go on Twitter and just be like, "Hey, I'm sorry, I'm wrong."
Shakir, I thought could be a 4th round pick. I still thought David Bell would be at least a late round 2, early round 3. I mean, he still, I guess, has a chance to go, but I don't know.
I guess I didn't like how Twitter treated him, but how like the NFL treated him, I don't really care. But how Twitter was like, "Oh, he's not athletic," and it's like we knew this for 3 years. We knew who he was. Like, come on.
Yeah, that's not his game.
Yeah. So
I will say the Lions pick and 2 picks after the Panthers because you got the Bengals and Broncos between them, but that probably is where Howell goes, I imagine.
It's possible. I know Felix would love. Felix wanted the Lions to take Howell in the 2nd round. So, all right. So here's the details. They traded with the Patriots.
There's Matt Corral.
94.
Oh, they traded up. I did not know that.
Yeah, they traded up with the Patriots. Yeah.
Oh, fuck us, dude.
Mike's just like, man, I'm staying up way too late for this.
Oh man. I think how far they trade back? Like a couple of picks or like a lot?
Let me see.
I think they dropped to 137, so roughly 40
Yeah,
picks.
there's a no Patriot pick I can see here.
Oh,
Yeah, it was about 30 picks.
I need to
40
find out
picks.
the details.
I just saw it, and I was trying to pull it back up, but then I clicked on the wrong Rappaport tweet, and it took me to just what the Panthers got. It didn't show
They're
what
trading a future third.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So
I mean, that's what you got to do at this point.
a third and a 4th. I guess I like that. I guess.
I mean, we think Matt Corral can beat out Sam Darnold?
And they just showed an Elijah Moore clip. They can't find him from this year.
Someone is going to get a good receiver in David Bell. They said the same stuff about Jerry Rice. I'm not saying he's Jerry Rice, but he will be in the NFL for a while. I mean, I agree with you. I think athleticism is overrated. People look at David Bell and say, oh, because he's not Treylon Burks, he can't be good. And I just disagree with that. I mean, so he's not going to beat people down the field, but if you watch him play, he gets open so much in the middle of the field. He's such a good, like, in-route separator that I agree. I think he's going to be just fine. He's never going to be that wide receiver 1 for fantasy, but there's only 12 of them a year, people. Like, it can't be everybody. So who is it? Since he's on the clock right now?
He's on the clock. Best fit is Perion Winfrey out of Oklahoma, according to ESPN.
You know what I heard from last year too? That I think was hilarious. Is remember that group of girls at Nashville that were mad about the draft because they're at a bachelorette party?
Yeah.
They had no idea the
Yeah.
draft was going on. Dude, I love they got that on camera.
Leo Chanel could go off the board here.
I wonder if we get
Yeah.
any more offensive. Is Isaiah Spiller really not going to go in the third round?
I wouldn't be surprised to get his pro day was atrocious.
Where do you see him landing? Miami.
I mean, with the picks that are available, none of them, to be honest with you. Let
Miami?
me pull it back up.
Miami needs one.
I mean, it's
the
true.
Colts just traded. The Colts just traded in.
They're definitely taking
Over
Isaiah
Detroit.
Spiller. Sarcasm for anybody who's listening on audio who couldn't tell
who
that I
they're
was being
trading. I
sarcastic.
wonder who they're trading up to get. Oh, could they be trading up to get Sam Howell? They jumped Detroit.
Oh,
The
Oh, do
future
they
behind
really?
Matt Ryan. I mean, I wouldn't hate it.
I would not hate that at all.
Let's see here. The Jets already grabbed theirs. Yeah, it's just Miami, really. I mean, the Rams don't need a running back. Well, I don't think Cam Akers is really it, and I don't know that he's ever going to be back after that injury, so maybe the Rams, but they're really the only two. Washington, there were rumors that Washington wanted to grab a running back in the third or fourth round. All right, let's see what the Bengals do.
I'm trying to update my
Defensive tackle.
Oh, Bengals. Come on, y'all. Don't be taking Florida players.
All right,
Yes,
so
I
that
will be a Gator hater.
puts Indy up.
All right, next we got y'all, I'm just so happy N'Kobe finally got picked. If we were still at this point, he still wasn't off the board, I'd be very depressed.
It's gonna be a good thing for the Eagles. I mean, I'm not really a Cowboys fan, even though I live here in Texas, so I love it. I feel like everybody in that division is getting better, but
The Cowboys. Yeah, I feel like they're getting worse.
Yeah. Where did you have Alec Pierce in your rankings, Mike? You're muted, by the way.
I
don't
Mike
know.
actually was
One
talking
thing
for last 20
that I
seconds.
think is so funny. I'm saying this for like the fourth time now. Is that once the draft gets later on, like probably last like 2-3 rounds, the commentators have nothing left to say, and so it's like it's very obvious. It's unscripted. They have no idea what to say. It's just hilarious.
Oh yeah,
And
I
they're like,
agree.
"Yeah, I think the nice
Especially when
young
they
man."
get into tomorrow and it's just players they've never heard of before. Can you imagine being the person that has to put together the B-roll for some of these players?
Yeah, and I had Pierce at 16, 17. I had him at 17. I think he's a straight line guy. I don't think he runs routes. I think it's just a contested catch guy with speed.
Yeah.
And so I think he fills a role, but like as far as for fantasy goes, like boomer bust, he might have like 2 or 3 weeks a year. I mean, that's it.
Colts, what are you doing?
Yeah, I know. I just saw that. Nick Cross.
I mean, he's a good player, don't get me wrong, but like if you're gonna trade up for Sam Howell.
Well, I mean, Detroit now, they get their chance to take him now if they really want him.
Maybe they really believe in
I don't think there's an issue of them believing in Goff. Like we all like to shit on him because he didn't know like where the sun set and rose and everything. And
Matt Ryan with the Colts.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like my biggest fear with Ryan is he could be just like Ben Roethlisberger, and that end could be here a lot quicker than we think.
Okay, got you. Yeah, there is a clip. I mean, I wouldn't ages like Tom Brady.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, we all want everybody to be Tom Brady. There's only one guy that's done it. I mean, Big Ben, as much as I dislike what he did off the field as a person, like on the field, he's a Hall of Fame quarterback, and that end came quick. Like that, it was
Matt Favre ugly.
Too. Remember Matt Favre?
Yeah, so like that's what I'm worried about with Ryan. I mean, he's got one of the best offensive lines. He's got a great running back, Pittman. I think Pierce is a good wide receiver. So, I mean, they just added Jelani Woods too at tight end. I don't think he's going to be that good, but I mean, they're building a good offense around him, so maybe he'll be all right. But I think that cliff's going to come a lot quicker than people think.
They did just give it to Mo Alley Cox, and he is definitely a Mo Alley Cox type of player.
Yeah.
Lions
right, so the
don't pick
pick is
again
in.
until the 5th round. So I would have to think that even if it's somebody that they don't particularly love, they're going to reach a little bit here unless they think they can trade into the 4th round.
I just can't believe Hal is the one that's still on the board.
Yep.
Carson Strong is also still on the board.
I mean,
He was
Carson
not in the same
Strong's-
tier.
Yeah.
He once was.
I mean,
he's-
our CFF Lord and Savior Bailey Zappi's still on the board as well. So
he'll get
Wasn't,
drafted tomorrow
I hope
at
so.
some point.
Is anyone going to give shit to Felix for his Carson Strong?
No, what are you
Well,
talking about? Felix never misses. He only shoots from deep and nails his threes. So he's going to claim Rashad White a win now because he went in round 3. I'm a little disappointed in that, to be honest with you. But
He was also my RB6, I believe.
he was my RB 5, I think 5 or 6. Yeah, I
No,
had him
I meant
fairly
like pre-season, like pre-2021.
Yeah, well, he was talking about him last year, I think, before at this time. Is like, who's the RB who's going to jump up? And he was like Rashad White. And
yeah. Kevin Coleman put out a poll on Twitter. He's asking which is the better pick, Velus Jones or Tyquan Thornton. Honestly, I'll give it to the
voted Thornton.
Patriots. I went Thornton on that.
so did
voted
I.
Thornton as well.
Yeah, I tagged Mike, and I was like, in all honesty, it's Thornton.
If you got to give me a special teamer, I want the fast one with the production profile.
Alrighty.
Back on the clock.
Lions, what do we got, man?
Oh, there's people talking about Justin Ross being a steal now.
Justin Ross. Devi Yusuf had Justin Ross as his wide receiver too.
Oh, Vusuvu?
Whatever. Sure, that guy.
I got it. Kyle Brandt's part of the NFL Network. Let's just get the pick. Come on.
Yeah, no, come on. Come on, guy on the left. I don't even know you from this. I know you're from Ninja Warrior, okay? Like, you're not that important.
Oops.
Didn't pick since 46. It's crazy. Oh, all right. Here comes for me too.
You know, I'm looking at the quarterback rankings over here, and I just saw Brock Purdy down there at QB 10. And I'm like, man, I completely forgot that he's even in this QB
That he's
class.
in here? Yeah.
Up and Lions disappoint us all.
Ooh. Ooh.
I mean, they've gone very defense heavy in this draft. I guess
That's
it
fine.
makes
They
sense.
got some offensive weapons to work with already.
They're-
But like,
Their corners last year were like their 5th round pick and their 6th round pick, which I thought they did really well for their pedigree. So
Yeah, no,
Oh,
they
yeah, they
probably
can-
have Okuda's, I think, out all season this year, probably. He tore his Achilles pretty, or I guess it was early on.
yeah.
God, I
Okay,
still
Washington's,
can't believe Isaiah Spiller is still on the board. Be the 5th running back. Wait, let's do Brees Hall, Kenneth Walker. Was James Cook was the 3rd one off the board, right? So
Yeah.
James Cook, Rashad
Yeah.
White. Man. I actually wouldn't mind Hal going to Washington. Like,
it's probably
it'd
the
be
best place left for him at this point.
It's
If
better
Detroit's
than
not going to
Carson.
want him.
better than Carson Wentz, in my opinion. Going back right from a crappy O-line in North Carolina to a crappy offensive line in Washington, but their pick's already in. I just want to see him go somewhere. Like, if he doesn't get drafted in the first 3 rounds, that's a shame, man. It really is.
All right. Looks like who? Oh, it's this is from earlier. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
Pick
Like,
it
Chase
in.
hey, Chase Young.
Oh my god, dude.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Well,
Wow.
we did say I would have been surprised if he wasn't off the board at the end of the night.
I'm surprised.
Goodbye, Antonio Gibson. I mean, I had him ranked as my 11th running back, but wow, another running back over Spiller.
Yep. I'm telling you, Spiller's pro day killed it.
Wow. I mean, does he? I get the fit. I just don't think he's got any fantasy value there. I mean, they got who'd they bring back too? McKissick. They've got McKissick, Gibson, and now Brian Robinson.
Mm.
Man, it's got no burst and no speed. And he's old, so you know he's never going to have burst or speed. So, I mean, he's a backup running back. I might be throwing out offers for Antonio Gibson now.
I'm happy for Brian. A lot of people really doubted him coming into this year, saying that he wasn't going to stay as the RB1 at Bama.
Yeah, well, Chase got hurt, so I mean, put a small asterisk next to it.
Injuries are part of the game, sir. I've had to say that to many, many Bama fans this year.
I mean, look, I don't think he's a horrible running back, and we talked about it earlier.
He's better than Terry Davis-Price.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay. Okay, Cleveland. Okay.
What we got with the Browns?
He got his third-round draft capital, baby. David.
Oh, okay.
Cleveland Browns. I'm okay with it.
I fucking
David
love
Bell with Deshaun Watson. I'll take
fucking
it.
Love it. I fucking
I'll
love
take
it.
it.
I'm
going to end up with a lot of David Bell this year.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to stand up, but I will mentally.
That's some good stuff for David Bell right there.
Gosh, yes.
99th. How many more picks we got?
Shakir is the last guy I give a fuck about.
We got a 105, so we got 6 picks left.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that they get the compensatory picks or
Watch
whatever.
David Bell fucking just work this guy. Look at those hands. Look at that ball tracking. I know this play. Yep, still beats him. He's grabbing onto him. He's still grabbing on. There's the flag. There's the flag.
Dude, he's going to be good. I'm excited.
I like that. I really do. A lot. Oh.
I do remember. I need to go find my tweet about Isaiah Spiller where,
look at that.
I said, over a year ago that I really just didn't get the hype around Spiller.
He doesn't. The only thing I don't think he's very good at is he doesn't have that home run speed, and I do think he tends to bounce runs outside too much at times. But his burst through the hole, I think he's got really good footwork, and I think he's a really good running back just in general. I would not have taken James Cook, Rashad White, and Brian Robinson over him.
Yeah,
just my opinion. That's my thing.
I agree with you about Tyler.
One of your boys, Mike.
Oh yeah.
I didn't, I liked him. I'm not really a defensive guy. I don't really evaluate that position. I thought he'd go a lot sooner from the hype.
Wait a minute, what's this? Oh.
5 more picks.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I get it. Like I said, because you're not going to take Isaiah Spiller there. I shouldn't have said that. The other thing I didn't love about Isaiah Spiller is at times I didn't think he was physical enough for his size. Like there were times that he got brought down by defensive backs he should have taken on and beaten. So, but overall, if you were disappointed by his pro day, then you weren't watching college football last year because nobody expected Isaiah Spiller to be a burner. Like he's just not.
He's not a burner, but still, he's above 4.7.
There's definitely an Isaiah Spiller. There's debates on who was RB1 the whole beginning of last year.
Well, right, but I'm talking about like if you expected him to run what Brees Hall ran, then you weren't watching football. Brees Hall was caught from behind at times, but there were times he took touchdowns to the house. Isaiah Spiller wasn't taking anything 60 yards to the house. He just never was.
It also it wasn't just the 40 time. Like he had like a bunch of other tests that like just did not go well for him.
Yeah, well, I know they said he was injured at the combine. I know he didn't perform well there. I didn't see anything he did at his pro day, so I don't know. I also just don't take that much into that stuff because, like, there was somebody else they talked about who like Jelani Woods. He tested so well at the combine in his pro day, and everybody's got him as like the best tight end in the class because of his RAS score. That does not show on the film at all, in my opinion. I do not think he's as good as that. And
Oh
he's
yeah,
the
you
top
got
tight
to
end.
let's be clear. You got to combine all these different aspects. Like never rely on just one metric, one thing.
Right, yeah. I to me, you're muted, Mike.
I really didn't like Diamond Brown last year because everyone's like, oh, he tested so well athletically. And it was like, all I saw was go routes, which I don't care about. And then I was like, oh, well, he had the best vertical in the class. It was like 39 inches, which was insane. And I'm like, does he go up for the ball in his film? And it's like, no, he doesn't. So I don't care about his vertical either. Like, it's not a part of it.
To be fair, though, if you get a coach that teaches that into him, then again, you can't teach an old dog new tricks.
Yeah.
But then again, everybody said that they wouldn't be able to teach Josh Allen all that stuff, and look how he turned out.
4.7.
Yeah, but he's the outlier.
Yeah, he's the outlier. I agree. That's why everybody compared Malik Willis to Josh Allen, and I'm like, y'all, like Josh Allen was an outlier. Like, what Josh Allen proves is that it's possible, but everything else proves that it's very unlikely.
Okay, I think Miami is legitimately the last team to possibly take a running back, and that is it.
They might take Spiller.
Sorry, I was looking at the Jets pick. If the Jets take Spiller, I'm going to lose my mind. Miami is the only. Well, no, you know what? You know who could take a running back?
Who's
Kansas
that for?
City. I mean,
I think
Clyde
they'll wait.
Edwards-Helaire isn't it? If Isaiah Spiller goes to Kansas City, you know people are going to pump him up.
I think they want to make the backfield a committee, and so they're going to wait for there's plenty of good committee guys in this class. There's just not too many complete prospects.
That's true. I would love to see him go. I think him and CEH could complement each other very well if they do take him here. But yeah, those two. I mean, what you got? And like I said, I don't know. The Rams is confusing to me because I don't think Cam Akers is it. I was not high on him when he came out. I know some people were, and I think it's so hard. Donta Foreman showed us that like it's hard to come back from an Achilles as a running back. It took him 4 years to finally produce this past year behind Derrick Henry. Like I would not be surprised if they take one because I think Henderson's gone after this year as well. I don't think they bring him back. So.
PJ just said they have Rojo, which I actually forgot. So
Kansas City. I mean, I was one of the biggest Rojo truthers in the world, but if Spiller goes there, I'm taking Spiller over Rojo. Rojo can't hit a hole to save his life.
Oh, I think he can do that at least.
Nah, I mean, I don't know about that. He reminds me a lot of Travis Etienne. I don't think Etienne's going to be that good either.
Here's the Jets pick. Can't be a wide receiver. Isaiah likely still on the board too, and I liked him.
I don't think he goes today. I'd be surprised.
No, I guess not anymore. But I thought him, I kind of complimented Mike Gesicki, which take that as whatever you want. But
got two teams in a row. Oh, God.
Ooh, Jeremy Rucker, baby. Let's fucking go.
I was about to say, we have two teams in a row that could use an inside linebacker. I'd like to see Leo Chanel or Channing Tindall go off here, but that's fine. I guess the Jets need a tight end. That's fine.
Jeremy Rucker. When was the last Ohio tight end that was fantasy relevant, Matt?
Never, because they don't use the tight ends that way. But have you watched Jeremy Rucker? He's actually a very good receiver.
Yeah, he makes some amazing one-handed grabs, but
he's good.
He makes 10 a year, and they're like, yeah, we won't.
That's all they use him for. They target him 12 times, so that's the point.
Yeah.
Well, they only target him 12 times, but he does it 10.
You think they're giving Zach Wilson enough weapons here?
Yeah.
I think he has much
underrated
excuse.
storyline here. I think Zach Wilson's got 2 years to prove it, or he's gone. Just like
I agree.
they built around Jalen Hurts, and Philly has, and like you better show us something. You're done. I hope Zach Wilson's it because I want Garrett Wilson to succeed. I didn't see it last year, so I could be wrong. I mean, I was wrong on him. Felix said he was going to go higher than Justin Fields. I said there's no way it happened. Maybe I'm just dead wrong. I just don't see it with Zach Wilson. But
every time it's like a veteran quarterback, and then they're like, "Well, this guy has no reason not to succeed." They always fucking fail, bro. It's always. But Zach Wilson's not a veteran yet. But if it was his like second or third year, I'd be like, "Nah, that's it. We've seen enough." The pick is in for Miami.
dude, I'm still hyped about the freaking Browns getting David Bell.
That's pretty good. Definitely could have.
It's going to suck for him this year if Jacoby Brissett's passing him the ball, but
Yeah,
I mean, my thing is PJ. Like I get it, because I know they brought in Uzoma and Conklin, but neither one of those guys are anything. Like not
Conklin's
anything
my sleeper, bro.
offensive.
Uzoma was incredible for me last year when it came to prize picks because they constantly had his receiving total too low.
Well, yeah, I'm not worried about that. Like Jeremy Ruckert, I think brings that offense something, and as an actual offensive tight end. Oh shit, they're already announcing the Dolphins pick.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to pop up on the screen.
Inside linebacker. Give me Leo Chanel. Give me Channing Tindall. Neither one of these guys deserve to go to the 4th round.
They just did the animation. They're not showing it. Jeez, come on. Let's see it.
Come on, just pick Channing. Get a
Kansas
player
City
off the
is
best
up.
defense in college football history.
Kansas City is up, and I can't. Oh wait. Oh,
Linebacker Tyndall.
Tindall, let's go! Channing!
So
yeah.
don't see Spiller going.
The Juju Smith-Schuster crowd is going to denounce Skye Moore. I can't wait.
Attaboy Channing.
I mean, Juju's only got 1 year with them. I don't know.
He's got a loyal following.
Oh, I know. One of the co-founders of Campus to Canton is a massive Juju fan.
I know Austin is.
He argued with me forever when I said Deontay Johnson was better, and he told me I was an idiot. And I mean, I wish Juju wouldn't have got hurt because I still would have been right, but now I can't argue that because, he got hurt.
The pick is in for the Chiefs. Let's go. The Chiefs want to go to bed too.
Yeah.
They all get it. They get it.
Everybody does.
Yeah.
San Francisco keeping the phone open for calls for Devo Samuel here.
You're lucky I'm super tired. Otherwise, I would find that joke somewhat offensive. But, it's funny.
I
right,
said
so
it
the
was
Chiefs
bedtime, and I was like, 8 more picks, babe. I swear.
Calvin Austin to KC would be very interesting, too.
I'd love it. I just wanted him to get day 2 draft capital. I don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately.
It looks like Khalil Shakir is moving down to day 4. And God help me if he goes to like the Patriots day 4. I'll be in.
Trying to think what dogs are still on the board. Zamir White's still on the board. Jamari Sally's still on the board. Hey, Chiefs got my other boy that I really wanted them to
got
go.
Wisconsin linebacker. Good for them.
Yep.
They needed
That's-
Well,
that's
good for him too.
Great pick here this late. Oh shoot, the Rams exist in this?
Yeah, this is where they wanted to, this is where they wanted to pick Strange. Legitimately. They wanted Strange.
They're gonna pick Calvin Austin here.
I don't know if I'd like that at all, actually.
They're gonna put Calvin Austin on Tutu's shoulders and then call that shit Drake London.
Nah, it needs to be the other way around. They need Tutu on Calvin Austin's shoulders because Calvin Austin's faster and
Got the
stronger.
legs, yeah. I like
Where did the
that.
Rams go Sam Howell here?
I mean, people would love it. I don't know. I think Stafford's got at least 3 more years in him.
Oh, probably, but why not have Sam Howell sit back there for a little bit? It's a third round pick.
Because they want to win again. They're ready to win again. They want to win now.
Yeah, they're all in, man. Like
yeah,
the Rams
yeah.
are going to win like 2 or 3 more Super Bowls in like the next 5-6 years, and they're just going to go to be a complete dumpster fire. They've traded all their picks. They've got no young players. Les Snead and Sean McVay are both going to retire at the same time, and the poor soul that has to take over for the Rams is just it's going to suck.
All right, picks in.
Is that who the Rams pick?
Oh, are they putting up the trailer for the Rams right now before the Rams
that's
take the
what I
pick?
said. They're going to show the whole trailer, aren't they? I watched that the other day.
That's too funny, actually. I love that.
I don't know who this dude is on the left that's black on the YouTube TV ESPN, but he is fucking tired. He wants to go to bed. He is done.
Are you watching NFL Network?
And ESPN too, but they're YouTube.
Oh, okay. I think it maybe. I don't know. I'm not watching ESPN.
People were making fun of James Cook earlier because apparently James Cook was just baked.
He looked it when I saw the video of him.
Like a grandma's cookies. Like he was gone.
Here's the pick. Isaiah Spiller. No, it's fine.
They could go a lot of different directions here.
They're gonna hold the animation for 10 fucking minutes now.
Can you imagine being there for 2 days, sitting there cheering in your little Ram section, only to finally get to the first pick on the very last, like one of the last picks of the second day?
Or the Patriots just to sit there for Tyquan Thornton to get called.
Trade back, Tyquan Thornton. Trade back.
I would definitely go if one was local. And I know I'd hate it, but I would have to go.
I will say I'm really glad we're kind of done with the trading frenzy. Like I usually like trading, but like this year has gotten me traded out, man.
Oh, okay.
Not a bad pick.
Yeah, not a bad pick.
Yeah, I think we'll see some more trades tomorrow, but
but like it's not like we're getting trade after trade after trade and then like a run of 3 or 4 picks.
I do want to say this though: the Patriots traded back before the draft even started. They traded what was it, like their 5th for an early 6th and a 7th. And I'm just excited to see those picks because I'm like, dude, the Patriots absolutely have a plan if they're trading late round picks before the draft. So I'm pretty excited.
All right, I think this 49ers pick is the last one of the night, right?
Yes.
Yep. No. Oh, yeah, sorry. I was thinking the Rams. Fuck me.
Well, unless this 49ers are psychopaths, we will definitely see Spiller go to day 4.
Yeah.
We need
we'll see Sam Howell go to day 4.
What's before we sign off? What's the most surprising guy that's fallen to round 4 for you guys?
Sam Howell, without a doubt.
Yeah, it'd have to be Sam Howell. It's a big surprise. Isaiah Spiller's got to be a close second.
Yeah, I agree. Wide receivers, I mean, Calvin Austin, again, I thought he might get day 2 capital, but I'm not super surprised he fell this far.
Yeah. I mean, I had him ranked as my wide receiver 12, so like he was on the edge, and a lot of that was the separation. If Bell had fallen,
oh my God. Hey, just watch the screen.
Oh, God.
I call this.
Wow.
All right, I'm the last one. Let's. I'm gonna find out.
I don't think it's a bad pick.
I tweeted out the random
receiver
going
okay.
this second.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
Yeah, I don't hate it either. He's wide receiver 16 for me, so like I don't hate it.
Yeah, like I'd heard several times that he was gonna go higher than people were expecting. So I mean, here it is.
Yeah, I got him at 19.
So. Awesome. Well,
there we go, y'all.
It's been fun.
4.5 hours we've been sitting here.
All right. I'll see you guys later.
Yep. Later, guys.